Testing. Testing. Well, good morning and welcome to everyone to the Sydney Rowing Club Annual Regatta, Saturday, the 4th of March 2023. We are here at the beautiful Sydney International Regatta Centre in Penrith. For those who are joining on the live stream, a beautiful morning on the way out from Sydney this morning. Lots of rainbows, stormy clouds, and there's been quite some rain this morning, leaving everything rather damp and a little bit slippery. So I've already seen some people feel the consequences of that, so we would ask everybody to be really careful this morning, just as you're getting set up in this early morning dampness. However, it is a beautiful morning and the rain has brought the temperatures right down. So currently feels like about 22 degrees centigrade, and hopefully we will be staying under 30 degrees today, although the UV will be quite high from mid-morning. So the usual request to make sure you look after your hydration levels and stay well covered up and put sunscreen on. And I would have thought sunglasses today as well. It's going to be beautifully sunny and really not much wind at all, although the wind will lift towards the afternoon. We're kicking off this morning with 2,000 metre race in the Paris single scull, and then we'll be moving on to grade races which take place over the distance of 1,000 metres. So a good mix today between 1,000 metre racing and 2,000 metre racing, between club events and school events. So looking to a real festival of rowing this morning. The Sydney Rowing Club were to celebrate their 150th anniversary regatta during the pandemic, and of course that didn't take place. So the beautiful trophies that were purchased for that regatta are going to be presented to the winners of the equivalent events at the regatta today. These are lovely silver trophies. I've just gone and had a look at them, and they'll be awarded for certain eights events. And some single events, one of which is the Paris single scull race that is being raced right now. In the race today, we have in lane 4 Mika Kelly, who represents Glebe Rowing Club. She's a PR3 sculler with a visual impairment. In lane 5, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club, who is coached by Kathleen Hextell. And in lane 6, Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club, also coached by Kathleen Hextell. Sadly, we were to also have been joined by Parry Mutaris, who represents Community Rowing Club and is coached by that wonderful coaching team there of Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Parry is a powerlifter. And a state champion in powerlifting in a couple of events, and has moved across to rowing. So we were looking forward to welcoming him to this 2,000 metre race today, but he's had to withdraw. Well, we're most fortunate to have a really excellent live streaming facility here, and on your screen you can probably see the two athletes who don't have a visual impairment going off hell for leather, and that is Julia Story, or Julia Vanessa Collins, as she sometimes appears in the history books, in the lane closest to the camera, Stephanie Walker next to her, and Mika Kelly on the far side. Julia is also an international level rower. She has represented Australia at the World Championships in what was then called the Leg, Trunk and Arms Coxed 4. They were victorious, I believe, at that time in Milan. The World Championships there. She's represented on a number of other occasions, and most recently has been joined by Stephanie Walker in representing Australia at the Virtus Global Games, previously called the INAS Global Games, which are have a number of events, but the rowing is held at the Global Games and also at the Asia Pacific Games. Some sports have a World Championships as well. You're now seeing on the live stream vision from the starter's hut, so looking down the course to the finishing tower, which is where the commentary is over on the right-hand side of your screen, and all the flags at the end there and the beautiful mountains in the background. I'm joined on the commentary this morning by Tom Trobe, who comes to us from Canberra. Morning, Tom. How are you?
Good morning, very good. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good to see the weather looking perfect this morning.
It does, doesn't it?
Barely a breath of wind out there on the course.
Fabulous, especially, and we've got I was just saying earlier, we've got a combination of events, so we've got a real mixture here of people who have impairments, people who are really new to rowing, people who are very experienced. Some are experienced and young, some are experienced and quite a bit older, so we've really got the full gamut of rowing here. It's quite a festival.
That is true. I was just talking to some of the people out in the boat park, and I think there's an eights race later on where they're sitting at the start for almost a minute. So
oh goodness, because of the masters, the way that they
I think we have a K crew. There's a combination K men's masters eights out there.
Yes, that's probably our ancient mariners.
That's it.
Yep. So you're right. They get a really good handicap, don't they?
Yeah,
or rather, they get no handicap, and the
yes.
people racing them, if they're young, get a whopping 60 seconds. Yeah. Well, they've just come through the first 500 metres in the first race of the day, the Para Single Scull, and Julia Story has taken a significant lead over her clubmate, Stephanie Walker. And we have 3 participants in the race this morning, 4 entries, and as well as Julia and Stephanie, we have Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club. So although Mika has a visual impairment, she doesn't really require a huge amount of steering because she has some vision. And generally the procedure with visually impaired athletes is to have a launch with a guide following that sculler. So that is one of the reasons why she is, although she's entered in lane 4, why she's actually rowing across in lane 1. That is so that the wash from the guide's launch doesn't affect anybody else in the lanes to her left. So some good vision of Julia here. So now that she's managed to get a fairly significant lead, she's just relaxing a little more now and really focusing on the process of her technique. So one of the regattas later in the season is the National Rowing Championships, and on the final day of the National Rowing Championships, the Interstate Regatta. There are various events in the Interstate Regatta, but one of them is the women's para single scull and another is the men's para single scull. And Julia, I know, is very hopeful of representing New South Wales. This will be the second or third time that she's done that in the para single scull. So I think she's gone out this morning with all guns blazing, absolutely determined to impress the selectors. She got a good result at the state championships earlier. And she's certainly sending a strong message there by such an enormous lead, isn't she?
Yeah, 40 seconds through the 1,000 metres there. 4:29 is a very solid time as well through the 1,000 metres. And then it was, 40 seconds back to Stephanie and then 14 seconds back to Misha.
So I came in this morning, Tom, to be engulfed in a massive wave of athletes from the Far West Academy of Sport of New South Wales. And they didn't look like rowers, and I've certainly never heard of anybody rowing in the Far West Academy. I don't know that there's a huge amount of rowing water out near Dubbo, so up at Burke, etc. So I stopped one of the coaches and said, "Hey guys, are you racing today?" And the coach explained to me, no, the reason they were here is that they'd been to the rugby league last night. And they brought the kids down to actually, the boys and the girls that play rugby league, down to watch the games. And they'd come here to the Lakeside Cafe at the back of the grandstand to have breakfast, which was really lovely.
Really
so
nice, yeah.
They were really fascinated to see our sport and how we set things up, and obviously early in the morning and how beautiful it was. So I've got my eye on some of the long and lanky ones and had a word with the coach. Said, well, if they're ever interested.
Rugby league conversion to rowing.
That's right. But it was really great to see another sport come and use this facility. And if there are people in the Regatta Centre today or heading out later on today, there is another major sporting event going on just right next to us in the Penrith Whitewater Stadium, where they've got the age championships for freestyle, which is very interesting. Not your normal form of slalom paddling. So so that's going on at the Penrith Whitewater Stadium both days this weekend. Meanwhile, back to the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, and we've got Julia Story now coming into the last 250 metres of the course. Looks to me like she's going for a personal best time because she hasn't let up the whole way down the course. And taking advantage of having a most unusual situation of having the whole of the Sydney International Regatta course to yourself. This course that was the course at the 2000 Olympics. Don't know if you came to that.
I did actually. I was here on the last day.
Were you?
Yes,
Oh,
sitting just
what a day it was.
I think would have been sitting just across about 200 metres out.
Yes.
On the other side where the public was
right
seated.
on the finish line. It was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it was the best regatta I've ever been to in my life. The water was perfect every day. The results for Australia not quite so perfect.
Especially on that last day. But here, of course, is Julia Story just crossing the line, looking obviously very comfortable with about 250 metres lead over Stephanie Walker. They're crossing in 9 minutes, 13.
Which is not a bad time. 2,000 metres with no competition. That's not to be sniffed at.
Not at all. But it is still looking quite close, isn't it, between Stephanie and Misha over there?
It is, yeah. Yeah, Misha's doing a great job. So she's been rowing for a little while now. She too is has a very interesting background, including having climbed some parts of Everest, possibly even all of it. I'm not sure, but certainly been to base camp. So and done quite a few adventure things. So somebody who's got great passion and zest for life. And it's been lovely to have her join rowing. She's, as I say, been rowing a few years now at Glebe Rowing Club. And certainly, I think it takes, if you've come from other sports, it takes a couple of years to just get settled into the rhythm of rowing, but she certainly seems to be improving every season. And here's Stephanie, who's realised the finish line is in sight and she's going to do it. So she's upped her stroke rate, looking lively now and pushing away from Mika as she comes across the finish line to take second place in the para single scull.
So for the vision impaired, is that their coach that goes in the BR rowboat as well?
It can be, yeah. It's not
yep.
always, but a familiar voice, I think, is very helpful. And like any relationship, you work out ways of saying things, don't you? So that you'd have some shorthand, I would think. Yeah. So well done, Mika, and that's our third contestant in the para single scull. And my understanding is that it is just the winner that comes across. So Julia, you will come across now to be presented with one of these very special trophies that celebrates the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club, and of course your winner's mug, the lovely glass mugs that they have. So Julia's Story in an official time now of 9 minutes 13.74 seconds. The margin between Julia and Stephanie, 1 minute 17.1, and then a further 20.72 back to Mika Kelly. On the course now, we have race number 2, which is the women's C and D grade coxed fours. In lane 3, the University of New South Wales, represented by Charlotte Stanwicks, Anna Ristic, Elizabeth Raffin and Isabella Niven, coxed by Emma Vey Cox and coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4, UTS Haberfield, represented by Holly Garner, Annabelle Fuller, Ali Waddington and Lila Anderton, coxed by Bronte Blackmore-Cram and coached by Katie Healy. They are both C grade fours. In lane 6, Nepean Rowing Club, represented by Vitti Young, Emily Boys, Palmina Grady and Sienna Grady, coxed by Giovanna Tabanag and coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 7, Drummoyne Rowing Club, represented by Skye Smith, Colleen Chapman, Esther Tucker and Yasmin Finnegan, coxed by Jodie Panagopoulos. And in lane 8, the University of New South Wales, represented by Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth, Annabelle Singh and Lily Sinogles, coxed by Samantha Backler and coached by Chris Byrne. Those three crews are all D grade. And Sienna Grady from the Nepean crew actually has a hearing impairment, but a hearing impairment on its own does not qualify you for para rowing, which is a great shame because Sienna's a fabulous rower. So it would be lovely to have her in the para ranks.
We are underway in this race, and we've actually had a few more scratchings from the UTS crew and the UNSW crew. So only the one from C grade boat from University of New South Wales, and then the 2 D grade crews in lane 6 and 7 from Nepean and Drummoyne on the course.
Oh, what a shame. It's a very busy time of year though, isn't it? I think, on the podium now we have the winner of the para single scull over 2,000 metres, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story.
These women's C and D grade coxed fours just coming up to the 500 metres here. As expected, the crew from UNSW is pulling out into the lead. They're in a higher grade race, which is the C grade, and then closer to the grandstand, it looks like Nepean is out ahead of Drummoyne, which is the crew in lane 6, just second from the grandstand as they've passed through the 500 metre mark. That was UNSW in first. Nepean, which will actually be leading the D grade event, and then just dropping back to Drummoyne, just about 5 seconds back to Drummoyne in lane 7. Just getting some great footage here of the boat the camera that's sitting out on the BRO boat of the UNSW crew of Charlotte Stanwicks, Anna Ristic, Elizabeth Raffin, Isabella Niven, Emma Vaycox, and the coach of Chris Burns. This crew just pulling out into a lead. As I mentioned, it is the C grade crew that is winning over there, as expected, as we've combined 2 grades here, but still looking like they're in a commanding lead, not giving up, even though they're only the only crew in this event now due to the scratchings from Leichhardt and UTS. But some great footage here as we can see the crew coming forward into the last 200 metres here. Holding a strong commanding lead over the rest of the pack, but then just dropping back to the Nepean crew, looking like in second place, but first of D grade, and then back to the crew from Drummoyne, which is closest to the grandstand.
They're pretty active on social media, this University of New South Wales crew that's winning, so they'll be very happy to get some good shots, I'm sure, and rowing beautifully. See them training on the Lane Cove River, and they've been looking better and better under the guidance of Chris Burns, so congratulations, University of New South Wales. Nice little win there in a provisional time of 3 minutes 57.96.
And then back to what is the first place for the Drummoyne D grade. I'm not sure if they're going to be getting a medal for D because it's combined.
No, I think it's just a combined event, and therefore there's just one pot, as we would call it in the UK. So that is University of New South Wales, and we would invite you, Uni of New South, to come across to the presentation dais to collect your prize. Second place was Nepean Rowing Club, as you said, Tom, the first of the D grade crews, and third Drummoyne Rowing Club, which actually is a masters crew. So 357.96 for the Uni of New South C grade crew, a margin of 10.37 seconds back to Nepean Rowing Club, and then a further 10.68 back to Drummoyne.
And on the course, we actually do have race 3 underway, which is another 1,000 metres race. This is the men's C-D grade coxless quad. Over in lane 1, some fellow Territorians from Canberra, from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Steve Merchant, Rob Curtin, Jeff Howell and Ian Mongan. In lane 4 from Armidale School, we have Toby Inglis, Callan Lawrence, Frederick Kennery, Wiley Wright, and coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 6 from St Augustine's, we have Zane Balesti, Zach Von Armin, Oliver Newton, Rory Parker, coached by Tom Gerrans. And in lane 6 from Glebe, we have Callum Steele, Henry Leaf, Andy Wigan, Ben Nagapa, coached by Kim McKinley.
And yeah, a couple of well-known names there. So Ian Mongan, been around for years, hasn't he?
Correct,
So
yes.
good to see him out and racing, and level pegging by the looks of things in this grade race, as opposed to going into a masters race where you're handicapped according to your age. In the grade races, everybody starts off at the same point, and they're looking very strong on that side. The Armadale School, they don't get a chance to compete very often, but they were down here last weekend, I think it was, or the weekend before, and it was great to see them. They're always very distinctive in those brightly coloured hats, and they are coached by Amati Inglis, so former Australian representative. Back to St Augustine's with what looks like a relatively new combination. Not familiar with most of those names. And then in Glebe Rowing Club, the legendary Kim Mackney, now turning his hand to coaching. And this combination of young guns and slightly more experienced, looking very strong on the other side of the course to Black Mountain. I love the Armadale School. They're really, really trying to catch up, aren't they? They're doing a great job.
It does look like they're also coxed as well, so carrying a bit of extra
they
bit
would
of
do,
weight
because
down
they
the course
probably
to be in
don't
second
even
place.
have a coxless quad boat at their shed. Yeah, I've got to say they won the prize for the best cheer squad, the Armadale School, last weekend.
And it looks like it's building up already this morning.
Excellent.
But coming into the last 20 metres here with the Black
Ooh,
Mountain crew over in lane 3, crossing the line in first, with a provisional time of 3 minutes 19, just 2 and a bit seconds back to the Glebe crew. And then, as mentioned, in third place, it looks like it will be the Armadale crew. And then in fourth place will be St Augustine's, which looks like also a coxed boat, and some very junior-looking rowers there.
Yeah, so a great combination. So the older, very experienced scullers taking out those quads. Black Mountain first, Glebe second. So we would invite Black Mountain to come across to the presentation dais to collect their prize. In third and fourth places, the schools, who had coxes in their boats, but a great showing from both of them. Exciting to see them out there racing such experienced rowers. We're on to race 4 already. My goodness, powering through this busy regatta. We're staying with 1,000 metres, we're staying with men's sculling, and we have another division of the men's C and D grade coxless quads. In this division, the Armadale School are in lane 2. That's the lane on the far side of the course. This is the crew of Lennox Nielsen, Henry Curtin, Louis Ross and Jack McCook, coached by Marty Inglis. In lane 3, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Michael Hugh, Dylan Lee, William Spudge and Jasper Richards, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 4, St Augustine's, Jack Bridges, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Giuretta and Henry O'Hare, coached by Sam Pickard, Nick Pender and Torben Ungemach. And in lane 5, North Shore Rowing Club with Kieran Shekhar, Nick O'Brien, George Loiterton and Tom Payton, coached by John James. In lane 6, the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball, Fraser Wilson, Scott Purves and Harry O'Donnell, coached by Cam Butler. In lane 7, St Augustine's, the crew of Oscar Donnan, Oliver Priddis, Sebastian Ellens and Danny King, coached by Tom Gerrans. And in lane 8, from the local Nepean Rowing Club, Paul Grady, Druv Patil, Angus George and Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Now, although the title of the race is men's C and D grade coxless quad, all of these are D grade.
These crews just coming through the first 250 metres here. It looks like it could be the UNSW crew and the Nepean crew that have maybe pulled out into a bit of a lead. That Nepean crew is closest to the grandstand, and then a few boats back into the UNSW crew. But as expected, these 1,000-metre racing with just coxless quads. But I do think there is some coxed boats out there as well, just from some of the footage we're seeing. There's definitely the, looks like the Armadale School on the far side does have a cox. And potentially some of the other schools, just not common for schools to have coxless boats as well. looking as we come through the 500 metres, it is the New South Wales crew in the lead, just 3.5 seconds back to North Shore, 1.5 seconds back to Nepean, then the Armidale School a second back, Leichhardt in 5th and St Augustine's in 6th as they've just gone through the 500 metre mark. That UNSW crew would look to just extend their lead into the last 500 metres here. But getting some tough competition from that North Shore crew to their right. Looks like the Nepean crew maybe closer to the grandstand has just dropped back a little bit from that first 500 metres. Again, the school in the Armidale School in lane 2 doing very well for themselves, carrying a Cox and just being school kids as well, as this is a grade race, not age-based. So they're out there with a bit of extra weight in the boat, but going really well. It is the UNSW crew probably pulling a bit of a length lead now over the North Shore crew to their right. They've got a good view of them now as they come into the last 200 metres. Probably having a good look at the whole field here. Definitely not giving up into the last 200 metres.
What a great race. Yeah. And Armidale School just looking fantastic. Go Armidale School.
Might have had just a little bit of a...
Yeah, that composure under pressure, definitely a learned skill. But considering they're bringing a Cox with them, that is fantastic.
It is, and it does look like maybe the Nepean crew in lane 8 here has just picked it up in those last few hundred metres here to sneak into second place over the North Shore crew in lane 5. But that was Uni of New South Wales in first place with a time of 3:22. Second place to Nepean, just under 5 seconds behind, then back to North Shore, and then as mentioned, Armidale in fourth, but it is looking like maybe a photo finish. No. Armidale in 4th, Leichhardt in 5th.
And then our 2 St Augustine's crews. Looks like, so it is, we're just sort of getting towards the end of the first term of rowing for some people, and I think this is a great regatta for these St Augustine's rowers. Look as though they're fairly new to the sport to come and try out. Look at them, 1,000 metres, and I've never done a sport like this before, clearly. So the St Augustine's crew in lane 4, so that's the one stroked by Henry O'Hare, came across in 6th position, and the crew in lane 7, which was stroked by Danny King, came across in 7th. So University of New South Wales, we invite you to come and collect your prizes. You can come spin around and get them now if you want to. And as Tom mentioned, the provisional winning time, 3 minutes 22.22. In race number 5, we are staying with 1,000 metres. We are staying with sculling, which is where you have a blade in each hand, but we are coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 4 from Abbotsford Rowing, Yvonne Connacht. In lane 5 from North Shore, Olivia Tong, coached by John Governay. In lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindell. In lane 7 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 8 from Abbotsford, Adriana Guthrie, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones.
And just through the 500 metres is the Glebe Rowing sculler, Heidi Lindell, that went through first. Just under a second back to Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, and then back to the North Shore, Glebe, Blake Macquarie and Glebe in 6th place just through the 500 metres. But in single sculling, 500 metres can do a lot in the boat. It's looking like a tough race over on the far side between the 2 A grade Masters scullers, keeping it quite close. But it is still I think the crew in lane 6 from Glebe, Heidi, who's probably still going to hold on to the lead just as they've gone through the 500 metres there.
So again, we have an interstate competition for Masters, and the interstate competition for Masters takes place at the Masters National Championships as opposed to the Open National Championships. And there are 4 different events, and in each of those events there needs to be an average age of 50 across the whole crew. So some of the people in this race have nominated for the women's quadruple scull for the New South Wales state, and as we can see, they're very young. So if you need to make an average age of 50, they might be, and Heidi is a fabulous sculler and doing really well here, but she's very young. So we need to find some older fabulous scullers to go in a boat with her if she's going to represent New South Wales.
That's correct. It is always the horse trading of the
I've never heard it called horse trading before.
of the
That's
ages
exactly
to create
right.
a crew.
Well, she's having a great race with Nikki Lepresti, who's very experienced, been sculling a lot longer than Heidi, but this is a really good race between the two of them.
There is also the Glebrower, Elizabeth Lester,
Yeah,
over in
she's
lane
doing very well.
2, who's come a little bit out of the pack there of the A-grade scullers, looking like probably second to third place over there on the far side.
She is only 32. She is the baby of the event, so unencumbered by age and infirmity.
It is a great race here between the Leichhardt rower of Nikki versus Heidi here, but it looks like, oh, I don't even want to call it. No, it looks like Nikki's probably just stepped up over the Glebrower of Heidi.
And then fabulous from Elizabeth Lester. She'll place third.
Third, yes. That was with a provisional time of 4 minutes 10. And then just 0.6 back to Heidi Liddell and 0.7 seconds back to Elizabeth Lester in third place. In fourth place from North Shore was Olivia Tong. And then it was a photo finish for fifth and sixth place. And seventh place from Glebe, Julia. And then just in lane 4... from Abbotsford, Yvonne Kneck, just coming into the last 50 metres here. Looking like just racing one of her fellow club members from Abbotsford as well, Adriana Guthrie, in lane 8. It does look like Yvonne will hold on to that 8th place, but definitely getting some tough competition there. And then Adriana coming in 9th, sorry, across the line.
So just confirming the results of Division 1 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. A win for Nikki Lepresti of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Second, Heidi Lindell Glebe. Third, Elizabeth Lester Glebe. Fourth, Olivia Tong North Shore. Fifth, Kirsten Berry Lake Macquarie. Sixth, Julia Vichkovskaya from Glebe. Seventh, Yvonne Connacht from Abbotsford, and 8th, Adriana Guthrie from Abbotsford. The winning time for Nikki Lepresti, 4 minutes, 10.11 seconds. Division 2 is on the course now in the Women's Masters Single Scull with Judith Oys from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 1, Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2, Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven in lane 4, Cecile Fair from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 5, Amanda Berrand from St George in lane 6, Trudy MacDonald from Lake Macquarie in lane 7, and Janine Donovan in lane 8. So we've got a split here, haven't we, between C grade and D grade. So again, the older athletes will go and the beep, and the others will have to wait 5 seconds. So D grade is our oldest age group. So that's Cecile in lane 5, Amanda in 6, Trudy in 7, and Janine in 8. And 5 seconds later, the C grade scullers, C age category scullers will go. Judith in lane 1, Anne in 2, Daniela in 3, and Katrina Davis in 4. So a good few of these have nominated for the state quad. I have a little bit of vested interest because I'm the named coach, so I'm watching with interest.
And it does look
here.
like Trudy MacDonald has gone through the 500 metres with some clear water over Katrina Davis in 2nd place, back to Amanda, and then in 4th place Janine and Daniela in 5th, just as they've gone through the 500 metres there. Of course, just with that 5-second handicap does impact some of the first half of the race, just as some of the younger rowers with the handicap that are over on the far side try to make up the handicap that's been applied at the start. So I'm sure some of the rowers over in lanes 1, 2, 3, 4 will be looking to make up those 5 seconds now, as they're about 600 metres into the race. As mentioned, the C-grade rowers that had the 5-second handicap are just starting to chew through that handicap from the start. And it looks like the Shoalhaven rower of Katrina Davis over in lane 4 in the middle of the course is starting to challenge the Lake Macquarie Trudy MacDonald in lane 7. Just about to hit the red boys of the last 100 metres here. And it is Katrina Davis who's still putting on some big strokes as we come into the last 100 metres here, starting to lift the rating here. Don't know if Trudy McDonald's quite seen what's going on over in her right side there, maybe just focused on the lane and maybe not responded as well as she would have liked to. Some tough competition between Amanda and Trudy in lane 6 and 7, but does look like Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven, coached by Andrew Parry, will take the win in what is the Division 2 Masters Women's Single Scull. Oof. Just 0.3 of a second there on the unofficial times there, with Shoalhaven Katrina Davis doing a 4:09.5. From Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald 0.3 behind. From St George, Amanda Berend, sorry, apologies, 2.5 seconds behind. From Leichhardt, Daniela Bourget, 4.3 seconds behind. Drummoyne was from Drummoyne, Janine Donovan, and 6th place from Glebe, Cecile Ferrer, and then in 7th place also from Glebe and Skilton. I think we had a scratching in lane 1 from Judith.
Yes, I think we did too. Didn't see her at all. So recapping the results of Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Scull, a win for Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven. 2nd, Trudy McDonald, Lake Macquarie. 3rd, Amanda Berend, St George. 4th, Daniela Bourget, Leichhardt. 5th, Janine Donovan, Drummoyne. 6th, Cecile Fair, Glebe. 7th, and Skilton, Glebe. The winning time for Katrina Davis, 4 minutes 9.5 seconds. The margin 0.39 and 2.53. Race number 7, Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull, is now in progress, with Mossman Rowing Club in lane 2, represented by Edith de Boer. In lane 3, Abbotsford, represented by Catherine Naito. In lane 4, Drummoyne Rowing Club, represented by Wendy Roncolato. Those 3 scullers are D age category. In lane 5, representing Leichhardt, Carmel Taylor. In lane 6, representing Balmain, Renata Iepma. In lane 7, representing Drummoyne, Kathleen Hextall. And in lane 8, representing Drummoyne, Caroline Vernon. And they are all E age category, so they went off go, and the 3 on the far side from Mossman, Abbotsford and Drummoyne had to wait for 5 seconds. So they are off and running now, I believe, in this 1,000 metre course. Yes, they are. And so we have some real experience again in this race with Renata Iepma, Kathleen Hextall and Caroline Vernon all in the lanes closest to the grandstand. And of course they went off go, so they took an early lead. But now that we are getting towards the middle of the race, they're just coming through the 500 metre mark now. We're beginning to see what the eventual results might be, with Renata Iepma and Kathleen Hextall, as usual, battling it out together. These two are often seen in the same boat. So it's just typical, isn't it, that they would end up being drawn in the same race. So they're having a great race together, and then across to their right, so on the far side of the course, we've got Edith de Boer from Mossman, Wendy Roncolato from Drummoyne, and Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt Rowing Club having their own battle. Wendy Roncolato is coached by Robin Mackney, wife of, or partner of Kim Mackney, who we mentioned earlier, our Olympian, who coaches at Glebe Rowing Club. Robin, a real stalwart of the Iron Cove and Blackwattle Bay areas. She's coached so many people, wonderful coach. And great to see her after a little break coming back in. She also coaches Kathleen Hextall and Caroline Vernon at Drummoyne Rowing Club. So coming into the 250 metre mark, Kathleen Hextall had just got her nose in front of Renata, and now she's coming up to the 100 metre mark, and she has a very distinct lead over Renata Iepma in this 3rd division of the Women's Masters Single Scull.
Yeah, definitely pulling into a stronger lead there, getting some clear water over the last 200 metres over Renata, which is Very impressive over the 1,000 metres as well.
Indeed. So this is Kathleen, who was coaching both Julia Story, who took out the para single over 2,000 metres, and Stephanie Walker, and is one of our stalwart rowing coaches in the para scene here in New South Wales, there at Drummoyne Rowing Club. Great win for her. Kathleen Hextall taking out Women's Masters Single Division 3. Renata Ipmer will be second. Third will be Caroline Vernon from Drummoyne. And fourth, by the looks of things, will be Wendy Roncolato from Drummoyne, but there's no way that Edith de Boer is, or Boer is giving up. So a good race right through to the finish, but pushing ahead there. Wendy Roncolato will make it 3 out of the top 4 for Drummoyne Rowing Club, and she'll win by a length over Edith from Mossman Rowing Club. Then it will be Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt Rowing Club placing 6th. And 7th will be Catherine Nato from Abbotsford. Provisional time, 4 minutes 21.
Yes.
Must have been a massive headwind. So recapping the results of Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull, a win for Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne Rowing Club. Second, Renata Ipmer of Balmain. Third, Caroline Vernon of Drummoyne. Fourth, Wendy Roncolato of Drummoyne. Fifth, Edith de Boer of Mossman. 6th, Carmel Taylor of Leichhardt, and 7th, Catherine Nato of Abbotsford. Winning time, 4 minutes 21.03 seconds, the margins 5.95 and 12.90.
On the course now we do have Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. It's also a hybrid event. We have the Para Single Scull from Community Rowing Club, Stephen Lawler in there as well, in lane 9 closest to the grandstand. But over in lane 1 from St George, Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 2 from North Shore, Louise McCoach, coached by John Governert. In lane 4 from Mossman, M. Barak. In lane 4 from North Shore, Mary Walsh, coached by Samantha Callahan. In lane 5 from Glebe, we have Misha Kelly. In lane 6 from St George, Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 7 from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. And as I mentioned, with just a bit of a gap to lane 9 from Community Rowing Club, we have Stephen Lawler, who is a para single sculler.
He is indeed. He's a PR3 single sculler with a leg impairment. I think he has a prosthetic leg. And he has been rowing at Balmain Para Rowing, which is now rebranded, renamed and rehoused as Community Rowing. And he's in the side closest to the grandstand. In those distinctive blue and purple suits that they've got. We do have a second para rower in this event. Yeah. That's Mika Kelly, who raced in the 2,000 metre para single scull earlier on today. She's having a crack at masters rowing now. She's supposed to be in lane 5. I haven't actually looked to see if she is. Yep, she is. And rather than a oh yes, and we have a guide with her again, because as we said earlier, she does have a visual impairment. So one of those umpires' launches actually has the guide for her there.
Over on the far side, the 2 crews in lane 1 and 2 from St George and North Shore did have a handicap as well of 7 seconds. So they're trying to work that back over the last probably about 700 metres.
And on the pontoon right now, on the presentation pontoon, in front of the grandstand, we have the winner of the previous division of the Women's Masters Single Scull, Kathleen Hextall, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club. So no Drummoyne Rowing Club in this one, but certainly, as we said, a couple of para rowers. And by the looks of things, M. Barak, a very strong sculler, despite the 7 second... Oh, no, she went off go, didn't she? Yes. So we've got Louise McCoach from North Shore on the other side of her that, despite the 7 seconds, is making up ground rapidly in the... Obviously, the idea is that everybody finishes at the same time. It doesn't always work that way. Chris McCready in the distinctive white and red of St George Rowing Club. A great row coming from her. A very seasoned veteran of Masters Rowing and of our New South Wales State Team Quad.
Looking like Chris has got into second place there, just getting over the North Shore rower Louise McCoach. But it is in first place from Mossman in lane 3, M. Barak, with a provisional time of 4:25. And in second place in lane 6 from St George, Chris McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. And in third place in lane 2 from North Shore, Louise McCoach. tight finish there between lane 4 and 1 from North Shore and St George. And then that was crossing from in 6th place in lane 9 from Community. That was Stephen Lawler. And then just rounding out what is Division 4 of the Masters Women's Single Scull. In lane 7 from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. And then looking like in lane 5, which is Mika Kelly, as mentioned earlier, vision impaired para sculler, but rowing in the Masters race here, will cross the line in 8th place.
Yeah,
and it's a quick turnaround as well from a 2K race back to a 1K race.
Back to a 1K, so nicely warmed up for it. And as I say, every season looking better and better there. So that's our final competitor across the line. To recap Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Scull, which also contained a para single scull. We had a win for M. Barak of Mossman Rowing Club. Second, Chris McCready, St George. Third, Louise McCoach, North Shore. Fourth, Mary Walsh, North Shore. Fifth, Joanne Ward, St George. Sixth, Stephen Lawler, Community. Seventh, Catherine Maxwell, Glebe. And eighth, Mika Kelly, Glebe. The winning time for M. Barak, 4 minutes 25.68. The margins 8.19 and 2.81.
On the course with these 1,000-metre races, they turn around quickly. We have Division 5 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. This is, again, a combination of ages. Over in lanes 2, 3, 4, we have G category. They are having a handicap of 13 seconds over the rowers in lane 5, 6, 7 and 8, which are off go, which are H category. Over in lane 2 from Nepean, we have Palmina Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3 from Glebe, we have Jenny McKeown. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, we have Kerry Thorne, coached by Frank Thorne. Probably a relationship there. From Mossman, we have Anne Taylor, coached by Siren Glynn. In lane 6 from Mossman, we have Sally Maspero. In lane 7 from North Shore, we have Janet Peddleton. And in lane 8 from St George, Tony Hames, coached by Bruce Williams.
And it was Tony Hames who had taken the lead at the 500-metre mark. That's halfway through. She had 3/4 of a length over Anne Taylor of Mossman Rowing Club, who in turn had a length over Jeanette Pendleton of North Shore. Palmina Grady from Nepean, who was rowing in a 4 earlier on today. She's hopped out, got back into a single scull, and she's currently sitting in 4th place. And she has quite a commanding lead over Sally Maspero of Mossman Rowing Club, Kerry Thorne of Leichhardt, and Jenny McEwen of Glebe. So it's a 2-part race here. So we've got the top 4, which is spread out amongst the age groups. Palmina Grady over on the far side. Annie Taylor from Mossman in the middle. Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore in lane 7. And then Tony Hames in lane 8. But it looks as though Tony's actually rowing in lane 9, which is a little confusing. But anyway, in the lead so far, Tony, who is the mother of our Gen 32 coach, Hallie Chapman, was Hallie Hames when she was a junior and under 23 sculler, and clearly it runs in the family, that great sculling. Hallie learnt her craft at St George Rowing Club under a couple of great coaches there, and it's become a family affair. Oh, and Tony just having a little knock against the boys there, trying to get back into the middle of her lane. And Sally Maspero just glancing across, sees what's happened and really grasps the opportunity, puts in a push to see if she can actually get back on terms and take out this race. Palmina Grady on the far side, continuing to just do her own thing, looking long and strong. And Jeanette Pendleton just dropping behind a little there. Tony Hames is back in the middle of the lane, and she's striding out now. She looks across at Sally and says, "No, I've got this," and she takes out Division 5 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. Congratulations, Tony Hames from St George. Great race from Sally Maspero of Mossman to come second, and Palmina Grady of Nepean third. Jeanette Pendleton of North Shore fourth. And another good race coming at the back end of the race with the Glebe sculler Jenny McEwen, newly returned from Europe, having a good battle with rival Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt there. And then it's back to... Sorry, that was Annie Taylor before, who came second and had such a good battle with Tony Hames. This is Sally now, and it's actually Kerry Thorne who takes out 4th place, just ahead of Jenny in 5th, and Sally Maspero will place 6th. Good race there, Kerry and Jenny. Time for a coffee now. What's the provisional time there? Tony Haynes crossed in a time of 4 minutes 48.12. The margin over Anne Taylor of Mossman was 2.73, and then a further 2.6 back to Palmina Grady. Great racing.
Potentially a coffee or into another boat the way it's going today. We're now back to the 1,000 metres for a different style. This is the Men's Masters Pair Division 1. 2 rowers, 1 oar each. We can see the starter there, potentially maybe having some issues with the boats drifting over the start there, but I'm sure they'll do the best they can. And we do have some mixed grades here. We have C, D and E. Over in lane 1 from Leichhardt, we have Rob Kajar and David Rament. In lane 2 from Mossman, we have Timothy Worth and Andrew Hurrigan. In lane 3 from Nepean Composite, we have Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie and Jason Waddell from Nepean, coached by Daniel Waddell. We've had a scratching from Leichhardt 2 combination, looking like there's been a substitution of Rob across into the Leichhardt crew in lane 1. In lane 5 from Leichhardt 3, we have Nicholas Fletcher and Martin Emery. In lane 6 from Sydney, we have David Greenslade and Robert McNeil. In lane 7 from North Shore, we have Simon Van Ryswick and Nick Johnston, coached by Kim Rudder. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand from Sydney, we have Stuart Cowup and Mark Bidner.
Yes, so it's those last 3 crews you've mentioned are the oldest, so they went off go. It was then Nick Fletcher and Martin Emery in lane 5 from Leichhardt, who had a 5-second wait, and is it a further 9 seconds or further 4 seconds?
It's off go, so it's just a further 4 seconds.
So a further 4 seconds back to the 3 crews that you first mentioned. Interestingly, in lane 3, Jason Waddell of Nepean Rowing Club, he's gone lightweight for the first time this year, so he's gone through state and representative rowing into masters rowing. He's then gone back to lightweight and is vying for a position in the state lightweight quad for the national championships for the Open Interstate Regatta. But last year was in the quad for the Masters for New South Wales, and by appearing in this pair, I'm wondering if he's put his name forward for the 8 as well. So interesting character, very, very talented, good coach as well, and it's just really interesting seeing somebody you've known for so many years suddenly so skinny, but he's coping with it really well.
I believe there's lightweight in the Masters Championships.
Actually, I believe there is, so maybe that's what it's
in the single.
In the single, yeah. So right from the get-go, Stuart Cowap and Mark Bindner were off like a cat off a hot tin roof, and Mark sort of, I don't know, nothing would stop that man, and they're looking really steady in this pair, moving together quite nicely. But just a couple of regattas ago, it was Mark with Rob McNeil from Sydney Rowing Club that is now with David Greenslade in lane 6. Pretty good battle going on between the two of them, and as they came through the halfway mark, there was a challenge of just 0.13 of a second, Rob McNeil and David Greenslade over Stuart Cowap and Mark Bindner. Of course, this is the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, so we would expect that there's going to be a lot of cheering from the Sydney Rowing Club crowds for these two, who are having a right royal battle, and it looks as though Rob McNeil, who's the most competitive man I have ever known, is stealing a bit of a lead.
Yeah, they were just a fraction behind, as you mentioned, at the 500, but they were also just coming back on a 5-second handicap. So it's looking like they've easily worked through that 5-second handicap into the last 100 metres here, and just pulling out a lead over their fellow Sydney Rowing Club crew of Stuart Cowap and Mark Bidner as well. So
I'm going to pose then that Rob McNeil has dumped Mark in favour of somebody younger so that he can, I don't know about this.
As I said, Masters.
Horse trading.
But in first place, in lane 6, it will be the Sydney crew of David Greenslade and Rob McNeil with a provisional time of 3 minutes 40. And in second place, in lane 8, Stuart Cowup and Mark Binder crossing the line. And then back to lane 3, the Nepean Composite in third. It's looking like fourth will be in lane 1, Leichhardt 1. And then fifth will be North Shore, and sixth, the Mossman combination of Timothy Worth and Andrew Hurrigan. Sixth will be Mossman, sixth already, and seventh will be Leichhardt 3, Nicholas Fletcher and Martin Emery.
So just recapping the results of the men's masters pair, just in case it's a selection race and the selectors are listening. Division 1 was won by David Greenslade and Rob McNeil of Sydney Rowing Club. Second, Stuart Cowap and Mark Bindner of Sydney Rowing Club. Third, Sean Ryan and Jason Woodell from Nepean and Lake Macquarie. Fourth, Rob Koskar and David Raymond of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fifth, Simon Van Ryswick and Nick Johnston of North Shore. Sixth, Timothy Worth and Andrew Hurrigan of Mossman. The winning time for the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Greenslade and McNeil was 3 minutes 40.76. The margin 4.87 in the end, and a further 8.67 back to Paul Grady and Jason. So it was Paul Grady, sorry. We had a substitution there. So it was a Nepean Rowing Club crew of Paul Grady and Jason Woodell. So race 11 is, I think, underway. Yes, it is underway, and it is Division 2 of the men's masters pairs. I'm just going to check online as I'm doing this. So in lane 2, from St George Rowing Club, the E-age category crew of Steve Harrison and Christopher Jones, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 3, from Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. And they are both E-age category crews, so they've had to wait 38 seconds. In lane 4, Timothy Bland and Richard Robilliard from Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 5, from North Shore Rowing Club, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. In lane 6, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Jeff Canning, rowing with Simon Glascott. In lane 7, from Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Philip Titterton. And in lane 8, from Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick and John May. Those last 2 crews are I age category, so they went off go. And the middle 3 were F age category. They had to wait 32 seconds.
And then over on the far side, the 2 E crews had to wait 32 to then back to 38 seconds on the far side. But the 2 Mossman crews, which went off go in lanes 7 and 8, they did go through the 500 metres ahead. But as mentioned, they had a pretty hefty handicap to give them that kick start into the race. Right now, I think it's just a matter of can they hold on. The North Shore crew in lane 5 is definitely coming up through the pack from the boats that did have the handicap. And I'm sure they're trying to work back on 32 seconds, which is quite a substantial amount, over 1,000 metres.
So coming in now on the presentation dais, we have the winning crew from Division 1 of the men's masters pair, representing Sydney Rowing Club, and being presented now by Mick Rowan, team manager of the Henley Royal Regatta Tours and well-respected member of the Elders of Sydney Rowing Club, presenting the prize now to David Greenslade and Rob McNeil. Meanwhile, back on the course, John Struick and John May, just about managing to hang on in there, but the lanes look a bit dodgy on this side, don't they? There's a little bit of a breeze has lifted, and I don't know if it's blowing the pairs into the boys. But they're managing to stay ahead really well, aren't they? So John Struick and John May from Mossman Rowing Club trying to hold off Eric Luck and Chris Walsh from North Shore. And then across on the far side at the moment, Stephen Harrison and Chris Jones from St George sitting in third, being challenged by Boydie and Smithy from Lake Macquarie.
But it will be first place in lane 8, Mossman, John Struick and John May, crossing the line in a provisional time of 4:13. In second place, it will be the North Shore crew of Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. On the far side, maybe St George.
I think St George, yeah, just
over the Lake Macquarie. But that was an exciting finish between those 2 crews over there on the far side.
In fifth
position was Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. In 6th position from Mossman was John Hardy and Philip Titterton. And in lane 7 from Glebe, in 7th,
yeah, they stopped rowing, but they're across the line now. So it was Jeff Canning and Simon Glascott from Drummoyne Rowing Club. So just recapping, because I'm not sure if I got this either. First was Mossman Rowing Club's John Struick and John May. Second was Eric Luck and Chris Walsh from North Shore. A fast finish, but third was St George's Harrison and Jones. Fourth, Lake Macquarie, Boyd and Smith. Fifth, Glebe, Timothy Bland.
The Mossman, John.
The Mossman. That's where John Hardy and Phil Titterton came in fifth. Sixth, the crew from Glebe of Bland and Robiliard, and seventh, Canning and Glascott from Drummoyne. And that winning time for John Struick and John May was 4 minutes 13.82. The margins 5.24 and 5.23. Ooh, just, what was that? 0.1 of a second between St George and Lake Macquarie. Okay, so Boydie, if you're reviewing, and Smithy, if you're reviewing this video a little bit later, mate, guys, you need to put your push on a little bit earlier.
And now on the course race 12 is the para double. We have Misha Kelly back again for the third race of the day.
Good Lord, she's going to be tired.
Robert Vandel. This is a 1,000-metre para. It's mixed, is it, as well, obviously?
Yes, so para double sculls generally are mixed, and once we get to national championships and international level, there are two events. One is the PR3 mixed double scull, and the other is the PR2 mixed double scull. I often get asked, how do you know the difference between PR3, PR2 and PR1? And the way I remember it is, if you're PR1, it's because you only have one muscle group that really functions, and that's your arms. PR2 is where you have two. You can use your arms and your trunk. And PR3 is where you have three muscle groups that you can recruit: arms, trunk and legs. And this is a PR3 double scull. We can see from the vision, or if you're watching from the grandstand, that to all intents and purposes you wouldn't even know that this was a para double scull. And that is because in New South Wales rowing we really want to encourage para rowing. Probably the leading state in the terms of numbers and depth of quality, and so we really encourage, if you are a para rower or think you're a para rower, to get out there, and if you need to have an able-bodied person in the boat to do a double scull, let's do it. Just a bit of a shame that there's only one entry today. Normally there's quite a good entry. Presumably they're racing in fours or something later on. So on the pontoon now, coming in to receive their presentations, we have the crew that won Division 2 of the Men's Masters pair. And again, the presentation will be made by Mick Rowan of Sydney Rowing Club. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of Division 2 of the Men's Masters pair, representing Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick and John May.
And crossing the line here, which is the para double scull, Misha Kelly and Robert Vandel. Just a one-boat race here. Crossing the line in a provisional time of about 4:31.
So we're moving back to 2,000 metre rowing with our next race, which is due to kick off at 9:13, so a little bit of a gap now. It will be the school fourth four. This is boys' schools. There will then be the school third four, the school second four, the school first four. And then we'll move across to school girl rowing, and we'll have the schoolgirl 8. So we have 5 quite exciting races coming up starting at 9:13, so we'll bring you the line-up closer to then. So lining up now on the start is the school fourth four. In lane 2 we have Sydney Grammar, in lane 3 Shaw, in lane 4 Kings 1, in lane 5 St Ignatius Riverview, in lane 6 St Joseph's, and in lane 7 Kings 2. In the Sydney Grammar School crew we have Raymond Lee at bow, Rory Wall at 2, Dominic Wee at 3, and Pavle Hornby at stroke. Maximilian Downey Twiss is their cox. Good name. In lane 3, from Shaw School, Oliver Bettar and bow, Hamish Bergin at 2, Tom Mitchell at 3, and Nick Stacker in the stroke seat. James Gray is their cox. In the Kings 1 crew, we have Tanner Purden at bow, Will Collins at 2, Gabriel Nall at 3, and Ryan Jelinek at stroke, with Ty Watson as the cox. They're coached by Jamie McDonald. In the St Ignatius crew, in lane 5, Shay Berry at bow, Christo Blenky at 2, Jack O'Hara at 3, and Jeremy Holmes at stroke. Ryan McNulty is the cox, and the coach is Hugh Courts. In lane 6, the crew from Joey's is Cody Hartley in the bow seat, Jacob Goss at 2, Henry Howard at 3, and Nicholas Peters at stroke, with Zachary Tayar coxing. They're coached by Matt Courtney. And in lane 7, the second King's crew is Patrick Luo, James Miranda Clark, Tulloch Salmon, and Milton Jones in the stroke seat. Hugh Miller is their cox, and they are coached by Stephen Luca and James Tyree, who are my co-commentators from the school regatta last week.
They're just getting started now, getting held. It looks like a bit of rain's come into the course now as well, which is a bit disappointing. Probably keep the temperatures under control, but just another challenge.
And might dampen that wind, that little crosswind down a bit, but I've got to say, beautiful conditions, and who minds rowing in the rain? It's better than 38 degrees of heat.
Equally as wet. And we can see the crews on the screen here just lining up at the start. As mentioned, we're back to the 2,000 metre start from the previous handful of races. These crews are lucky enough to have someone holding the stern of the boat so that they're all in perfect alignment.
So last weekend, the King's School, who are there in their sky blue, pale blue, hosted or co-hosted a regatta out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, along with the Presbyterian Ladies College and Rowing New South Wales. So some of these athletes would have raced then. We had a lot of people racing because we are coming towards the end of term 1. We had a lot of people racing for the first time, which was good to see. And Kings had an awesome regatta, had some really great results. Mind you, so did St Ignatius. They were really quite impressive.
And this race is just underway now. So this is the school's fourth four, coxed four here. Most of the crews coming down with a bow coxed boat. Some of those coxes actually sitting up. There looks like a bit of a steering problem here straight away between lane 4. Kings and St Ignatius potentially there. One crew just trying to get an extra few metres in at the start there, just by seeing what the other lane's like next to them. Looking like they're back on track now, and all crews in their right lanes as they get into out of the first 100 metres of the race here.
So as I mentioned, we had King's School Regatta co-hosted the regatta last week, which did have a school fourth four, which is what we're looking at here. And last week it was the crew from St Ignatius that won. There's been one change to the crew from last week, and that is Christo Blenke coming into the 2 seat for McCaffrey last week. So I'm just wondering if McCaffrey is working his way up the crews, but Yes, he has. Angus McCaffrey. So he's in the second four this week. And Christo Blanky comes into the fourth four. So we're looking to see if St. Ignatius can win over Shaw, who came the same crew that's racing today, came second last week. And then there's been some changes in the King's One crew that placed third last week. But pretty much a similar lineup to last week. So looking to see whether the St. Ignatius crew, who won last week, will win again this week.
Yes, and as they went through the 500 metres, they are holding just a fraction of a lead over Sydney Grammar, which is over there in lane 2, back on the King's One crew, which was in third place, 5.5 seconds behind after 500 metres. It is that, as mentioned, the St. Ignatius crew that went through in first place, second place Sydney Grammar, King's One in third, Shaw in fourth, St. Joseph's in fifth, and King's 2 in sixth place. And that was just the first 500 metres. So still 1,500 metres to go in this schoolboy fourth four race.
So that's a really good improvement for Sydney Grammar. They were fifth right from the get-go last week, so they've obviously been working on their first 500, and it's paying off already. The question, of course, is whether you can then hang on to that or the whole way through the course. Certainly rowing quite nicely over there. So second last week was Shaw. Shaw sitting in fourth place at the moment, just behind King's One and Sydney Grammar. St. Ignatius leading just as they did last week.
That St. Ignatius crew having some fine form there. We can just see them on the screen or on the stream if you're at home. Pulling out into a bit of a lead, I feel, as they're coming into the 1,000 metres. Possibly maybe a boat length over the crew in from lane 3, Shaw, in second place, which will be coming up to the 1,000 metres here.
Such an interesting sport, rowing, isn't it? Because unlike field sports, especially, say, rugby league, rugby union, where everybody has a role to play but does something different, in rowing you have a role to play, but essentially everybody is trying to do exactly the same thing at exactly the same time. And it teaches you a different set of life skills, I think.
I would argue as a perpetual bowman, I can always follow.
Good man, yes. I was bow side.
Unless I'm in the single scull. Through the 1,000 metres, it was St. Ignatius with a time of 3 minutes 30. Shaw was just 5.1 seconds behind. In third place, Sydney Grammar, unfortunately, have just lost that second place with a time 6.3 seconds behind Shaw. King's One in fourth place. In fifth place was St. Joseph's through the 1,000 metres, that was. That Sydney Grammar crew, they did have just a fraction of a lead through the 500 metres, and it looks like they're just getting, as you mentioned, trying to hold on to that lead through the second 500 metres. Hopefully they can still maintain it into the second half of this race. The St. Ignatius crew still into a comfortable lead, looking very relaxed actually, the rating not too high.
Yeah, which is enabling them to, you know, you wouldn't expect necessarily that they have been rowing for a really long time, and so just able to focus on the process and on trying to do the same thing at the same time, as we mentioned before. And doing a good job. So that St. Ignatius crew here in lane 5 is Shay Berry in the bow seat, Christo Blanky in the 2 seat, new to the crew this week, Jack O'Hara at 3 and Jeremy Holmes at stroke. Ryan McNulty coxing them, and Hugh Courts must be pretty pleased with their progress so far. In the Shaw crew that's currently sitting in second position, we have Oliver Bettar, Hamish Bergen, Thomas Mitchell and Nick Stacker. James Gray coxing them, and that is exactly the same crew as last week. There's no coach mentioned, but Michael Benarius has been working with this crew. And Sydney Grammar hanging on for third still.
For third, yes, just as they went through the 1500 metres, still hang on to third. They're going to get some tough competition, I think, from what would be the Kings 1 crew in lane 4.
Well, that's okay. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they've nailed the start. They seem to be a lot better through the middle. So next week they can work on their finish. But they look to me as though they're keeping it nice and lively. So important to just step it up a bit and then to see if you can actually maintain your technique and your control when you're under pressure. So the pressure's definitely coming from Kings now. In the last 250 metres, that Kings crew of Tanner Purden, Will Collins, Gabriel Nall and Ryle Jelinek, different crew to last week. Ty Watson coxing them. And they're really challenging Sydney Grammar, and Sydney Grammar answering the call.
It also looks just as coming into the last few metres here that it's in lane 5, the St Ignatius crew have stepped it up a little bit just to work on their finish. We'll cross in first place. Second place still looking like lane 3 Shaw crew, but it is this Kings 1 crew in lane 4 that's coming back on Sydney Grammar. Sydney Grammar trying to hold on to what they had at the start, but looking like probably the Kings 1 crew will get up over Sydney Grammar, unfortunately, in 4th place. But in 2nd place over the line was Shaw. Kings 1 in 3rd, and 4th was Sydney Grammar.
What an excellent race from both Sydney Grammar and Kings, actually, 'cause being a different crew. So lovely to see how the season gets put together and people really improve. So well done, Sydney Grammar. What an improvement on last week. You'll be happy with that. And I think the Kings crew should be happy too. So looking like we're hotting up for some really good racing later on in the season. So a very gutsy row from St Joseph's there. The crew of Cody Hartley, Jacob Goss, Henry Howard and Nicholas Peters. Zach Taylor was their cox. Matt Courtney their coach. And then a new combination here from Kings of Patrick Luo, James Miranda Clark, Tulloch Salmon and Milton Jones. Hugh Miller is their cox, and they will take 6th position in our school fourth four, sorry, can't get my teeth in. Race number 13 on our programme today.
On the course, we do have underway race 14, which is the schoolboys' 3rd 4. In lane 2 from Newington, we have Nick Wadland, Anthony Brookman, Lachlan Tompkins, Edward Phillips, Stephen Leopoulos as cox, coached by Sam Bristow and Callum Latham. In lane 3 from Kings, we have Jackson Thomas, Daniel Payne, Angus Masters, Charlie Deacon, Otto Gruber, coached by Nicholas Jones. In lane 4 from St Ignatius, Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming, Walter Walker, Lachlan Horden-Smith as the cox and coached by Hugh Courts. In lane 5 from St Joseph's, Fletcher Cairns, Charles Watt, Jacobs Goss, Danny Cabell, Lachlan Moulders as cox and coached by Matthew Courtney. In lane 6 from Sydney Grammar, Matthew Kelly, Michael Sanderson, Hartley Warren, Todd Potter, coached and coxed by Marcus Shipway. And in lane 7, closest to the grandstand from Shaw, we have Piers Adele, Aidan McFarland, Jake Hubblewhite, Lewis Kingdom, and coxed by Charlie War. As they went through the 1,000 metres, it was the St Ignatius crew in lane 4 with a 6.7 seconds lead over the Kings, and then just 1.3 seconds back to St Joseph's, and then 0.4 of a second back to Shaw as they went through the 1,000 metres. Bit of a gap of 16 seconds back to Sydney Grammar in 5th place and Newington in 6th place, just 2 seconds behind the Sydney Grammar crew. Looking like we might have another race of 2 races within the one here as they're coming into the last 1,000 metres.
And just coming into the presentation pontoon now is the crew that we just saw win the school 4th 4, the crew from the King's School, the crew from St Ignatius Riverview. I think they'll jump out now and their prizes will be presented to them by Mick Rowan of Sydney Rowing Club.
So as we mentioned, we did have a very hotly contested schools regatta here last weekend, and the Shaw crew, which did go through in 2nd place through the 1,000 metres, placed second last week as well in the school third four. The St Ignatius crew was a different crew from last week.
Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our crew from St Ignatius, winners of the school fourth four, Shay Berry, Christo Blenky, Jack O'Hara, Jeremy Holmes and their cox Ryan McNulty. The crew was coached by Hugh Courts.
Back on the course, we do have, as mentioned, the third fours coming into the last, almost into the last 250 metres here. It is that St Ignatius crew in lane 4 that has held on to the lead most of the way through this race. Now just starting to ramp it up into the last 250 metres. They're not going to let the other crews make any distance back on them. It is the crew on their right-hand side from Kings that's in second place, starting to really pick it up into the last almost 200 metres here. Just wanting to get onto that first place or just get a bit more of a lead over St Joseph's, which is currently hanging on to third place in lane 5. It does look like the crew in lane 4 from St Ignatius, that's Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming, Walter Walker, and coxed by Lachlan Horton-Smith and coached by Hugh Courts. Just into a strong lead here. Oh, and we'll just maintain that lead actually now quite easily as the crew in lane 3, unfortunately, from Kings, just caught a bit of a crab in the last 200 metres here just to let St Ignatius just break away and get some clean water. But in first place, it is St Ignatius over the line, and then it will be in second lane 3 from Kings. Probably need all of them to keep rowing across to the finish, but just a close finish here. Oh, looking like lane 5 potentially, which is the St Joey's crew, just possibly in third place and sure, but did look like potentially also a little bit of a crab as they crossed the finish line there. So we'll wait for that photo finish to come through as the official result. And then back onto the course, we have the Sydney Grammar crew in lane 8 and Newington over in lane 2, just doing a nice little battle out here for the last 2 boats across the line in what is the third school fours here. Sydney Grammar there just crossing just ahead of Newington. That was a good final race there in 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, so the judges have said it's a photo finish between Joey's and Shaw, so we'll bring you the results of that as soon as we know them. But the provisional time for the St Ignatius crew was 7:04.01, and Kings came second, a margin of 5.13. The judges have made the call, and they have said that it was the St Joseph's crew that came third, and the oh, sorry, has that just jumped? Yeah, and Shaw were placed 4th. That pushed then Sydney Grammar, a good row from them. They went into 5th position and Newington crossed the line in 6th. Race 15 is on the course now. The school's second four. And this week, the crews are St Joseph's in lane 2, Kobe Ashby, Max Moore, Walker Courtney and Lachlan Foster, coxed by Jonathan Yates and coached by Tom Morgan. In lane 3, Sydney Grammar School, Samuel Williams, James Fifield, Curtis Pepper and Elliot O'Young, coxed by Ian Beera. In lane 4 from St Ignatius, Luke Bannerman, Angus McCaffrey, Maxwell Whitaker and Jack Simon, coxed by Harrison Boonis and coached by Joe Bocchiar. In lane 5 from the Shaw School, Max Gillian, Preston Scott, Adam Watson and Edward Kenny, coxed by Alex Bishop. In lane 6, Newington College, Alexander Armitage, Marcus Bergen, Noah Kinleyside and Zachary Cooper, coxed by Dylan Johnston and coached by Stuart MacDonald. And in lane 7 from the King's School Parramatta, Cameron Schultz, William Hurst, Oscar Petras and Grayson Odbert, coxed by Aidan Tran and coached by Jack Cook. Okay, we're just having a look at what's actually on your screen, and it looks as though race 16 was started just before race 15, be quite unusual, so that's the school first four. That would be St Joseph's in lane 2, Scots in lane 3, St Ignatius in lane 4, Sydney Grammar in 5, Kings in lane 6, Shaw in lane 7 and Newington in lane 8. Sorry, no, it is right. It is the school second four that's coming down now. And in lane 5, we have the crew from Shaw having a real battle with the crew from St. Ignatius. The Shaw crew of Max Gillian, Preston Scott, Adam Watson and Edward Kenny. Alex Bishop is their cox. They've managed to get, what is that, half a length lead over St. Ignatius. A really fast finish from Kings now, though. Can Kings make up the distance? Will Shaw just sit ahead? Big push from St. Ignatius. May have left that just a little too late. Massive effort from Kings. But it will be the Shaw School who will take out the school's second four. What a great race. Kings will place second, third, St. Ignatius. Some excellent rowing. Then across to the St. Joseph's crew to place fourth. The Sydney Grammar School to place fifth, and back to Newington, who, are they in the right lane? They will place sixth. They should be in lane 6. Yeah, maybe they are. Yep. So in our school fourth four, the winners were St. Ignatius, and in the school third four, also our winners, St. Ignatius. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating them as they are presented with their pots by Mick Rowan from Sydney Rowing Club, Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming, Walter Walker, and their cox Lachlan Horden-Smith. The crew is coached by Hugh Courts. Congratulations, St. Ignatius College.
Yep. And on the course now, we do have race 16, which is the school first four underway. They're well through the first half of the course. But over in lane 2 from St. Joseph's, we have Ollie Baxter, Malcolm Deegan, Nicholas Callanan, and Daniel Taylor, Flynn Bruin, coached by Tom Morgan. In lane 3 from Scots, we have Oscar Levy, Ethan Clingham, Charles Brand, Edison Lowe, Zachin Hewell, coached by Hamish Todd. In lane 4 from St. Ignatius, James Gooden, Gabrielle Turner, James Heer, Thomas Hartman, coxed by James Ree, coached by Joe Boccia. In lane 5 from Sydney Grammar, Jonathan Lugdas, Sterling Van Az, Kieran Hyun, Nicholas Johnston, coxed by Ty Abel Said. In lane 6 from Kings, we have Lachlan Jones, Peter Zagas, Todd, Ethan Zoo, Fergus Lawson as cox, coached by Jack Cook. In lane 7 from Shaw, Jack Frenerick, Rory Hall, James Collier, Jordan Elliott, Sam Warburton as cox. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, we have Stanley Martin, Harvey Carney, Hunter Elliott, Samuel Morsley, and coxed by Bowen Keegan. As those crews went through the 1,500 metres, it was St. Ignatius in first place with a 6.8 second lead over Shaw in lane 7. It was Kings in third through the 1,500 metres, 4.2 seconds back, and Newington in fourth. Scott's in 5th and St. Joseph's in 6th. It is definitely looking like a comfortable lead here to St. Ignatius' first four as they come into the last 250 metres here. Potentially some clear water over the crew from Shaw in lane 7, closer to the grandstand in those familiar white hats.
So last week it was the Shaw crew that came first, and obviously St. Ignatius came second.
So a bit of bonus training throughout the week maybe paying off here.
Indeed, and what I haven't looked at was the King's School crew. So yeah, and it was the same King's School crew which came third last week. So St. Ignatius again just turning the tables on their rivals, and this crew of James Gooden, Gabriel Turner, James Hare and Tom Hartman. James Ree their cox, Joe Boccia their coach.
Yeah, definitely got some clear water here into the last 50 metres of the race. Lane 4, St. Ignatius. Very solid win here in what is the school first schoolboy 4. Crossing the line looking very solid, almost probably 3 lengths as a first place.
But a real gutsy row coming from the Shaw School crew of Jock Fenwick, Rory Hall, James Collier, Jordan Elliott and their cox Sam Warburton. This week they'll have to place second, and lose the race but not lose the lesson, and a good row from Kings to again place third. Fourth, Newington College. Fifth, the lovely yellow of the Scots College. Sixth will be St Joseph's, and seventh, Sydney Grammar. So repeating or confirming the results of the school first four: a win for St Ignatius Riverview, second Shaw, third Kings, fourth Newington, fifth Scots, sixth St Joseph's, and seventh Sydney Grammar. The winning time for that crew from St Ignatius, 6 minutes 52.72, the margin 7:06, and the margin back to third 4.35. On the presentation dais now, we have the winners of the schoolboy second for the Shaw School, the crew of Max Gillian, Preston Scott, Adam Watson, Edward Kenny, and their cox Alex Bishop. Please congratulate the Shaw School. So we are going to move from schoolboy rowing to schoolgirl rowing. We have schoolgirl 8s on the course, race number 17. They're racing over 2,000 metres. In lane 3, the Pymble Ladies College with Lydia. Actually, let's run through who they are and then we'll say the names. So in lane 3, Pymble Ladies College second crew. In lane 4, the Armadale School. In lane 5, Queenwood School. In lane 6, the Pymble Ladies College first crew. And in lane 7, the Queenwood second crew. So Pymble, Armadale, Queenwood, Pymble, Queenwood. In the Pymble Ladies second crew, Lydia Hazelwood Lee, Andy Hodder, Harriet McLean, Macy Leahy, Lucy Miller, Olivia Kelly, Ellie Jones, and Skye Pockley. Their cox is Carolina Yemmer. They are coached by Ollie Teets, Eliza Entwistle, and Ben Booker. The Armadale School, I think this is the second or third time they've now raced a girls 8. Meg Keeley is in the bow seat, Amelia Irby at 2, Misha Milostock at 3, Jeannie Inglis at 4, Isabella Crawford at 5, Ruby Highland at 6, Jemima Thiebaud at 7, Matilda Cullen is stroking, and their cox this week is Samuel Krishnan. They are coached by Ben McDougall and Marty Inglis. The Queenwood first 8 this week is in lane 5 is Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Cuttance, Zoe James, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Imogen Gray, Alex O'Brien, and Addison Rolls, coxed by Chloe Giuretta and coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. The Pymble Ladies First 8 is Alessandra Basic, Catherine Walker, Holly Craig, Charlotte Hartin, Tilly Morgan, Mia Booth, Megan Wood, and Jessica Colbrand, coxed by Serena Lung and coached by Ali Williams and Don McLaughlin. And in lane 7, the Queenwood second crew is Millie Don't, Naomi Peace, Natasha Hughes, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Madeline Walk, Annie Sieve, and Eva Thompson, coxed by Alice Yardley this week and coached by Ella Davidson and Alan Bennett.
And it is looking like the race of the firsts versus the seconds here. Queenwood 1 was through the 1,000 metres, just over the Pymble Ladies 1. Then it was about 7 or 8 seconds back to the Queenwood 2, also leading Pymble Ladies 2, and then back to Armadale. That was through the 1,000 metres. But just coming up to the 1,500 metres now, it's still looking like it is the Queenwood crew out into the lead, holding that lead from the 1,000 metres. And it is that Queenwood crew still holding on to the lead. They're looking like they're getting almost a boat length over the Pymble Ladies 1 crew in lane 6, which is just 2 out from the grandstand in the yellow boat. And then back to Queenwood 2, and then Pymble Ladies over on the far side. And as I mentioned, Armadale just in lane 4 coming through 5th place, but still having a great race here in what is the Schoolgirls 8. Into the last 250 metres here, the Queenwood crew just starting to step up the rating here, starting to stretch their lead, not wanting to let the Pymble Ladies make any distance back on them, as they've just been holding that lead from the 1,000 metres, stepping up the rating.
So last week at the regatta on the Saturday, it was Queenwood who came second to St Catherine's and Pymble were third. And in the second 8s, the Queenwood crew took the PLC crew. No St Catherine's this week, and so Queenwood are really going for a time.
it'd be great to come through week after week and still hold the position that you had from last week's regatta as well. So it is the Queenwood crew still managing to hold on to that lead, stepping up with a bit more of clear water over the Pymble Ladies crew in lane 7. But that is Queenwood 1 in first place of the Schoolgirls 8. Second place will be Pymble Ladies 1 in lane 6. Then back to Queenwood 2 in lane 7. Having a great finish here, not wanting to let the race get away from them too much. And then over there in lane 3, we have Pymble Ladies 2, which will come out in 4th place, and then it will be Armidale in 5th place. The provisional time there for Queenwood 1 was 6 minutes 50:45. 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds as the split to second place to Pymble Ladies. 11 seconds back to Queenwood 2, and with 12-second lead over Pymble Ladies 2. Great racing from the Schoolgirls 8s there.
Yeah, so we had the IGSA Regatta on the Sunday, and in the IGSA Regatta again, St Catherine's won, Queenwood were second, and Pymble Ladies College were third. So great rivalry between those 3 schools, and the size of the programmes and the level of competition in those programmes somewhat different to the Armidale School. But I've got to say, I think there's an improvement in this Armidale School 8 even in a week. So congratulations to them. There's just no substitute for getting out there and doing a race, is there, in terms of accelerating your learning and figuring out what you need to do to make the boat go fast. So well done, the Armidale School. So good. Cannot tell you how good it is to see you in the Schoolgirl 8 out here competing. Ladies and gentlemen, we did miss congratulating St Ignatius on their win in the school first 4. The gentlemen concerned are just about to row in front of the grandstand, so let's not miss the opportunity to say well done to James Gooden, Gabriel Turner, James Hare and Tom Hartman. James Ree, their cocks. Goodness me, 3 Jameses in the one crew, and they are coached by Joe Bocchia. Congratulations, St Ignatius, winner of the school first 4.
Changing of boat class here, back still 2,000 metre racing. We have the men's open, the men's lightweight, and the men's under 23 coxless pair all in one event. In lane 1 from University of New South Wales, we have Jack Clements, Rosalind Johnston, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 2 from Sydney, Torrin Olson, Harry Crouch, coached by Donovan Check, Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Delvin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, coached by Thomas Lurick. In lane 4 from Team Vietnam, Tran Dong Nguyen and Phan Man Lin, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 5, we have a Swan River composite with Sydney University, Marcus Britt and Miles McQuillan, coached by Thomas Lurick. Those 5 boats are the open coxless pair. And then in lane 6 from UTS, as an under 23 pair, we have Alexander Wood, Torben Augemark, coached by Matthias Augemark and Tim McLaren. In lane 7, as a Sydney composite with UTS, we have Nicholas Pender from UTS and Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Donovan Check and Matthias Augemark. In lane 8, as also an under 23, we have Ryan Gibson and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias Augemark and Tim McLaren. And in lane 9, which is the lightweight men's pair, which is Nick Mathieu and Zic Bosco, coached by Elliot Shakloth Berrettini, closest to the grandstand in lane 9. So 9 pairs out there in 3 different races.
And a number of these pairs are actually preparing for national team trials. This year there is the normal senior A team going off to the World Championships, the normal senior B team going to the under 23 World Championships, and junior team going to the under 19 World Championships. But this year there is also an invitation event where the USA have invited some crews to the Windermere Cup. And some of these crews are trying out for this in a couple of weeks' time. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen and Harry Crouch, both well-credentialed international rowers at the under 23 level. They are racing against Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles from Sydney University, who are in lane 3. And at the moment it's Devlin and Lachlan who have got a lead over Torrin and Harry. We've then got the crew of, where are they? Marcus Britt and Miles McQuillan from Swan River, the composite. A new composite there with Miles having relocated to Sydney Uni to prepare for these trials. So I think they're taking it carefully in this first race together. And here a great Torben Ungermark and Alex Wood. Just having a quick look who I think are probably trialling for under 23s. They will come in second. So first, Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles from Sydney Uni. Second, from UTS, Alex Wood and Torben Ungermark. And third, from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen and Harry Crouch. Fourth, from Swan River, Miles McQuillan, visitor to Sydney Uni and rowing with Marcus Britt. Fourth, from UTS, the Lane 8 crew of Ryan Gibson and Joshua Wilson. It's good to see Ryan back racing again, having just transferred from Sydney Uni. And our visitors from Vietnam, Team Vietnam, placing 6th. 7th then will either be University of New South Wales across on the far side or UTS on the near side. Looks to me as though it will be UTS, the crew of Nick Mather and Zinc Bosco. And that would mean 7th is our crew in lane 1, and we're missing Nick Pender and Bradley Graham.
And just quickly jumping back to the medal presentation for the Schoolgirl 8, we have in first place from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Cuttenance, Zoe James, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Imogen Gray, Alexandra O'Brien, Addison Rolls, Chloe Giretta as Cox, and coached by Siren Glynn and Ray Boyle. Congratulations, girls. We have back to race 19 coming down the course, which is a similar event. It's the Women's Open, the Women's Lightweight and the Women's Under 23 pair. 4 boats in this race, but it's looking like potentially only 3 are out there on the water. In lane 3 from University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4 from Sydney, we have Lauren Graham and Lexi Nothruff, coached by Donovan Check. Those are the 2 open crews in this race. And in lane 5 from University of New South Wales, Elizabeth Raffin and Isabella Navin, coached by Chris Burns also. Under 23 crew, that is. And from Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young, also under 23. We can see here that the Sydney University crew, looking like in lane 6 of Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd in a strong lead here as they come into the last almost 300 metres here with some what is looking like almost a 40-second lead over the other crews, the open crews over on the far side. Into the last 100 metres, we do have the Sydney University combination of Zoe and Emily, coached by Alfie Young, in a really solid lead here in what is a women's under 23 pair. Looking very comfortable. For not much competition for the majority of this race, and coming across the line in a provisional time of 7 minutes 40.
So they are again a crew that's preparing for under 23 trials, so we wish them the best of luck with that. Oh. Yeah.
And then dropping back to second place here is another Sydney, is the University of New South Wales crew of Elizabeth Raffin and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns in second place. Over the last 500 metres, they've definitely pulled out into a strong second place.
And on the presentation dais right now, the crew from Sydney University Boat Club, winner of the men's open coxless pairs, what was on the programme had actually been changed. This winning crew is actually Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, coached by Tom Lorridge.
And then that was the second place, University of New South Wales, Elizabeth and Isabella, coached by Chris Burns. And then crossing in third place, also from University of New South Wales, will be Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic, coached also by Chris Burns.
So good to see that four splitting into two pairs, because you can only get better by going into small boats, can't you? So good to see them getting back out there and doing another 2,000 metre race. So just repeating, that was a win also for Sydney University Boat Club, McKellar and Shepherd, and the winning time was 7 minutes 40.98.
Back to some more underage racing here. We have the men's under 19 and the men's under 21 single scull. This Division 1 is all under 19 rowers. In lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, we have Patrick Stanley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 3 from the Armidale School, Wiley Wright, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 4 from St Augustine's, Tom McGee, coached by Judith Ulmark. In lane 5 from the Armidale School, Callan Lawrence, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 6 from St Augustine's, Cody Kearney, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 7 from the Armidale School, we have Louis Ross, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, we have Kayleen Routley, and Amos Noon. So we have three clubs with six crews, coming down the course here in what is the first division of the men's under 19 and under 21 single scull. These are all under 19 boys. Yeah, so if they were going for junior selection, they would be the right age group. So basically they are not turning 19 until after the 31st of December this year, so they'll be 18 all year. But in fact, I'm not sure that any of these are actually going for or setting their cap at national team selection, but I know a number of them are really hoping to be considered for the Youth 8 for New South Wales, or the Pathway 8. So the school's Pathway 8 is where New South Wales puts in representative crews of rowers who are at school and under the age of 18, so under 19, you've got to fit both of those criteria. And it's an event that's been going for 10 years now, I think, where an event is held, an interstate race is held at the junior trials. So the objectives are twofold. One is to create a pathway for rowers who are at school who are interested in doing representative rowing, and they might row at clubs as well, but this gives them an opportunity to then combine with other school age rowers, but it also gives them an opportunity to row in eights and to be coached by coaches from other schools and hear other voices. And then the second purpose is that they get to go to the junior trials and see how the trials are conducted, have a competition themselves, and hopefully that will wet their whistle to have a go at international rowing later on. So all of these young men, and in the next race we've been seeing their names quite a bit, and as they progress down the course, they're at about the 500 metre mark now. We'll turn our attention across to the presentation dais, where Mick Rowan from Sydney Rowing Club will present to the rowers from Sydney University Boat Club, winners of the women's open pair, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. The pair is coached by Alfie Young. Congratulations, Sydney Uni. And through the 1,500 metres for the men's under 19 single scull, it was Callan Routley from Lake Macquarie in first place. 2.5 seconds back to fellow club member Patrick Stanley, also from Lake Macquarie in lane 2. It looked like they're bookending this race here in first and second place. In third place from St Augustine's, Cody Kearney. And in fourth place, also from St Augustine's, is Tom McGee. It is looking like, though, Kaylin Routley in lane 8 is holding on to that lead coming into the last 250 metres here, but getting some good competition from his fellow clubman over on the far side. Hopefully they've had a little peek at each other to know what's going on out there as they come into the last 250 metres.
They've had a good season. They started the season by coming to the time trials, the high performance time trials, which are run on the Nepean River for people interested in state and national team selection, and they performed increasingly well in those. They've presented well at all of the regattas, and here they are now representing Lake Macquarie Club in the final of the under-19 single scull. I'm sure they're preparing for nationals as well as for trials. And as you say, Caelan Routley there, coached by Amos Noon, making great progress as he comes now in front of the grandstand. Just beside him, representing St Augustine's, Cody Kearney.
Cody definitely looking to step it up into the last 100 metres here, but it is potentially Patrick Stanley who might have got into a bit of a lead over the last few hundred metres here. No, just probably still in second place. Apologies. Caelan Routley in first place, crossing the line. Provisional time of 7:53. Second will be his fellow club member, Patrick Stanley. And in third, in lane 6 from St Augustine's, Cody Kearney, coached by Judith Ungermark. Also from St Augustine's in fourth place, from St Augustine's, Tom McGee, coached also by Judith Ungermark. Looking like in fifth place, will cross the line shortly from the Armidale School, will be Callan Lawrence.
And this is where we need the Armidale School cheer squad to get their fellow Louis Ross over the line. Gutsy row there to make it down 2,000 metres in a straight line, longer than he would normally row on the Malpass Dam there in Armidale. So well done, great showing there. Might have had a problem with his seat as well, which doesn't help. But showing some real guts there, well done. So crossing the line now, our sixth and final competitor, the Armidale School Louis Ross, coached by Marty Inglis. And next race will be the second division of the men's under-19 and 21 single scull, and in this we have both age groups. In lane 1, representing the Armidale School, Toby Inglis, coached by Marty Inglis. In lane 3, from St George, Callum Dunn, coached by Mark Featherstone. And in lane 4, from the Armidale School, Frederick Kearney, coached by Marty Inglis. They are all under the age of 19. In lane 5, under-21 sculler from Sydney University Boat Club, Oscar Baregi. In lane 6 from Sydney University Boat Club, under-21 sculler Alex Page. In lane 7 from Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. And in lane 8 from Sydney University Boat Club, Charlie Carr. All of those Sydney Uni Boat Club scullers coached by Don McLaughlin and Pete Warne, and they are all under-21s.
It is looking like the crews closer to the grandstand, which are the under-21 crews, are in the lead, which is probably as expected for this race with the split age groups. It is Oscar in first place through the 1,000 metres, and 6 seconds back to Liam from Penrith Rowing Club. Sydney University, Alexander Page in third place, and Sydney University, Charlie Carr in fourth place. That was through the 1,000 metres. But we can see them almost coming into our sights now from the grandstand as they're about to cross the 1,500 metres. Does look like Oscar's into a very strong lead, still with a few boat lengths.
Yeah, and at these university boat clubs we would expect to have strong squads of under-21s, because that's obviously the majority of the age group doing their degrees, but certainly we've got a very strong connection between the school rowing that we saw earlier today and the university rowing, and we're so lucky in Australia to have such amazing universities. I mean, just here in Sydney, and on the course already this morning, we've seen Sydney University Boat Club, the UTS University, UTS Haberfield Club, a University of New South Wales. It's really fantastic. And then across the country, the old sandstone universities of Adelaide University, Melbourne University, Sydney University, and out west, University of Queensland Boat Club, very strong indeed. So there's a real connection and pathway to go from school rowing into university rowing, and much like school, there's one bracket which is for recreation, enjoyment, exercise and social participation, and then another bracket which is highly competitive rowers. And what we're seeing here in front of us are those who are vying for under 21 selection or thinking about going on to under 23 representation aspirations, led by Oscar Baregi of Sydney University, who's in the lead now over the local sculler Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club. And then back to Alex Page sitting in third position and Charlie Carr in fourth, also from Sydney University Boat Club. I think Toby Inglis is doing a good job on the far side there from Armidale there.
They're definitely setting the tone with those hats, makes it easy to spot from a
Indeed.
distance. But it will be Oscar from Sydney University, Oscar Baregi in first place, crossing the line in a provisional time of 7:33. Second place in lane 7 from Penrith Rowing Club is Liam Taylor, with a margin there of 4.97. Alexander Page here in lane 6 from Sydney University, going to cross in third place, margin of 21.74. Also from Sydney University, Charlie Carr crossing in fourth place. Fifth place over on the far side, well done to Toby Inglis from the Armidale School.
He's our first under 19 sculler across the line, and he's just a margin of 3.79 behind Charlie Carr, so that's good.
Followed by Frederick Carney, also from the Armidale, which will go in sixth place. Seventh place was lane 3 from St George, Callum Dunn. And that's rounding out a combination race of the men's under 19, under 21 single scull. In first place, Sydney University, Oscar Baregi. In second place was Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor. In third place from Sydney University, Alexander Page. Fourth place, Sydney University, Charlie Carr. In fifth place from the Armidale School, which was the first under 19 across, was Toby Inglis. And in then sixth place, also from Armidale School, is Frederick Carney. And St George, Callum Dunn. And scratch from Sydney University was Oliver Klotz.
Division 3 of the men's under 19 and under 21 single scull is now in progress. All of the scullers in this race are in the under 21 age category. In lane 2, representing Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Edward Nutt. In lane 4, representing the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson. In lane 5, from Canberra, Alex Tomanovitz. In lane 6, representing the University of Technology, Sydney, Harry Birchmore. In lane 7, from Sydney University, William Gregory. And in lane 8, representing Tasmanian University Boat Club, currently guesting at Sydney Uni Boat Club, is Hayden Mounter.
Through the 1,000 metres, it was Edward Nutt in first, Will Gregory second, Flynn Wilkinson in third. Fourth was Hayden Mounter in fourth, and in fifth was Harry Birkmore. Sixth, Alex Tomanovich, and seventh, Matthew Rickard. Matthew and Alex are actually combining later. They're lightweight rowers in the under 21 double. Coming into the last 250 metres now, we do have in second place from Sydney University, but previous rower at Shaw from the first 8 is Edward Nutt, holding on to a strong lead in the men's under 21 single scull here.
Yeah, and Will Gregory, who's currently sitting in second position, has just moved up to Sydney University this year from Radford College.
As mentioned, some of these rowers have moved recently into Sydney or out of clubs or school rowing into these university clubs. But coming into the last 100 metres now, it is Edward Nutt over there in lane 3 who's holding a commanding lead. He has for the last 1,000 metres of this race. Coming back into lane 7, William Gregory from Sydney University, looking like he's going to hold second place, but getting definitely a strong push from Hayden Mountier from TUBC in third place. And then one of my mates, Alex Tomanovich, coming over in fourth place from Canberra Rowing Club. Lane 6 from UTS Harry.
Oh, he stopped rowing.
A little bit too early.
But yeah, you're right. He takes out that Harry Birchmore takes fifth, just ahead of University of New South Wales Flynn Wilkinson, and then our final competitor Matt Rickard from Black Mountain. Good race. Edward Nutt winning that men's under 21 single scull race in a time of 7 minutes 41.65 seconds. The margin over William Gregory 3.12, and he had 0.27 over Hayden Mounter. So that new intake at Sydney Uni looking good. Right, we have the women's under 19 and under 21 single scull event now. Division 1 is all under 19. In lane 1, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page. In lane 2, from Sydney University, Josie Armstrong. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Maeve Maloney. In lane 2, from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. In lane 5, Team Vietnam, Ho Thi Du, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 6, from Queenwood School, Addison Rolls. In lane 7, from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Searle. In lane 8, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Ciara Ortolani. And in lane 9, from Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Moran. So Lucy Searle, I'm sure she's Kinross Walleroy, or was. And Ciara Ortolani, I'll have a quick look, but I think she did very well indeed at both the PLC regatta and the IGSA regatta last weekend.
The girls have just gone through the 1,000 metres here, and it's Liesl Page who's holding on to a first place, but only just 2 seconds ahead of Lucy Searle, and in third place, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. So Sydney have done some good recruitment there as well, as mentioned, pulling in the top 3 girls in the under 19 single scull. Back then to fourth place was Team Vietnam, Ho Thi Dai. In third place, Lauren Moran. In sixth place from Sydney University, Josephine Armstrong. In seventh place from Leichhardt is Sarah Otolani. And in eighth place was also from Sydney was Maeve Maloney.
Yeah, so Sarah Ortolani as Ortolana. She placed so well last week. She came second in the schoolgirl single scull on the Saturday at the PLC Kings Rowing New South Wales Regatta, and then she placed second the next day in the single scull at the IGSA Regatta to scullers who aren't here today. So it'll be interesting to see how she does moving from the schoolgirl bracket into the under 19 bracket, where obviously you are competing against people who row at clubs. Now in New South Wales we have a system where we have 3 high performance clubs staffed with, I would say, very professional coaches and backed with service support from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University, who are well represented in this event, are both high performance clubs. And obviously we have a national team member with Team Vietnam sculler Ho Thi Du, very young at under 19, but out here for a good few weeks now training in preparation for the international season. So at the 1,000 metre mark, Liesl Page was winning. At the 500 metre mark, by the looks of things, she continues to lead over Lucy Searle from Sydney, also from Sydney Rowing Club. She now has 2.66, so virtually a length over Lucy Searle. And then it's back to our third Sydney sculler, Neve Tierney, sitting in third position. Team Vietnam currently sitting in fourth. And then we have a fourth Sydney Rowing Club sculler coming across in fifth, Lauren Moran. Josie Armstrong from Sydney University Boat Club in sixth, Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt in seventh. So just Liesl Page as she continues to progress quite neatly there across on the far side. Liesl's pretty young and is racing at some events at the under 21 age category. I believe she's still at school, and last year went across to Henley Women's Regatta and Henley Royal Regatta to get some international experience. Won the Henley Women's Regatta in the junior double with Laura Seifer, and I know she's very keen to do national team representation this year. It's certainly been good preparation for her, and by the looks of things, she may have found another junior sculler who's just as competitive in Lucy Searle.
Definitely Liesl Page over there on the far side. She is letting her name be known to any selectors or anything going on around the place by holding a strong lead, especially if she's still of school age. Looking comfortable in first place over there in lane 1, and looking like second place will be Lucy Searle in lane 7. But there's some tight racing here between lane 4 from Sydney, Neve Kearney versus Team Vietnam, Ho Ti Dai in lane 5. Looks like Team Vietnam will hold on to third place, but was first place was Liesl Page with a provisional time of 8 minutes 13. Just 0.83 behind to Lucy Searle in second place from Sydney, and in third place from Team Vietnam, Ho Ti Dai in third. In fourth place, also from Sydney Rowing Club, was Neve Kearney with a margin of 1.62. In fifth place, it's looking like it will be from lane 9, also from Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Moran, finishing in fifth.
Josephine Armstrong from Sydney University in sixth, and Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt in seventh. And then it will be across to Sydney Rowing Club's Maeve Maloney, who will take out eighth, and no showing from our Queenwood sculler, Addison Rolls, who, in fairness, had just raced the 8, so it would be pretty hard to turn around and get in a single and get back up there again. Division 2 of the women's single scull is underway, and this division is all under 21 scullers. In lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dure and Donovan Check. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Emily McHugh, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer. In lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, Lily Gavin. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe Bond. In lane 6 from the local club, Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Megan Hadfield. And in lane 8 from UTS, Sarah Fard, coached by Katie Healy.
As the girls went through the 1,000, it was Talisa Nock Driver in first place, but only 0.6 of a second behind to Zoe Bond and Sarah Fard from UTS. So some tight racing for the top 3 positions here. All girls in this race are under 21, as it was a combination race of under 19 and under 21. In fourth place through the 1,000 metres from Sydney, it was Megan Hadfield. Fifth place from Sydney University, Lily Gavin. In sixth place from Sydney University, Emily McHugh. And in seventh place from Penrith was Madison Joins. We can see here as they're crossing almost up to the 1,500 metre mark, it is still Talisa Nock Driver in first place. Probably about a length back then to Zoe Bond from Sydney University, a Sydney Rowing Club rower, over there in lane 1 is Talisa Knockdriver in first. Zoe Bond second through the 1500 metre mark, just 0.5 of a second behind, and then 4 seconds behind to Sarah Fard from UTS. These three girls were battling it out as they did go through the 1000 metres, and they're just hanging on to it, the same race, you know, competing for the first as they went through the 1500 metre mark. In fourth place through the 1500 was from Sydney Rowing Club, Megan Hadfield. In fifth place from Sydney University, Lily Gavin. And sixth place also from Sydney University was Emily McHugh. And in seventh place from Penrith was Madison Joins. But it is the same three girls battling it out over in lane 1 in the middle of the course, in lane 5, and also in lane 8, closer to the grandstand from UTS for the top 3 positions here.
Of course, we've had a couple of these athletes have represented Australia at junior level. Zoe Bond and Talise Knockdriver in the junior double scull. So great to see them out battling here. And again, we've got athletes who've just come up to university. Emily McHugh, coming up from Canberra Grammar, I think it was, to Sydney Uni. Sarah Fard, she's been very strong all season. Ploughing her way up the course now. Trying to make a dent in this lead of Zoe Bond and Talise Knockdriver.
Zoe Bond has definitely started to step up the rating into the last 100 metres here. Looks like Talisa Knockdriver had a bit of a look over her left shoulder just to see what's going on, but it could be Zoe actually coming through here for the win in the under-21 single scull here. Zoe looking like she's made up about a length over the last 500 metres to then finish with a length ahead. Zoe Bond from Sydney University in first. From Sydney Rowing Club will be Talisa Knockdriver. And in third will be from UTS, Sarah Fard. And that was a provisional time of 8 minutes and 8 seconds for Zoe in first place. Fourth place looking like it will be from Sydney Rowing Club, Megan Hadfield in lane 7. Fifth place will most likely go to Lily Gavin from Sydney University Rowing Club in lane 4. And then a bit of a tight race here from the Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins, and in lane 2, Emily McHugh from also Sydney University.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to separate that one. So those on the timing switch are saying that they think Madison from Penrith just pipped Emily McHugh to the post. We'll wait and see. And then no Laura Cypher, is that right? Yeah, no Laura. Okie dokie. So just recapping the results of the women's under-21 single scull. A win for Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club. Second, Talisa Knockdriver of Sydney Rowing Club. But the provisional times put that gap as 4 seconds. It didn't look quite that far to me. In third position, Sarah Fard from UTS. In fourth, Megan Hadfield of Sydney. In fifth, Lily Gavin of Sydney Uni. And in sixth, Madison Joins of Penrith Rowing Club. In seventh, Emily McHugh of Sydney University. So there's just one pot to be presented. So Zoe Bond, if you're not racing off to another race, we invite you to come row across to the podium to collect your winnings in the form of a fine glass pot with the lovely Sydney Rowing Club crest on it. So we're moving back to the Fast and Furious 8s now, and we have a combination of schoolboy Year 10 fourth 8s and Year 10 third 8s. In lane 1, Shaw fourth 8. In lane 2, St Ignatius fourth 8. In lane 3, King's third 8. In lane 4, Scott's third 8. In lane 5, St Joseph's third 8. In lane 6, Shaw's third 8. In lane 7, Newington's third 8. And in lane 8, St Ignatius third 8. In the Shaw fourth 8, we've got Will Tuff, Jack Holt, Tom Kearsey, Will Bailey, Rolly Smith, Lachlan Adamo, George Jane and Flynn Evansbeard, coxed by Tom Green. The Iggy's crew in lane 2, their fourth 8 is William Dawes, Rory Parker, Samuel Brooks, Simon Brown, Patrick Keeney, Dominic Flynn, William Irwin and Tom Norton, coxed by Riley Wallace. Onto the third 8s, the King's third 8 is in lane 3, Cam Gray, Tom Gavel, Jack Villa, Campbell Barrett, Isaac Comita, James Wu, Jack Gall, James Webster and their cox Max Small, coached by Paul Mummery. In lane 4, the Scots College third 8 is Thomas Trott, Philip Giardini, Oscar Tremlett, Dylan Ivanovsky, Cooper Simpson, Oliver Milling, Dean Lowe and Mark Littlemore. They are coxed by Campbell Skeffington and coached by Jack Charlesworth. In the Joey's third 8, in lane 5, we have Peter Prentice, Toby Waycaser, William Pickhall, Hamish Mulang, Matthew Reeves, Declan Alexandru, Antonio Field and Thomas Loadsman. They are coxed by Cavan Migamuge. I'd love somebody to tell me how that's really pronounced. They're coached by John Redding and James Fredrickson. And that's the James Fredrickson with a K, not the one with the C. And Shaw third 8 is in lane 6. They've got Miles Kingdom, Angus Marshall, Joshua Salis, Caelan Welch, Addison Stanberg, Tom O'Brien and Daniel Wright and Henry Sherrington, coxed by Eddie Brooks. The Newington third 8 is in lane 7. They have Owen Toogood, Angus Cirillo, Buddy Latham, Ted Goldsmith, Oliver Moore, Toby Webb, Ben Adams and Ethan Grove, coxed by Cade Slater and coached by Charlie Nicholas. And in lane 8 from St Ignatius, their third 8 of Xavier Anderson, Liam Wilkinson, Harry Kelly, Xavier Donahue, Lucas Gontarzik, Angus Nicol, Andrew Cabot, Jonas Mason and their cox Darcy Byrne, coached by Sarah Dieu, who is one of the teachers at the school, wife of Felix, who is now coaching at Sydney Rowing Club. So, as we would expect, the third 8 somewhat faster than the fourth 8s. As we're looking from the finish tower down the course, we can see them in the lanes closest to the road and the grandstand.
Looking like Shaw School in lane 6 that went through the 1,000 metres in the lead is probably hanging on to that lead as well through the third 500 metres. We can see that there. St Ignatius in lane 8 in second place through the 1,500 metres. They were also in second place through the 1,000 metres. And then back to third place is Newington.
And then in the fourth 8s rather, across on the far side, it's the St Ignatius 8 that's leading over Shaw. These
crews, some similar names that we had, I think, from the 4s earlier on today, as they're coming now, combining into their 8s. Definitely the Shaw crew in lane 6, just holding on to that lead, looking like they're trying to keep it together as they come into the last 300 metres here. St Ignatius crew closer to the grandstand, looking like they're probably in under a little bit more control here. These are the year 10, of course, 8, so probably having a couple of years maybe of experience under their belt and getting used to rowing in the 8s as their 4s, which is their primary probably event for their age group.
Oh, right, yes, I hadn't even thought about that. School rowing, a bit of a mystery to me, I must say, but such a strong showing from St Ignatius across all of the age groups and all of the boats, really. Shaw School, though, really have got their tail now up, and they're really pushing hard. So that Shaw crew is Miles Kingdom in the bow seat, Angus Marshall at 2, so we're numbering from the bow, Joshua Salis at 3, Caelan Welch at 4, Addison Stanberg at 4, Tom O'Brien at 5, Daniel Wright at 6, Henry Sherrington is stroking it, and Eddie Brooks is their cox.
Eddie's definitely cheering them on here from within the boat, holding his microphone up to his mouth there, just trying to get them to step it up, having a peek over at the St Ignatius crew, holding that length as Shaw crosses the line in first place of 6:52 as a provisional time, 3 seconds back to the St Ignatius crew. Some great racing over on the far side between the fourth 8s,
yeah.
And it's looking like it'll be Shaw just over St Ignatius of the third 8s racing there, but then in fifth place over the line was Newington. In sixth place, it's looking like it will be St Joseph's. And then in seventh place, we're going to go back to Scots College, who will then be followed by Kings as well in lane 3 for 8th place. Always good to get 8 crews, 8 8s going across the course here.
Fantastic, isn't it? Just to see how many people are rowing from the schools. What a great sport. So well done, Kings. They complete our race number 25, which was a combined race between the 4th 8s and the 3rd 8s, with the wins in the 3rd 8s going to Shaw School and the win in the 4th 8 going to Shaw School as well. St Ignatius having to settle for second in both of those this time around. In the 3rd 8s, fourth was Newington, 5th was St Joseph's, 6th was Scots and 7th was King's. And the winning time for that short 8 was 6 minutes 52.98. We have the school Year 10 second 8s on the course right now. Kings are in lane 3, 2. Shaw are in lane 3, Newington in lane 4, St Ignatius in lane 5, Scots College in lane 6 and St Joseph's in lane 7. The crew from Kings is Chase Scott, Jet Thomas, Finn Swift, Oscar Todd, Thomas Duffy, Benjamin Maslin, Rory Rengaswamy and Rory Crocker. Their cox is Oscar Hill and they're coached by Jock Steele Park. The Shaw School crew in lane 3 is Hamish Wade, Caleb Jones, Joshua Frape, William Kellett, James Bestick, Jasper Halstead, Jack Riding and Henry Faddy, coxed by Jamie Gandy. The Newington crew in lane 4 is Lockie Brownrigg, Jasper C, Nathan Perkins, Carter White, Mika Koskela, Ewan Gleeson, Oscar McConnell and Charles Fuller, coxed by Henry Lee, coached by Piac Moses. The St Ignatius crew in lane 5 is Will Petterson, Willem van Rieswick, Samuel O'Brien, George Tancred, Alexander Forlico, Darcy McPherson and Maximilian Burke. George Field is stroking, Michael Gordon is the cox and Simon Kenderes is the coach. The Scots College crew, lane 6, Alexander Reed, Toby Correnti, Juan Stamboli, Geordie Mitchell, Charlie Smart, Charlie Burke, Jock Slides and Matthew Alt Graham, coxed by Samuel Doolin and coached by Cooper Mundell. And the final crew, St Joseph's in lane 7, closest to you in the grandstand, Charlie Duncan, Byron Matheson, John Toohey, Hugh Burnett, Aston Liebler, Harvey O'Kane, Marcus Brown and Archer Crawford, coxed by Vincent Chironi and coached by Dion Batiga.
As they went through the 1,000 metres there, it's looking like Shaw's also holding onto the lead here. So that's some quite powerful rowing from Shaw, probably as expected. And then St Ignatius in second place, Scots in third place. Scots in fourth place, third was Newington, fifth was St Joseph's and sixth was King's. But as they've gone through the 1,500 metres, it is still Shaw holding on to that lead over St Ignatius, but only 0.04 ahead. So some tight racing coming into the last 500 metres here between the Shaw and St Ignatius crews. Third was Newington, fourth was Scots, fifth was King's and sixth was St Joseph's. That's through the 1,500 metre mark. But as we can see, it is definitely the Shaw crew in lane 1 and the Shaw in lane 3 and St Ignatius in lane 5 that are going to battle it out into the last 300 metres here of these 8s. The year 10 second 8s coming up into the last 250 metres. As mentioned, it was the St Ignatius crew that did go through the 1,000 and the 1,500 in second, but looking like they're really starting to step on it into the last few hundred metres to try to grab the first place offshore over there in lane 3. Looking like Shaw has responded, starting to lift up the rating there, still holding it together well into the last almost 150 metres.
Last week they won by 5 seconds over St Ignatius, but I think that St Ignatius are definitely narrowing that margin this week.
That's definitely true, but it is looking like Shaw will hold on to the lead as they're coming into the Red Boys. About 50 metres to go, but still St Ignatius doing an amazing effort here to have held with them for the whole 2Ks, but it will look like Shaw will cross Shaw in first place. St Ignatius will be second, just with a margin of 0.4 of a second there. And then
great row coming from the Scots College crew to place third. Fourth will be our Newington crew. Fifth will be King's and sixth will be St Joseph's.
That's some very close racing there. It's great to see also there was a bit of a change from the Scots crew. As you mentioned there, they were in fourth as they went through the 1,000 metres to come up to third place.
So clearly working on their finish and doing a good job. That Shaw crew taking out the schoolboy year 10 second 8 in a time of 6 minutes 32.73. That's not bad. And the margin was 0.46. A further 9.52 then back to Scots.
We can just see on the medal presentation pontoon here as well, which was the previous race, race 25, which was the schoolboys year 10, 4th and 3rd 8s. The winning crew was from Shaw, which was their 3rd 8, which was Miles Kingdom, Angus Marshall, Joshua Salas, Callan Welch, Addison Stamberg, Tom O'Brien, Daniel Wright, Henry Sterrington, and coxed by Eddie Brooks. Congratulations to the winners of the third and fourth 8, which was the third 8 from Shaw.
So on the course now we have our school Year 10 first 8s. In lane 1, St Joseph's. In lane 2, Newington. In lane 3, St Augustine's. In lane 4, the Shaw School. In lane 5, St Ignatius. In lane 6, the Scots College. In lane 7, King's School Parramatta. And in lane 8, Sydney Grammar School. The crew in lane 1 from St Joseph's is Oliver Haas, Harry Morshead, Harley Owen, Charlie Wall, Matthew Goff, Patrick Nagel, Xavier Gersoy and Max Palmisani, coxed by Noah Bellantonio and coached by Will Raven and Dion Batiga. In lane 2, the Newington College crew is Connor Mosley, Leon Titmus, Freddie Longcroft, Daniel Muir, Harrison Vitch, Toby Denton, Aidan Chandler, Zach DeHenin. Blake Dewhurst is the cox, and the coach is Marty Nicholas. In lane 3, the St Augustine's crew is Jay Taylor, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tancred, Will Pender, Josh Arundel. The cox is Henry Goldsworthy and the coach is Bjarni Ungermark. I'm just going to interrupt to congratulate the Shaw School. The crew on the presentation dais right now is their fourth 8. The crew of Will Taff, Jack Holt, Tom Kearsey, Will Bailey, Rowley Smith, Lachlan Adamo, George Lane and Flynn Evansbeard and their cox, Tom Green. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shaw School. And we're just wondering whether this next race will see Shaw School win as well. School Year 10 first 8. In lane 4, the Shaw School crew is Ollie Smith, Lachlan Paris, Charlie Armati, Ollie Harvey, Oliver Edwards, Sam Wiles, Charlie Galligan and Charlie Francis. They're coxed by Callum Zoo. St Ignatius crew is Campbell Connor, Brandon Sullivan, Jack Ward, Angus McGrath, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Thomas Johnston, Josh Delaney and their cox James Stack, coached by Ollie Smith. In lane 6, the Scots College is Jack Lampson, Archie Hughes, Monty Picolis, Lucas McGregor, Samuel Stewart, Tom Juricic, Samuel Island, Angus Wells and their cox Finley Cardno. They're coached by Ed Manton. The King's School crew is Luca Bazzina, Archie McMurtry, Charlie Robinson, Lachlan Moore, Isaac Fonua, Angus Dugan, William Farrer and Luke Fleet, coxed by Tom Seaton Cooper, coached by Rob Black and Ed Yorston, and the Sydney Grammar School crew looking good at the moment. Cohen Parker Burton, Oscar Moncrief, Carter Clifton, Richard Goldberg, Toby Berkelau, Jamie Kostka, Charlie Slack, Zachary Hyde and their cox James Stoiter. And as they come into the last 250, I welcome Michael McRae to the commentary seat.
Well, good morning, Lizzie. Thank you very much. And we've got a fantastic race shaping up here in this school Year 10 first 8. As you said, Lizzie, Sydney Grammar School are looking pretty good over here in lane 8, but I think it might be that crew in lane 3, St Augustine's with a small advantage, but don't write off Kings in lane 7. They are pressing just ahead of Sydney Grammar School on the grandstand side of things. But Newington in lane 2 finishing very strong indeed, and they are just lifting their rate of striking to put the pressure back on the St Augustine's crew over there in lane 3. Just a question of whether it's come too late. Newington lifting, St Augustine's lifting as well. Newington go up again, but I think it's just going to be too late. I think St Augustine's are going to hang on in the final couple of strokes. St Augustine's 1, Newington 2nd. Kings will take 3rd place. 4th place, Gutsy Rowe from Sydney Grammar School. 5th go to Scots. 6th place will go to the Shaw School in lane 4. Plenty of activity.
Wow, that's our school Year 10 first 8. So I think things are looking good for in a couple of years' time. How competitive.
Fantastic race and future in safe hands, you would like to think.
I think so. Look at all those guys out there rowing. So congratulations then. Just recapping, the winners of the Year 10 first 8 were St Augustine's. They had 0.48 of a second over Newington in the end. Their time was 6:24.06, so nicely faster than the previous race. And then it was only 1.15 back to the King's School and only 4.11 back to Sydney Grammar, who in turn had 1.3 over Scots College and 4.87 then back to Shaw. So some fabulous racing. Well, welcome
Absolutely.
back to the commentary seat.
I'm awake now. Just
So we'll go back to 1,000 metres, but we'll stay with 8s, and we'll move to somewhat different. We've got a mixture now of men's Masters 8s covering various different age groups. In lane 2, we have a C age category crew from Leichhardt of Martin Emery. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's just go back to the medal rostrum where the pots have just been presented to the winners of the School Year 10 Second 8, and the winners were Shaw School, Hamish Wade, Caleb Jones, Joshua Frape, Will Kennett, James Bestick, Jasper Halstead, Jack Riding and Henry Faddy, coxed by Jamie Gandy. Congratulations, the Shaw School. So, sorry, I was saying that Leichhardt, who are in a C age category 8, are racing in lane 2 on the far side. The crew is Martin Emery, Nick Fletcher, Edward Palmisano, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar, David Raymond and Charles Buzzacott. Their stroke is Thomas Newsom and the cox is Ruth Kelly. There's a D age category crew in lane 3 and in lane 4. The first is Mossman, Mark Luorn, Richard Parry, Paul Bartels, Michael Wenzel, Lachlan Evans, Jose Maria Segurola Aregui, Timothy Worth and Andrew Hurrigan. Sally Maspero is coxing them. The North Shore D crew is Declan Sally, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Chris Walsh, Kieran Shekhar, Jeffrey Beer, George Loiterton, Tom Payton, and their cox is Jane Kavanagh. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's crew is F age category with Jeffrey Raymond, Ken Ambler, Ken Rickard Bell, Carl Quitzow, Mark Bindner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil. Dhruv Kumar is the cox. There's a North Shore crew in lane 6, which is a G age category with Jeff Wannon, Peter Horton, Simon Van Uriswick, Stefan Kerr, Eric Luck, Alasdair Smith, Michael Tyler and Jeffrey Flankin, coxed by Jennifer Pollock. A composite between Abbotsford and Glebe, who are H age category in lane 7. Rob Kelsall, Neil McCormack, Russell Smith, Charles McCaskill, Terry Barella, Timothy Bland, Joseph Zammit and Michael Hayes, coxed by Judith MacDonald. And a composite between the Ancient Mariners, basically, in lane 8. They are K age category these days. The crew today is Neville Menzies, aged 87, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club in the bow. Nick Dorsch, aged 82, from Leichhardt at 2. Alan Atkins, aged 82, from Endeavour at 3. Ian Toll, aged 82, from St George at 4. David Kay, aged 81, from North Shore at 5. John Simpson, aged 84, from Canberra at 6. Graham Wern, aged 80, from Drummoyne at 7, and in the stroke seat, John James, aged 86, from North Shore Rowing Club, and Jackie Marks, as ever, is coxing them. So they will start off first, and then there is a massive 40 seconds before Abbotsford could start, another 9 seconds before North Shore can start, another 6 seconds before Sydney starts, then another, 9 seconds before North Shore and Mossman go, and a further 4 seconds before Leichhardt. So 68 seconds in total.
Well, fantastic. And I always enjoy the handicapped Masters racing because it is a game of cat and mouse out there.
So Tom earlier was saying when you're making up these crews, it's like horse trading.
Yes.
To get the ages right.
So let's just see if that North Shore crew in lane 8, that the Ancient Mariners, as you say, Lizzie, regular regularly seen out of the Iron Cove training out of Drummoyne Rowing Club, but they will start off go, and yeah, as you say, 40 seconds to stretch out an advantage over the rest of the field.
So whilst those Masters crews are getting onto the start line, we'll move to the presentation to the winners of the school Year 10 First 8, where the winners were St Augustine's College. Presentations are being made by Mick Rowan. And if we start with the bow seat on the left, the crew from St Augustine's was Jay Taylor, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tancred, William Pender, Josh Arundel, and their cox, Henry Goldsworthy. The crew was coached by Bjarni Ungermark. Ladies and gentlemen, St Augustine's.
And Liz, we've got to start in race 28, the men's Masters 8, and it's coming down towards the 1500, well, the halfway mark of the race, I should say. And as you look down the course from the grandstand, it is that crew, unexpectedly, the North Shore Composite crew in lane 8. They've just, they've been, I think all of the crews are now underway, but as we've just been discussing, that North Shore crew enjoyed a 40-second handicap start, so they are well and truly in the lead at this stage. But I think that other crew from North Shore in lane 6 was, we just saw on screen earlier, really looking strong in the middle of the field. So let's just see what happens. It'll come, hopefully, of course, the principle with the handicaps is that all the crews will finish perfectly across the line in unison. So that North Shore Composite in lane 8 coming through the 500 metre mark on screen now. And as you can see, a flattering margin to make up. I think that is North Shore in lane 6 and also Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5. So those are the two next closest competitors. 24 seconds. So, yeah, a fair margin made up already, Lizzie. And, of course, that crew started 55 seconds behind North Shore.
Yeah, and just looking, as you would expect, it's the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, so Sydney Rowing Club rolling out their Masters royalty there with the crew of Jeff Raymond, Ken Ambler, Ken Rickard Bell, Carl Quitzow, Mark Bindner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, Rob McNeil and Dhruv Kumar doing the coxing, looking very strong in the middle there, like a steam train ploughing down the course. I'm sure they want one of these lovely glass tankards that are on offer. But I am equally sure that the Ancient Mariners are going to hold them off as long as they possibly can. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, looking absolutely like a steam train in the middle there are that Sydney Rowing Club crew in that yellow boat with the sky blue zooties on. Mossman Rowing Club looking pretty strong as well over there in lane 3. And they've pushed back through the North Shore crew in lane 6, I should say. Yeah, they have a slightly higher rate of striking, and I think Sydney Rowing Club really need to sit up and attack this last 100 metres if they want to overtake the Ancient Mariners and hang on for the win. They're just coming through the Ancient Mariners now. I'm sure Jackie Marks really exhorting her crew to greater effort. Yeah, they definitely have a lead now, moving nicely. They've keeping a close eye on Mossman Rowing Club, so it will be Sydney Rowing Club who will take out the Men's Masters 8 here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. Second place we go to Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3,
Third place will be claimed by Leichhardt. The Ancient Mariners will have to settle for fourth. Fifth place will go to North Shore in lane 6th. And sixth place to North Shore 1 in lane 4. And to round out this field, Abbotsford Composite in lane 7.
Another great race. Just recapping then, Men's Masters 8, win for Sydney Rowing Club, second Mossman, third Leichhardt, fourth North Shore Composite, Ancient Mariners, fifth North Shore, sixth North Shore, seventh Abbotsford Composite. So we would invite the Sydney Rowing Club crew to wheel across to the pontoon so that Mick Rowan can present them with their beautiful tankards. And also the trophy celebrating 150 years of Sydney Rowing Club.
So while we wait for the winners of the Men's Masters 8 to come across to the medal presentation area, we'll have a start in race 29, which is the first division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull. So in lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Sarah Jones, Emma Bassett, Elizabeth Dorian and Julia Viskoskaya. That's an A-grade crew. In lane 3, also representing Glebe, this is a B-grade crew, Belindy Rowe, Soraya McKay, Colleen, Hailey Lindahl and Elizabeth Lester. In lane 4 from Mossman, it's a Mossman composite crew, Sarah Hill, M. Barrack, Trudy McDonald and Carissa Kleiman. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club is Jennifer Zonga, Judith Eyes, Nikki Lepresti and Daniela Borgert. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Kirsten Lilliquist, Julianne Brighton, Karen Turcato and Kim Small. And finally in lane 7 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Catherine Head, Fuong Athar, Chanel Stokes and Lisa Molyneux, coached by Kerry Thorne.
So in the in this crew in the middle here, we have pretty much the New South Wales Masters representative crew for the Interstate Regatta at the Masters Championships last year, with Sarah Hill, M. Barrack, Trudy McDonald and Carissa Kleiman. And the interstate competition at Masters levels requires an average age of 50. So we were just saying a little bit earlier, that's quite difficult when you've got great scullers of a young age. You can't have them all in the one crew, so hence the reference to horse trading. And this crew going well now, but being challenged by the passionate crew from Leichhardt Rowing Club, slightly younger, with an average age that makes them the C age category, the Jennifer Zongo, Judith Oyes, Nikki Lepresti and Daniela Borger crew, coached by Steve Sherry, some of those who have also been representatives of New South Wales in the past.
And that Leichhardt crew looking really strong indeed. It's stroked, of course, by Daniela Borgert, a fantastic Masters athlete. Sarah Hill stroking the other, that Mossman crew. And that, I think we're in for a bit of ding-dong racing in the final 250 metres. But Lizzie, I think that Leichhardt crew has even overtaken the Mossman crew at this stage.
Yep, certainly looks like that to me. So slightly younger, so they had a deficit to make up. They had to wait 4 seconds before they could go. And they've certainly converted that 4 seconds. So finishing very strongly indeed. And in fact, I would say they're starting to draw away now. They're stepping up nicely into the last stages of the race. Very neat sculling from both crews.
Yeah, so really strong lift in the final 100 metres. Leichhardt Rowing Club just confirming their victory in lane 5. So win for them. Second place will go to Mossman Composite in lane 4. Third place will go to Glebe in lane 3. That's the Glebe B crew. I think the Glebe A crew in lane 2 will seize 4th place, followed through by Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, who claim 5th place. And finally we'll have in the next, or coming through the final 100 metres now, is Leichhardt 4 in lane 7.
And that Leichhardt crew taking out Division 1 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull in a provisional time of 3 minutes 40.67. Back then to the Mossman Lake Macquarie Composite, a margin of 2.52. Moving back to third position, that was the Glebe Rowing Club crew, stroked by Elizabeth Lester. The margin was 4.27. And on our presentation dais now, Mick Rowan is presenting the trophies to Sydney Rowing Club Men's Masters 8. Jeffrey Raymond, Ken Ambler, Ken Rickard-Bell, Carl Quitzow, Mark Bindner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, Rob McNeil and their cock Struv Kumar.
So turning our attention back now to the competition lake, the second division of the Women's Masters Quad Scull is underway in race 30. So in lane 1, representing North Shore Rowing Club, it's this is a race comprising D and E grade crews. So off the first 4 crews have a handicap of 4 seconds, and the remaining 5 crews are off go. So in lane 1 from North Shore Rowing Club, Vicky Grundy, Mary McCulley, Emma Nicholas and Elizabeth Buzo, coached by John James. In lane 2 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart, Janine Donovan and Marcella Cox. In lane 3 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Yvonne Konchek, Lillian Hayes, Catherine Naito and Adriana Guthrie. In lane 4 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, and these are the crews that have gone off go, Sky Smith, Yasmin Finnegan, Esther Tucker and Colleen Chapman. In lane 5 it's a Drummoyne composite boat, Kathleen Haxtell, Renata Itmar, Jenny Wilson and Wendy Roncolato. In lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Catherine Maxwell, Mika Kelly, Jenny McKeon and Anne Skilton. In lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club also, Katrina Shanahan, Anne Potter, Bridget Austin and Julie Lau. And finally in lane 8 from North Shore Rowing Club, Penny Morris, Julie Boehm, Joe Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker, coached by David Kay.
And at the halfway mark, it was that composite. Again, experienced and interstate level rowers, Kathleen Hextall, Renata Ipmer, Jenny Wilson and Wendy Roncolato, who were in the lead. Now, they had gone off go, but they had managed to take a lead by halfway over other crews that had gone off go. So progressing pretty well.
Yeah, that's right, Lizzie. Kath Hextall, multiple, I suppose, New South Wales interstate masters competitor. So they were always going to be tough competition for the other multitude of Drummoyne Rowing Club crews that entered into this race.
Sitting in second position behind them right now are the younger age group crew from Drummoyne Rowing Club, the D age group, who had to wait for 4 seconds. They're across on that far side with the distinctive yellow blades of Drummoyne Rowing Club, and then sitting in third, another Drummoyne Rowing Club, although I think they might have been, oh yeah, they're in the middle of the course, the Sky Smith crew in lane 4. And then we have another Drummoyne Rowing Club crew in lane 7, but they're having a good battle with the crew from North Shore of Penny Morris, Julie Boehm, Joe Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker, coached by David Kay. But there's no doubt about the winners, and there's only one winner at this regatta, so only one trophy, at this regatta, one pot to be claimed, and that's going to be claimed by Kath Hextall at stroke, Renata Ipmer at 3, Jenny Wilson from Mossman at 2, and Wendy Roncolato in the bow seat.
Yeah, looking really strong as they come across the line under no pressure whatsoever. It's a win for the Drummoyne Composite crew in lane 5. Second place will go to, as you said, Lizzie, that younger crew from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Panagopoulos, Stewart, Donovan and Cox. Third place will be a bit closer, but I think it'll be the Drummoyne E-grade crew in lane 4, followed by North Shore in lane 8. Oh geez, fifth is going to be really close, but I think Drummoyne in lane 7 will claim it, just very narrowly ahead of North Shore in lane 1. And a Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6.
I've got to say, this is Mika Kelly's umpteenth race, so she's done all the para races and she's done a double. So here she is now in a quad, and then 7th Abbotsford. I think Mika's going for her own trophy at this event. So just recapping then, Division 2 was won by the Drummoyne Mossman Balmain Composite in a time of 3 minutes 49.28. The margin back to second place Des Moines Rowing Club was 9.51, and there was a further 6.43 back to the Des Moines Rowing Club in lane 4. Sitting in fourth, North Shore, the crew stroked by Rhonda Decker. Fifth was the Des Moines crew stroked by Julie Lau. Sixth was North Shore, seventh was Glebe. And we have Division 3 on the start line now, with North Shore in lane 10, F age category, Catherine Sainty in the bow seat, Wendy Zammit at 2, Julie Wass at 3, and Karen Sammett at stroke. They're coached by Samantha Callahan. And also an F age category crew in lane 3 from St George, with Amanda Berrand in the bow seat, Joanne Ward at 2, Tony Hames at 3, and Chris McCready at stroke, coached by Bruce Williams. And a third F age category crew from Leichhardt this time in lane 4, with Anne Foley in the bow seat, Jane Millage at 2, Catherine Gleeson at 3, and Kathy Usick in the stroke seat, coached by Steve Sherry. We have 2 G age categories G age crews. North Shore in lane 5 with Mary Walsh, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Janet Pendleton, coached by Kim Rudder. Mossman in lane 6 with Tiffany Hutchinson, Annie Taylor, Margaret Small and Liz Burrows. And our final crew, the older crew, is H age categories. They're from Leichhardt, and it's Lynette Werry in the bow seat, Kerry Thorne at 2, Erica Addis at 3 and Marilyn Ramage at stroke, coached by Frank Thorne.
Thank you, Lizzie. I just ran into Frank Thorne up in the canteen area and had a good old chinwag with him. He used to coach me back in my Leichhardt Rowing Club days.
I hope he was getting some sustenance for Kerry after she had a hard race in the single earlier on, but
Absolutely.
I see she's in this quad.
She is, and she is a fierce competitor in this Masters category, and so keep an eye on that Leichhardt Rowing Club crew in lane 7. But we're underway in this race 31, and just turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the big screens, because there's some fantastic footage that we're starting to get on our live streams at these regattas at Cirque from the perspective of the BRO launch, which is a really great feature, just to get up nice, close and personal to the action.
And in addition to lovely footage of the rowing and some fierce racing going on there now, they're just coming through the first 250 metres and it's pretty level. We'll turn our attention to the presentation dais, where Mick Rowan will present to the winners of the Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 2. This was a win for Des Moines Mossman Balmain Composite. So in the Wendy Roncolato from Des Moines Rowing Club, Jenny Wilson from Mossman Rowing Club, Renata Ipma from Balmain Rowing Club, and Kathleen Hextall from Des Moines Rowing Club. Congratulations to our winners in Division 2 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull.
And Lizzie, race 31, steaming down towards the finish line, but just some fantastic footage we are seeing of that Leichhardt Rowing Club crew in lane 4, Anna Foley, Jane Millage, Catherine Gleeson and Kathy Usage from the BRO launch. So they've just got a couple lengths back are that crew. It's lane 5, North Shore. Oh, I'm going to eat my own words. I think it's lane 3, St George in the lead, who've just extended probably half a boat length over North Shore, who commanded the lead a little bit earlier on in the race. That's the crew of Amanda Berent, Joanne Ward, Tony Hames and Christine McCready.
Looks as though it looks to me as though Tony might be in the stroke seat there, but certainly Chris McCready, Tony Hames, Amanda Berend all had fantastic races in their single scull. Just having a no, Chris McCready in the stroke seat. I think Tony at 2. Congratulations, St George, taking out Division 3 of the Women's Masters quad scull.
Yeah, North Shore claims second position, followed through by Mossman in lane 6, who have to settle for third. North Shore in lane 2 claim 4th, followed by Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4, who take 5th place. And then finally, Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 7 take 6th. That's Wary, Thorn, Addis and Ramage in that boat.
Oh, we move straight on to the next race and we're back to School 8s. So back with the boys rowing again, but we've gone up from year 10 to the upper age levels of the school. In this School Third 8, race number 32 on our programme, we've got St Ignatius 1 in lane 3, St Ignatius 2 in lane 4, St Joseph's 2 in lane 5, St Ignatius 3 in lane 6, and St Joseph's first crew in lane 7. The Iggy's first crew is Alistair Brown, Jack McConnell, Oscar Pidcock and Judah White, Riley Burgess, Luca Laspina, Max Barnes and Thomas Harrop, with Will Brasington coxing them, and they're coached by David Hogan. The Iggy's second crew is Hudson Alexander, Hugh Kennedy, Arthur Webb, Lachlan Thomas, William Mathy, Hugo Wrightson, Patrick Maguire and Thomas Shell. Their cox is Aladdin de la Cherrière and their coach is George Davis. The St Joseph's second crew is Max Livingston, Thomas Ryan, Lachlan Bell, Nikolai Nevitt, Thomas Hannon, Lachlan James, James Wan and Oscar Kochansky, coxed by Cody Barnes and coached by Henry Ryan. The St Ignatius third crew in lane 6 is Christian Camus, Matthew Bigg, William Patterson, Patrick Ryan, Darcy Hallam, Tana McCleary, Robert Boyd, Samuel Polich. James Munro is their cox and their coach is Ned O'Rourke. And making up our field, St Joseph's first crew is in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. That's the crew of Oliver Ferrara, Massimiliano Sciacitano, Fergus O'Callaghan, Jack Jammy, Jimmy Ford, Timothy Jansowitz, Jaden Gambrill and Jasper Smeaton, coxed by Natawi Chow and coached by Ken McRae. Seems to be a bit of a pattern happening here, I think, Michael, with St Ignatius leading out in quite a few of these school races. So at the moment in the lead is the crew from lane 3, which is the St Ignatius first crew of this school third 8 division.
That's right, Lizzie, and St Joseph's 1 crew in lane 7 were in second place, so the extremities of the course leading at this stage. But it was a 5-second deficit. Or a 5-second advantage, or rather, enjoyed by the Iggy's 1 crew over St Joseph's 1. And of course, this is the school third 8.
So it just shows amazing strength in depth,
Yeah,
I guess, then to have
enormous
3
depth
8s and 2 8s in the first from St Joseph's. So yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, just if you've lost your dog, and your dog is a lovely golden Labrador Retriever cross, he's waiting at the bow numbers shed for you. So if anybody's lost their lovely golden lab, he's waiting at the bow numbers shed for you, which is boat bay number 1. So that's as you walk down towards where all the boats are. It's a line of boat sheds there. Just keep walking to the furthest one. And as this race continues, they've gone through the halfway mark, and the St. Ignatius first crew continues to lead over the St. Joseph's first crew. St. Ignatius now have 8 seconds lead. And then it is back to the St. Ignatius second crew, the St. Joseph second crew, and the St. Ignatius third crew. So at least everybody's in the order in which they should be, in which they have been named.
Well, that's the beauty of these school races, Lizzie. You kind of can just, the crews get ranked, and that's the way it is. And so, yeah, but St. Ignatius over there in lane 3 looking really strong indeed. And as we've just discussed, it is a program that's gone from strength to strength over the past couple of years under the stewardship of none other than Dan Noonan, who is an experienced international athlete and a Rowing New South Wales stalwart. And this crew in particular, coached by David Hogan, I suppose, one of many eights over there, one of the many senior eights over there at the Riverview Boat Shed on the Lane Cove. And so they're going to take out, with a nicer lift towards the end, this school third 8 race. Fantastic training ahead of the river for them in a couple of weeks' time, back here at the Regatta Centre. Second place will go to St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's 1, I should say. That's Ferrara, Chiatano, O'Callaghan, Jarney, Ford, Jankowitz, Gambrel and Smeaton. A really spread out race is this one. So lane 4, St. Ignatius 2. They take 3rd place. 4th place is going to go to St. Joseph's 2 in lane 5. And finally, to make up the field in lane Newington crew in lane 6 looking strong as well. They're going head to head with Joey's over here in lane 7. But I think Ignatius have done enough to ward off that late assault from the King's School. They're going to take out the second 8 race. Fantastic row. Be a win for St. Ignatius in lane 4. Second place will go to Kings, and third place is going to be really tight indeed. I think it'll go to Newington just by a very small margin. Oh gee, Joey's and Shaw just battling it out for 5th as well. I'll wait for the judges on that one. And then finally, Scots College in lane 8. And we've got, we've still got Sydney Grammar to come yet. Just a little bit off the pace in this race in lane 5. Core blimey, can exhale now.
Thank goodness for people pressing buttons, because I found that really hard. So the school second 8, we have our final competitors, Sydney Grammar School, coming towards the line now. And we can just run through the results, which was in the second 8, as in the third 8, it was a win for St. Ignatius. Second, the King's School Parramatta. Third, Newington College. Fourth, St. Joseph's. Fifth, Shaw. Sixth, the Scots College, and 7th, Sydney Grammar School.
Fantastic. So we're going to turn our attention back to the competition lake for one of the big races of today's program. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the school first 8. Of course, these crews will be lining up in just a couple of short weeks for the head of the river. But I think just before we'll turn to the first 8 race, we'll go to the presentation of medals, Lizzie.
Let's do that for the school third 8, otherwise we'll never be able to acknowledge their success. The school third 8, ladies and gentlemen, was won by St. Ignatius College. And they are being presented with their pots by Mick Rowan, medals by Mick Rowan, from Sydney Rowing Club. The crew is Alistair Brown, Jack McConnell, Oscar Pidcock, Judah White, Riley Burgess, Luca Laspina, Max Barnes, Thomas Harrop, and their cox Will Brasington. The crew was coached by David Hogan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the school third eight from St. Ignatius.
Thank you, Lizzie. So race 34, the school first 8 races bearing down upon us, ladies and gentlemen. This race is being followed by a veritable peloton on the close on the grandstand side of the course. We won't run through the names of the crews at this stage just because we're very nearly in the down to the business end of the race. Just quickly, in lane 2 is Shaw, lane 3 is Scots, lane 4 St. Ignatius Riverview, lane 5 is Kings, lane 6 Sydney Grammar, lane 7 St. Joseph's, and lane 8 Newington. And through the 1,000 metre mark, Lizzie, it was a very, very impressive crew from St. Ignatius College Riverview, coached by Matthew Curtin, with a small advantage, and I think they might have even extended that advantage coming through the 1,500 metres now. They've got probably a boat length on the rest of the field, Lizzie.
Yeah, fast and furious, isn't it, this first state rating? But they were very impressive last week, and they continue to impress that crew. A great race going on between Newington and St. Joseph's here on the grandstand side of the course, though. Then it drops back to Sydney Grammar, but that race between Newington and St. Joseph's really hotting up, with Newington looking as though they're just getting the better of them. And then across on the far side, we've got a Shaw crew on the far lane, the Scots College next to them, and they too are having their own private race. And then it's back to the St. Ignatius crew, looking very confident now, really stretching out, reaching out, looking long, looking loose, looking very determined, and managing to get clear water now on the crew from Kings.
And of course, another kind of private race, as you say, Lizzie, between Newington and Joey's over this close side of the course, but there can be no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. St. Ignatius College Riverview in the ascendancy, and it is going their way at this stage, and as it has gone throughout this season. St. Ignatius College Riverview looking very strong indeed in the final 100 metres. Just a very leisurely rate of striking. They are not under any kind of pressure from their competitors in the final 100 metres. Riverview looking very strong, and they're going to take out the school first 8 race in that distinctive yellow boat. So it's a win for St. Ignatius College Riverview. Second is going to be close. I think it'll go the way of Scots in lane 3. Third place will be close. I think it'll be Kings. And then I didn't catch it after that. I think it was...
I think a photo finish between Shaw across there in lane 2 and Newington in lane 8. So across on the 2 far sides. And then it was back to St. Joseph's. A great race from them. 4, 5. So St. Joseph's then will have placed 6. And then crossing the finish line now, Sydney Grammar School. So we'll need to wait for the results of that photo finish, but a win for St. Ignatius in a time just slightly slower than last week. 5:58.63 this week. Last week was 5:53. And Scots College moving into second position to much better than they last week when they were 6th. So they'll be really happy with that. And pushing Kings from 2nd last week into 3rd this week.
And we might move just quickly, Lizzie, before we do anything else, to the presentation of medals, or trophies, or cups, I should say, for the school second 8.
And the winners in the school second 8 were St. Ignatius, Willie Ryan, Harrison Loiterton, Angus McKinnon, Leo Egerton Warburton, Phoenix Graham, Thomas Hartman, Sebastian Zuckerman, Connor Egger, and their cox Edward Thorpe. The crew was coached by Gareth Deacon. Ladies and gentlemen, the school second 8 winners, St. Ignatius. we're slowing the pace down a little here. We're staying with 2,000 metre racing, but we're moving to single sculls, men's single sculls, and in this first division, a combination of lightweight and open. In the lightweight division, lane 2, UTS, Nick Mather, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertonetti. In lane 3, Nepean Rowing Club, Jason Woodell, coached by Daniel Woodell. In lane 4, UTS Haberfield, Zinc Bosco, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertonetti. In the open division, in lane 5, UTS Haberfield, Marcus Delamata. In lane 6, from the University of New South Wales, Frederick Leroyd, coached by Cameron Butler. And in lane 7, from UTS, Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Elliot's a bit busy there. Got all of his athletes racing against each other.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Nick Mather, Jason Woodell and Zinc Bosco, all lightweight athletes in this race. We saw Zinc Bosco a couple of weeks ago claim, I think it was bronze medal in the under-21 lightweight race at state championship. So that's a young man who's gone from strength to strength. And in the open category, of course, none other than Marcus Delamata in lane 5, who is, of course,
what would we call him? A podium athlete in coastal rowing, representing Australia.
So the Australian representative, and of course a very fierce competitor in the single scull in flat water as well. And just turning your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the big screen. Lane 4, Zinc Bosco on your screen in that distinctive red boat. Zinc is a young man who's come down from Newcastle to study and train at UTS. So keep an eye on him. He's going really well.
And it is amazing, isn't it? It's just, we were looking at the open weight under 21 and under 19 scullers earlier on, and commenting on, you know, just the pathway from school to university and how lucky we are to have such strong universities in rowing. With Sydney University, UTS and University of New South Wales really prominent today, and we even had Hayden Mounter from Tasmania University here as well, although I believe he's moving to study at Sydney University. So in these next few races we will have lightweight and open in this race, but we've got a couple of races coming up with under 23 men's single scullers. We'll move back to the presentation stage now. A fantastic race, a fantastic result for the second week in a row for our winners of the school first 8, St Ignatius. The tankards are being presented by Mick Rowan from Sydney Rowing Club, Jack Macken. And I do apologise, they're not being presented by Mick with the normal glass tankards. They are receiving special trophies celebrating the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. So the crew was Jack Macken, Edward Kelly, Ambrose Hennessy, Jack Power, Flynn English, Luca Milozzi, James O'Meara and Mac Collins, and the crew was coxed by Henry Burton, coached by Matthew Curtin.
We've just had a finish, Lizzie, in the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull races, which is race 35. It was a win for Marcus Delamata from UTS Haberfield, followed by his fellow clubmate Mitch Blackmore-Cram in second place. Third place, it looks as though it's going to go the way of Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 3. Nick Mather over there in lane 2, also of UTS Haberfield, was going to claim fourth place. He's a very pleasant young man, Nick Mather, previously of the Shaw School. Zinc Bosco of UTS Haberfield, of course, claiming fifth place. And finally, University of New South Wales, Frederick Leroyd, just to finalise the field, coming over the line in a couple of short strokes.
Race number 36 is now in progress. This is Division 2 of the men's single scull, and all of these scullers are under 23. Many of them have been invited to trials for the national team or are in contention for places on the state team. In lane 2, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Tom Anderson. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Sam Bristow. In lane 4, representing UTS Haberfield, Henry Blackwell. In lane 5, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs. In lane 6, representing Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Patrick Stanley. In lane 7, from UTS, Mitch Kaponis. And in lane 8, from UTS, Harry Curtin. Harry Curtin, who was lightweight but is now racing heavyweight.
Yes, that's the case. Harry Curtin, of course, a very, very talented young athlete, and I think he might even be, well, I think he might be running second or third at the moment in this race, but he's a very talented young man. Of course, I had the pleasure of competing with him in 2022. He was in the Penrith Cup, where we ran second down in Lake Ngambie, but of course has decided this year to try his hand at heavyweight rowing. And he's, at this stage of the race, he's in second place behind Henry Blackwell, also of UTS Haberfield Boat Club. And Henry has had a fantastic season, and he's really come out of his shell and is really taking it to the rest of the competition in this under 23 age category. Tom Anderson running third at this stage, followed by Mitchell Kaponis, also from UTS. Sam Bristow from Sydney University Boat Club in fifth, followed by Hugo Hobbs and Patrick Stanley from Lake Macquarie. So coming into the final 250 metres of this race, I think it'll still be Henry Blackwell from UTS Haberfield out in the lead. He's got a small advantage over Harry Curtin on this side of the course in lane 8, and don't write that young man off yet because he's got an engine and a half on him. I think Tom Anderson from Sydney University in lane 2 pushing up as well, and he's a very talented athlete as well, and with a strong history of a competition in single sculling. So he'll be pushing to snatch that silver medal position off of Curtin in lane 8. But Henry Blackwell at this stage still in the lead, and he's being pushed really hard by Curtin on this close side of the course. And looks as though it'll be those two clubmates really battling it out for that pole position. But I'm just not quite sure it'll be enough for Curtin on this side. Blackwell over in lane 4 is going to take out this second division of the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull. So it's a win for Blackwell of UTS Haberfield, followed by Curtin, also of UTS Haberfield. In second place, Tom Anderson of Sydney University Boat Club in third place. Mitchell Kaponis from UTS Haberfield in fourth place. Fifth place is going to go the way of Bristow of Sydney Uni Boat Club. Sixth goes to Hugo Hobbs, also of Sydney Uni. And to round out this race, Patrick Stanley from Lake Macquarie.
Who's racing well above his age group to
Yes.
race under 23s, but I guess good to see what the gap is. Yeah, so good on them. So just recapping then, in Division 2 of the men's single scull, under 23, sculler Henry Blackwell taking out the win there for UTS. And Henry, we invite you to come over to the presentation dais. Henry won in a time of 7 minutes 15.54. Our third division is now coming onto the start line. No, it's underway, and these are all under 23 scullers as well. In lane 2 from Sydney University Boat Club, Hamish Danks. In lane 3 from UTS, Patrick Burke. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Elliot Simpson. In lane 5 from Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Joshua Hewitt.
Lizzie, looks as though we've had a couple of scratchings from Hamish Danks, Elliot Simpson and Joshua Hewitt in this race.
Oh dear.
So not quite sure what's happened there, but this race is going to be contested only by Patrick Burke from UTS, Bradley Moran from Penrith, and Flynn Wilkinson from UNSW.
Well, all I can say is it's been orientation week recently, hasn't it? The beginning of university term, and I am sure COVID is alive and well in our universities, so it doesn't really surprise me. I think even though we're all as careful as we should be, or think we're being as careful as we should be, that virus is so insidious. Yeah. So we just wish them well if that's what's the matter with them, and hope everybody gets healthy in order to go across to trials, because this year a different format for our national team, with the under-23s trialling alongside the seniors, and then going across to the national championships to race for their clubs. A bit different to the format in previous years.
That's right. So we wish Hamish Danks, Elliot Simpson and Josh Hewitt all the best, and we do expect to see them over in Perth for the National Championships in just under a month. And of course, Hamish Danks, I think, contesting for selection in the men's youth 8. Oh no, this is under 23, formerly of the youth 8.
I think he probably is young enough though.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
At this stage of the race, though, it's going to be Patrick Burke of UTS Haberfield in the lead. He's not under any kind of pressure in this race. He's coming into the final 200 metres of the race, and he is one of nature's gentlemen, Patrick Burke, formerly of the St Augustine's College, and came over to UTS Haberfield in 2022. And he's looking very strong indeed out the front of this race. So Patrick Burke of UTS just lifting the rate as he comes over the line. Fantastic victory for him. Division 3 of the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull. He's looking very chuffed indeed in that bucket hat, which he often wears around the place. Second place is going to go the way of Bradley Moran from Penrith Rowing Club. And he's a young man who's come up through the age groups and is sticking with it through the under 23 single scull, and then it'll be back to Flynn Wilkinson from UNSW.
So Division 1 of the women's single scull is now underway, with 4 athletes in the race in the open category and 4 in the under 23 category, and our second division will just be lightweights. So in the open category we have from St George Amanda Berrand, who we've just seen racing in the Masters division. I'm pretty sure Annalise Isaacs will have scratched, because I know she is racing at the Victorian State Championships today. Samantha Backler from University of New South Wales is in lane 3, and Nikki Greenland of Sydney Uni is in lane 4. And then in the under 23 category we have Gemma Campbell from Sydney University in lane 5, Isabella Niven from the University of New South Wales in lane 6, Grace Turner from Sydney Uni in 7, and India Hobbs from Sydney Uni in lane 8.
Well, we've just had a conversation up here in the grandstand. Does appear as though Annalise Isaacs is contesting this race. She must have hightailed it back from Lake Ngambie to be here for the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
Why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Who'd want to race in Victoria anyway?
Absolutely.
Yeah, she looks as though she's going pretty well, actually. She's neck and neck with her colleague Nikki Greenland, also of Sydney University. And in between the two of them is, there's back there to Amanda Berend in lane 1 and Samantha Backler of the University of Sydney in lane 3, sorry. And then in the under 23 category, much closer race, we've got Gemma Campbell. We're missing Isabella Niven. She didn't turn up on the start line. So then it's Grace Turner and India Hobbs. So plenty of Sydney University action here. And I'm sure Coach Alfie Young will be looking on to see who's doing what. Well, it looks to me as though Annalise Isaacs is completely wound up by the fact that I said she wasn't here. And she's showing me that she is.
She's being pushed really hard, Lizzie, by Nicola Greenland in lane 4, who has just lifted her rate of striking, and I'm not quite sure. She might just snatch the lead off of Isaacs in the final stage of this race, and I think she has. She's going to do it by half a boat length, I think.
Ooh.
Win goes to Nikki Greenland from Sydney Uni. Second place to Annalise Isaacs, also of Sydney Uni Boat Club. So that's a well-fought race between those two club mates.
It is indeed, and I think Annalise was in the Victoria Cup crew last year.
That's right, yeah.
Record.
Yeah, New South Wales representative. Third place will go the way of Grace Turner by the looks of things from Sydney Uni. Fourth place to Gemma Campbell. Fifth place to India Hobbs. Those three scullers all from Sydney University Boat Club. Very strong field of competitors from Sydney Uni in the under 23 women's category.
Nikki Greenland taking out that open division in a time of 8 minutes 14.96 and just 0.95, which might even be adjusted down further.
Amanda Brent just coming across the line now. We saw Amanda just a short while ago in the Women's Masters quad for St George, so she's done really well to back it up. She takes 6th place, and she will be followed across the line by Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales, who is coached by Chris Burns.
The winning time in the under 23 age category was 8 minutes 35, comparing with 8:14 in the open category. And our next race, as we said earlier, is the lightweights in the open and under 23 age categories. We have a representative from UTS in lane 2, Sofia Aguirre from Mexico, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 3 from Team Vietnam, Tran Thi Tu Hang, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 4 from UTS, Amelia Cooper, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Phoebe Teal. In lane 6, she is here, from UTS, Sarah Berretree, and in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Watson, coached by Lachlan Carter.
Thank you, Lizzie. We've just got some fantastic vision on the on the live stream of Amelia Cooper of UTS, and also of Phoebe Teal from Sydney University Boat Club, who are battling it out as they come into the final 500 metres of the race. Looks as though Cooper's just lifting her rate of striking on the screen and is just working her way up and eating away at that advantage enjoyed by Phoebe Teal.
So Amelia Cooper, I'm pretty sure she rowed at St Catherine's, who are performing so very strongly in the school rowing at the moment, but always been a very handy sculler, and indeed very good at the coastal rowing as well. She was pretty impressive at the national championships last year.
Of course, a member of the incumbent member, I should say, of the Victoria Cup for New South Wales.
Oh, yes, another one. Yeah.
But at this stage, there can be no doubt it is Sofia Aguirre from UTS Haberfield who is in the lead. And as you said, Lizzie, she is she hails originally from Mexico. She is in Australia to study and to row, of course.
And then, as you said, we've got Amelia Cooper. So then next to her, Team Vietnam lightweight sculler, Tran Thi Hu Huang. Amelia Cooper from the New South Wales lightweight women's quad in lane 4, and she's having that battle with Phoebe Teal from the Tasmanian lightweight quad, who is in lane 5. Yes, I'm afraid so.
Gosh, those lightweight women down in Tassie are very strong indeed.
Yes, it would be. I just saw Georgia Nesbitt, who's been in that crew for years and years and years, and a wonderful member of the National Training Centre, has gone onto the board of Rowing Tasmania, which is awesome to see, isn't it? And then we've got Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club, so doing pretty well there, managing to hang on to Amelia Cooper. In fact, looking stronger as the race progresses. And then today is not Sarah Berretry's day, which is most unusual, but some way back to her. So UTS taking out the win. Sophia Aguirre enjoying the flat water. She will cross the line in first place. Phoebe Teal from Sydney University will take second. Team Vietnam third. Fourth, Amelia Cooper from UTS. Fifth, Isabel Watson from Sydney Rowing Club, and sixth will be Sarah Berretry from UTS Haberfield. That winning time for Sophia Aguirre, 8 minutes 15.30, and the margin 10.55. That was pretty impressive. Very good. So we invite Sophia to come across to the medal presentation area if she would like to.
And so moving on, Lizzie, to race number 40, which is the first division of the men's under 19-4, and of course this crew is predominantly contested by school crews, but some club crews as well. So in lane 1 from Newington is Noah Kinnellside, Marcus Bergen, Alexander Armitage, Zachary Cooper, coxed by Dylan Johnson and coached by Stuart McDonald. In lane 2 from St Ignatius is Luke Bannerman, Angus McCaffrey, Maxwell Whitaker, Jack Simon. Their cox is Harrison Boonis, and their coach is Joe Bokia. In lane 3 from the Shaw School, Max Gillen, Preston Scott, Adam Watson and Edward Kenny. Their cox, Alex Bishop. Their coach is Nicholas Purnell. In lane 4 from St Ignatius College, Riverview also, Michael Gordon, Gabriel Turner, James Hare, Charlie Harrison. Their cox is James Ray. Their coach is also Joe Bokia. In lane 5, representing UTS Haberfield, Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch and Oscar St. Pierre, coxed by Ryder Taylor, coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 6 from Newington, Stanley Martin, Harvey Carnegie, Hunter Elliott, Samuel Morsley. Their cox is Bowen Keegan. Their coach is Stuart McDonald. And in lane 7 from Shaw School, Jock Fenwick, Rory Hall, James Collier and Jordan Elliott, coxed by Sam Warburton and coached by Nick Purnell. And finally also from the Scots College, Oscar Levy, Ethan Kligman, Charles Brann and Edison Lowe, coxed by Zakin Hidgewell and coached by Hamish Todd.
Now, I've just seen that Scots crew actually scratched. Quite an exciting race, really. UTS have led right from the start. That's the guys who go to St Augustine's, coached by the Ungermarks, as you say. And sitting in second and third positions, St Ignatius, but the positions have swapped. The crew in lane 4 was in third. It's pushed through to second. The crew that was in second has dropped back to third, but is still pushing hard. And then Shaw School sitting in fourth and in fifth. A great win there for UTS. Dougal McKenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St. Pierre, Ryder Taylor, their cox.
Yeah, a huge advantage over the rest of the field, and second place looks as though it'll go the way of St Ignatius Riverview in lane 4. Third place will be tight, but it'll go the way of Ignatius too in lane 2.
Just hanging on to it, aren't they? And Shaw School, great race for them, but sadly fourth position. And fifth for the Shaw School second crew as well. Sixth will be Newington College, first crew, and seventh will be the Newington College second crew. So all schoolboys, but a great mix there of club and school. And the UTS crew, or the St Augustine schoolboys, looking good for junior selection again this year, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the work that they've been doing. Let's just have a look at the time. That first division of the men's coxed 4, UTS crossed the line in a time of 6 minutes 44.99. They had a 15-second lead over St Ignatius. The second division of the men's under 19-4 is race number 41 on our programme. Shaw third crew are in lane 3. Piers Mendel, Aidan McFarlane, Jake Hebblewhite and Lewis Kingdong, coxed by Charlie Waugh and coached by Michael Benarius. The St Ignatius 3 crew is in lane 4. Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming and Walter Walker, coxed by Lachlan Horden-Smith and coached by Hugh Courts. In lane 5, the Newington 3 crew of Nick Wadland, Anthony Brookman, Lachlan Tompkins and Edward Phillips, coxed by Stephen Iliopoulos, coached by Sam Bristow and Callum Latham. In lane 6, the Shaw 4 crew of Oliver Bettar, Hamish Bergen, Thomas Mitchell and Neil Stacker, coxed by James Gray and coached by Michael Benarius. And completing our field in lane 7, the St Ignatius 4 crew of Shay Berry, Christo Blenky, Jack O'Hara and Jeremy Holmes, coxed by Ryan McNulty, coached by Hugh Courts. And we did see that crew take out whichever division of the schoolboy rowing it was they were rowing in earlier. So good to see them back for more. I'm pretty sure they raced Shaw 4 actually. I'm going to go back and have a look at my records.
So still some way to come in race 41. The crews have just passed through the 1,000 metre mark and are coming down upon the 1,500 metres. Oh, okay, so right. So St Ignatius are looking pretty strong over this. That's the St Ignatius 4 crew. They're looking strong and they're going head to head with the St Ignatius 3 crew in lane 4.
Yeah, and looking at those numbers, these crews were the 3rd crews or the 4th crews for their races earlier, so they didn't all race each other. Shaw did race St Ignatius in lane 6 and 7. But I think that St Ignatius crew, it was 4 seconds slower winning its race than the St Ignatius crew in lane 4, but they look to me to have the better of them in this race now.
Well, they're looking very strong indeed, aren't they, as they come through the 1,500 metres. That's the St Ignatius crew in lane 4. Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming, Walter Walker, and they're coxed Lachlan Horden-Smith. So yeah, this an emphatic performance by all St Ignatius crews today. A testament to that program overall, headed by Dan Noonan over on the Lane Cove River.
And definitely taking the advantage of having a club regatta like the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta to be able to let these young lads go out there and repeat a race against different opposition so that they really get that race plan ingrained and get confident.
Yeah, and really important a skill to know how to manage yourself with multiple races throughout the day. So really important regatta, or really important role, I should say, that this regatta plays in the calendar in straddling 100%. That gap between New South Wales State Championships trials, but then also the National Championships, wherever it would be on a given year. So
very true, and the school head of the river. But yes,
yeah, of course,
you're right. This we're just so grateful, aren't we, to have a 2,000 metre course of this calibre to be able to use for a domestic regatta, and certainly Sydney Rowing Club always put on a great show.
Yep, so not much doubt about our 2 race leaders. It's St Ignatius Riverview in lane 4 and St Ignatius Riverview in lane 7. I think that the lane 7 crew is just pressed up a little bit on lane 4, but don't think they've done enough to snatch the lead off of Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming, Walter Walker and Lachlan Horden-Smith, I should say, and they're going to take out this Division 2 of the men's under 19-4, and well deserved indeed.
And they have the same coach as the St Ignatius 4th crew, who are crossing the line now, Hugh Courts. Yeah. Congratulations to him. Some lovely rowing going on there at St Ignatius, and then some good showing too from our crews from Shaw. Shaw 3 coming across the line in 3rd. Shaw 4 will cross the line in 4th, and both of those crews are coached by Michael Benarius.
So just after this Shaw crew crosses, just one final crew to finish off this race, and that's the crew from Newington in lane 5, and they're just a little bit off the pace today, and they're just coming into the final, well, just about to come into the final 100 metres of this race.
And as our final crew crosses the line, we move to the presentation platform, where Mick Rowan from Sydney Rowing Club will present the winners of the men's under-19 for Division 1 with their tankards. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners were UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Dougal Mackenzie, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Oscar St. Pierre, and their cox Ryder Taylor. The crew was coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark. Ladies and gentlemen, UTS.
Thank you, Lizzie. And not long to go now, ladies and gentlemen, before we come up to the lunch break. So we've just got 2 races to go, and lunch will go from 11:40. Well, it'll go from whenever race 43 finishes, and racing will commence again at 12:49 p.m. But for the moment, it's the Championship Men's Under-21 Coxed 4 on the course, race 42 on your programs. So in lane 3, we've got a crew from Sydney Rowing Club, Gordon Applecron, MacArthur Bucknell, Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies, coached by Georgia by Georgia Robson, and coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, representing UTS Haberfield, is Charlie Jewell, Mackenzie Thompson, Nicholas Pender and Joshua Wilson. Their cox is Bronte Blackmore Cram, and they are coached by Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, Edward Nutt, Sam Bristow, Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks. Their cox is Tom Shaw. And finally from Sydney Rowing Club also, Charlie Hine, James Fredrickson, and Gabriel Carmody, and their cox, Mietta Jones.
Pretty sure Mietta was at Kinross Walleroy, so good to see her coxing at Sydney Rowing Club. And yes, James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson. So
yes.
I was saying earlier, it's James Fredrickson with a K that's coaching,
right.
not the one with the C. But
not a typo. It's 2 James Fredricksons.
It's taken us a few regattas to spot it, hasn't it?
That's right. But look, this should be a really tight race, Lizzie. We've got a number of these young men competing. Well, I suppose contending for selection in the Noel F. Wilkinson Youth 8
for New South Wales, yep,
and crew for New South Wales, and
also I think the under-21 age category for Rowing Australia, and that's going to be a great trip this year because I think the competition is taking place in New Zealand, and the competitors will be in New Zealand and Canada.
Right.
So that's competition really expanding now.
Yeah, a great opportunity. So a number of these crews are shaping up for both of those things. Of course, representing New South Wales, not being anything to scoff at, to wear the hallowed blue.
And we've got in this crew some very well-established under-21 rowers in Charles Jewell, Mackenzie Thompson, Nick Pender and Josh Wilson. Bronte Blackmore Cram coxing them, and they're coached by the head coach of UTS, Matthias Ungermark. But these names have cropped up again and again this season so far, and they're certainly putting together a really strong combination now in the under-21 Coxed 4. To one side of them, they have the Sydney Rowing Club combination of Applecrin, Bucknell, Hoskin and Menzies, with Georgia Robson coxing, which is a fairly new combination. On the other side of them, a very new combination from Sydney University of Ed Nutt, Sam Bristow, Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks, with Tom Shaw, who's come down from Nudgee College into the university and is now coxing there. And then our final crew, the other Sydney Rowing Club crew, currently sitting in 3rd position, Charlie Hine, the Fredricksons, and Gabriel Carmody, who used to row a double with Gordon Applecrin.
Yes. And just a word, Lizzie, on Nicholas Pender, the stroke man in that UTS Haberfield crew in lane 4. He is such an experienced oarsman, but still unbelievably in the under-21 age category. He seems as though he's been around for yonks and yonks.
Agreed. And I think he came from triathlon, so he came in very fit and...
Of course.
He's really taken to rowing there.
Yeah, so an alumnus of the St Augustine's College, of course, under the tutelage of Matthias and Judith Ungermark, and he's joined by Josh Wilson in that boat, and alumnus of St Ignatius College Riverview are Mackenzie Thompson and Charlie Jewell, and they're going to take out race 42, the Championship Men's Under-21 Coxed 4.
For which they will receive some of those special trophies. Sydney Rowing Club will be disappointed not to receive those, but they will place 2nd and 3rd, and then the Sydney University Boat Club crew will be 4th. On the presentation dais right now, we have the winners of Division 2 of the Men's Under-19 4, the crew from St Ignatius. That was the crew of Hugh Waldron, Liam Sullivan, Samuel Fleming and Walter Walker, coxed by Lachlan Horden Smith and coached by Hugh Courts. And another race for which the winners will receive these beautiful trophies that celebrate the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club, the Championship Women's Under-21 Coxed 4. In this race we have 3 crews: Queenwood 2 in lane 3, Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4 and Queenwood 1 in lane 5. Unfortunately UTS have scratched. The Queenwood 2 crew is Brooke Cuttance, Phoebe Campbell, Zoe James and Addison Rolls. Their cox is Alice Yardley. And they're coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. That's half of the Queenwood first 8 that won earlier. In lane 4, a crew from Sydney University of Zoe Bond, Steph Preller, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, coxed by Lizzie Bolster and coached by Alfie Young. In lane 5 from Queenwood, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alex O'Brien and Imogen Gray, coxed by Chloe Giretta, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. And they are the other half of the Queenwood 8, Queenwood first 8. So we have 2 girls, at least 2 girls from Queenwood in the Sydney University crew as well, Steph Preller and Tiff Botha, at 2 in stroke.
Yeah, so Queenwood, of course, historically a very strong a breeding ground for women's rowing in New South Wales. And so it's no different here in this race. At the Queenwood 1 crew, driver both O'Brien and Gray in the lead. And of course, as you say, Lizzie, these Queenwood crews representing 2 halves of the Queenwood, I assume the first 8 of Queenwood, and they'll be back here in a couple of short weeks to contest the schoolgirl head of the river, of course.
Yes, indeed, and looking to try and steal some time back against the St Catherine's crew that they raced at last weekend. Powering down now, they reach the last 250 metres. The Queenwood first crew have their noses in front. Chloe Driver in the bow seat, Charlotte Botha at 2, Alex O'Brien at 3, Imogen Gray in the stroke seat, Chloe Giretta their cox today. And they're managing to just sit ahead of Sydney University Boat Club. And we've got a very anxious umpire who needs to get in for his lunch. Coming alongside them. So it is Queenwood School, the stern 4 of their first 8 in the 4 today, powering their way ahead of the Sydney University Boat Club crew to take out the Championship Women's Under-21 Coxed 4. On the presentation dais now, the winners of the Championship Men's Under-21 Coxed 4, UTS. And Mick Rowan will now present the crew from UTS with their individual trophies that celebrate the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club. Yeah. That crew from UTS, Charles Jewell. Mackenzie Thompson. Alec Hoskin. Nicholas Pender, Joshua Wilson and their cox Bronte Blackmore Cram. The crew was coached by Matthias Ungemach. And Mick Rowan is now presenting the crew with their special trophies. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions in the men's under-21 Coxed 4.
So congratulations to that UTS Haberfield crew. And we'll just have one more presentation, ladies and gentlemen, before we head to the lunch break for approximately 1 hour.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our final presentation before the lunch break. And this is, again, a special one because it is for the Championship Women's Under 21 Coxed 4. The athletes will be presented with a medal and with a very special trophy celebrating the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club. And our winners this year in the Championship Women's Under 21 Coxed 4, Queenwood School. Chloe Driver. Charlotte Botha. Alexandra O'Brien. Imogen Gray. And their cox, Chloe Regatta. The crew is coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. The crew are now being presented by their special trophies celebrating the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, our champions in the Under 21 Coxed 4, Queenwood School.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session for the 2023 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and we're going to commence proceedings this afternoon with race 44, which is just lining up down at the start line. It's a 1,000 metre race. It's Division 1 of the Men's Masters Quad Scull. So in lane 1, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Callum Steele, Robert Fendall, Henry Leaf and Ben Nagappa. They are coached by Kim Mackney. In lane 2, representing the University of New South Wales, is Andrew McEnroe, Alexander Lazarou, Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou. In lane 3, it's a Nepean composite crew. Paul Grady from Nepean, Rhett Patterson from Manning River Rowing Club, Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and Jason Waddell from Nepean. In lane 4, representing Black Mountain Rowing Club, Stephen Merchant, Robert Curtin, Jeff Howell and Ian Mongan. In lane 5, it's a Lake Macquarie composite crew comprised of Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Cowan Guaymarez from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Ayrton Grania Ramos from St George, and Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. In lane 6, from North Shore, Declan Sally, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, and Jeffrey Beer, coached by John James. In lane 7, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tijan, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan, and Kenneth Major. And finally, in lane 8, on the grandstand side of the course, Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Stuart Cowup, Mark Bindner, Carl Quitzow, and Robert McNeil. I'm joined this afternoon by Tom Trobe, who was commentating earlier on the morning with Lizzie, but we're just about to get underway in race 44, Tom.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back this afternoon. Always good to be starting off the afternoon with a few 1,000 metre races. Keep it just short and sweet. Looks like they're all under control of the starter, just waiting to be brought up to that 1,000 metre mark.
So the handicap in this race is that Glebe and Sydney Rowing Club in lanes 7 and 8, respectively, will go 4 seconds back to North Shore and Lake Macquarie in lane 6 and 5, 8 seconds back to Black Mountain and Nepean in 4 and 3, and 11 seconds for University of New South Wales and Glebe Rowing Club. And our starters are just arranging the bow balls in a orderly fashion, and we are about to get underway any moment.
Just got underway there in the Men's Masters Quad Scull Division 1. As mentioned, the crews closer to the grandstand side do get a fraction of a head start off go. That's lanes 7 and 8. Lanes 5 and 6, 4 seconds delay. A further 4 seconds back to lanes 3 and 4. That's Nepean and Black Mountain. And then a further 3 seconds back to the crews on the far side from Glebe and University of New South Wales. But all underway and coming down for this 1,000 metre race.
So Tom, some fantastic conditions for sculling and sweeping this afternoon. The wind has died down, thankfully, and the clouds are just hovering ominously on the far side of the course, but hopefully they will stay away. We'll have just a good afternoon of rowing without too much sun glaring in our athletes' eyes.
That's correct. We did have a bit of rain earlier this morning, just at the start of some of the schoolboy fours, but it's great to see that the rain has cleared and probably the cloud cover's keeping it a bit cooler out there as well, as opposed to what we've seen over the last few weeks.
So some exciting racing coming up this afternoon as well. We've got these men's Masters quads, followed by some women's Masters 8s, and then we move into men's and women's under 17 single sculls, and then to big ticket events like the women's and men's Open 8s. So that'll be fantastic a little bit later this afternoon, before coming back to some underage racing in the under 19 and 23 categories. So for the moment, we'll stick with Masters racing. And of course, this is for many, in many cases, a qualification event for interstate selection, particularly for the New South Wales team, of course. But we've got Black Mountain up here.
Correct. Yeah, there'll be a few of those guys that are, I believe, nominated for our interstate quad. don't believe it's an official selection event, but doesn't help to be part of your
Yeah.
cause when you're
Yeah.
actually, doing some proper 1,000-metre masters racing.
Yeah, that's right. So we saw in this race, in particular, lanes 8 Sydney Rowing Club and lane 7 Glebe Rowing Club, they went off of go, so they had a 4-second advantage over North Shore and Lake Macquarie, an 8-second advantage over Black Mountain and Nepean, and an 11-second advantage over UNSW and Glebe on the far side of the course. Looks as though the lead has been snatched off of Sydney and Glebe by, well, about to be snatched off by that crew in lane 5. I think it's the Lake Macquarie composite crew, and that crew is, they're pretty fierce competitors. Richard Medway and Cowan Guimares from Leichhardt, Ayrton Grania Ramos from St George, and Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. And I think that crew is trialling for the New South Wales Men's Masters Quad. So Richard Medway, father of 2 very accomplished younger athletes as well, James and Charlotte, and he is in the 3-seat of that boat. It's being stroked by Cowan Guimares from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and yeah, that's a really handy crew. Cowan was in the New South Wales Masters Quad last year, and they are snatching the lead off of Glebe Rowing Club's Tijan, Galea, Wigan and Major, and they take out the Division 1 of the Men's Masters Quad Scull, 2nd to Glebe, 3rd to Sydney, 4th to UNSW, 5th to Black Mountain, 6th place will go the way of Nepean Composite, and finally, or penultimately I should say, Glebe Rowing Club in lane 1. And to finalise this race, it will be in lane 6, North Shore. So just recapping the results of race 44, Division 1 of the Men's Masters Quadruple Scull. It was a win for Lake Macquarie Composite in a time of unofficially in a time of 3 minutes 18 seconds, 0.8. That was the crew Richard Medway, Cowan Guimares, Ayrton Grania Ramos and Jeremy Smith. In second place was Glebe Rowing Club's Mark Tijan, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan and Kenneth Major. In third place, Sydney Rowing Club's Stuart Cowap, Mark Bindner, Carl Quitzow and Robert McNeil. 4th was UNSW, 5th was Black Mountain, 6th was Nepean Composite, 7th Glebe Rowing Club and 8th, and finally North Shore Rowing Club. And the race 45 is just on the course as well. It's Division 2 of the Men's Masters Quad Scull. So in lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Gibson, Chris Adams, Jeffrey Raymond and Ken Rickard Bell, and that is a G grade crew. In lane 3 it's a St George Composite crew. Glenn Shooter from St George, Mark Conahan from Mossman, Paul Wilkinson from St George and Christopher Jones also from St George. That crew is coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4 it's a Penrith Composite boat, Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne, Stephen Shenagle from Drummoyne, Richard Jones from Drummoyne and Steve Hill from Penrith. That's a G crew as well. In lane 5 representing Abbotsford Rowing Club is Terry Barella, Neil McCormick, Joseph Zammett and Michael Hayes. In lane 6 from Mossman Rowing Club, John May, John Hardy, John Struick and Philip Titterton. And finally in lane 7 and off of go, it's the North Shore Composite crew of Nick Dorsch, John Simpson, Graham Wern and John James. So yeah, another handicap race, and that North Shore Composite crew is off go. Mossman in lane 6 off of 28 seconds, 41 seconds to Abbotsford, 50 seconds to Penrith Composite, and also that Sydney Rowing Club crew off of 50 seconds. And St George Composite, the youngest crew, they're an F-grade crew, 56 seconds, Tom.
Yeah, definitely some big handicaps there across the course. It helps when you have some K-aged rowers. But I'd just like to turn everyone's attention down to the medal presentation podium, where we have the Lake Macquarie Composite of Lake Macquarie, St George and Leichhardt just receiving their winning cups. That was the crew of Richard Medways, Coen Gomeres, Ayrton Ramos and Jeremy Smith. Congratulations. Back on the course, we can see that the crew closer to the grandstand in lane 7, the North Shore Composite, did get that really solid handicap, and they're still out in the lead with the handicap. But as it was quite big, it was 28 seconds back to the crew to their right. So the crews in lane 6 to 2 definitely have some hard work ahead of them over the next 500 metres to try and claw back some of those, what some might say, generous or just long handicaps.
That's right. That's right, Troby. And we saw earlier on in the program this morning the Ancient Mariners, or the North Shore Composite boat, over here in lane 8, come test the men's Masters 8, and they were off of, I think they had a 40-second advantage over the rest of the crew, rest of the field, I should say, and they were kind of slowly eaten up throughout the course of the race. So it is an interesting, I guess, game of cat and mouse in this men's Masters quad scull race, and indeed we'll see the same kind of thing in the women's Masters events just in a short moment.
Yeah, that's right. But we can see on the far side that the Sydney crew of Gibson, Adams, Raymond and Rickard Bell have definitely made up some of their 50-second handicap, doing quite well over their fellow highly handicapped crews, I suppose we could call them. But it is definitely these Ancient Mariners, the North Shore Composite with Leichhardt, Drummoyne, North Shore and Canberra, trying just to hang on to their lead as they're coming into the last 250 metres here. But I feel like the Mossman crew might have a bit more pep in them into the last final few hundred metres here.
Yeah, so really interested as we come into the business end of this race. North Shore, the Ancient Mariners, just maintaining their lead at this stage of the race. But as you say, Tom, Mossman Rowing Club are bearing down, as are Penrith. Yeah, that Penrith Composite crew. That's Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Stephen Shenagle, Richard Jones and Steve Hill. And don't write off that Sydney Rowing Club crew over there in lane 2 either. But at this stage, it does appear as though North Shore Composite in lane 7 is just resisting the late charge by their other crews, and I think they might have even done enough to hold on to this one, Tom. Yeah,
that's right, into the Red Boys now. So the final 100 metres, probably now down to 80 metres. They're just looking to, maintain what they've got going on, which is clearly something that's going pretty well for them.
And you've got to take your hat off to them. We've got Nick Dorsch, 82 years of age, John Simpson, 84 years of age, Graham Wern, 80 years of age, and John James, 86 years of age. So, ladies and gentlemen, do give them a round of applause as they come across the line. North Shore Composite take out this second division of the men's Masters Quad Scull. Second place will go the way of Mossman in lane 6. Third place to Penrith Composite in lane 4. And we've got a battle on our hands for fourth place. It's between Mossman and Sydney Rowing Club. They're going stroke for stroke. I think on the surge, Sydney Rowing Club take that fourth place. St George Composite will have to settle for 5th. And 6th place is going to go the way of Abbotsford Rowing Club. Okay. So turning our attention back down the course, Tom, to the start of the Women's Masters 8 Division 1. This is race 46 in your program, so I'll run through the roll call for this race before we move to any presentations. So in lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Louisa Zeininger, Gemma Bassett, Sarah Jones, Catherine Poulter, Elizabeth Dorian, Julia Viscove-Sire, Elizabeth Lester and Ella Barnard. Their cocks, Catherine Maxwell. In lane 3, representing Leichhardt, Diane Williams, Rhiannon Sando, Judith Eyes, Belinda Brigham, Nikki Lepresti, Annalise Armitage, Daniela Borgert, Jennifer Zonga, and their cocks, Ruth Kelly. Mossman are in lane 4, and they are represented by Sarah Hill, Jenny Wilson, M. Barrack, Tiffany Hutchison, Kelly Ross, Alexandra Walding, Kim Lowry, Carissa Kleiman, and their cocks, Liz Burrows. They are coached by James Taylor. In lane 5, it's a Sydney Composite boat. There are athletes from both Sydney Rowing Club and Drummoyne Rowing Club here. Helen Grunwald, Julianne Brighton, Tara Rennie, Janine Donovan, Kirsten Lilliquist, Jenny Greenslade, Karen Turcato, Kim Small, and they are coxed by Tracy Cowap. In lane 6, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tong, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, and Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell in the stern pair. They are coxed by Jane Kavanagh and coached by Kim Rudder. Finally, in lane 7, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Katrina Brangwan, Bryony Short, Rowena Stewart, Caroline Vernon, Rebecca Giles, Joni Panagopoulos, Helen Burton, Marcella Cox is in stroke seat, and Randy Roncolato is in the Cox seat.
And these race well underway now. As mentioned, that the two crews over on the far side are fraction handicapped. Lanes 4, 5, 6, 7 were all off go. Lane 3 had 4 seconds, and then a further 4 seconds back to the Glebe crew with an 8-second handicap. So not a huge spread for these Division 1 of the Women's Masters 8.
So in this event, the Women's Masters 8, we've got two divisions, this race 46 and race 47 next. The fastest 8 of each division, based on a prognostic time, will receive a special 150th Sydney Rowing Club anniversary trophy. So just keep an eye on these next two races. It's they're racing for time, I suppose, or prognostic time. So it's not necessarily that the winner of this race or the winner of next race will receive the line honours. It'll have to be a race to the line, irrespective of whether the crews are, I suppose, being pushed to the line by other people, other crews in the race. So just keep an eye out for that. At this stage, looks like Mossman, Tom, in the lead.
That's right, as they're just coming up to the 500 metres. It looks like that Mossman crew and possibly the North Shore crew, both off go, holding on to those first, second place there. But it is, as you said, I believe Mossman will go through first, probably about half a boat length or maybe a quarter of a boat length.
Not very much at all.
Over the North Shore crew. Or not even just a canvas, really, as they've just crossed the 500 metre mark. They're going to drop back over on the far side to Leichhardt, then Sydney Drummoyne in 4th through the 500 metre mark. Drummoyne in lane 7, 5th, Glebe 6th through the 500 metre mark. So it's still quite tight, only probably about 10 seconds between first and 6th place through the 500 metres there. Just drawing everyone's attention to behind the medal podium. We have the North Shore Composite crew of the Men's Masters Quad Scull. Congratulations to Nick Dorsick, John Simpson, Graham Warren and John James. Just coming into the last 250 here, it still is that crew from Mossman in lane 4 of Hill, Wilson, Barak, Hutchinson, Ross, Walding, Laurie, Kleiman and Cox by Burrows that are leading into the last 100 metres here. Definitely getting some tough competition here though from North Shore, who are just starting to lift up their rating as they're hitting the red boys, but might have left it a little too late, I think, to get over the Mossman
Well,
crew.
let's just see what happens here, Tom. North Shore really are lifting. They've got a higher rate of striking than this Mossman crew. I think it's going to go down to the line. They're going stroke for stroke with Mossman. Can North Shore take it on, or take it from Mossman at the death? I think they might. It's going to be really tight indeed. Mossman hang on by a very, very small margin. Congratulations to Mossman. North Shore run second. Third place is going to go the way of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fourth place will go to Glebe Rowing Club. Fifth place will go to the Sydney Composite crew. And seventh will go the way of Drummoyne.
Yeah, that's just 0.9 behind, unfortunately, for the North Shore crew. Definitely put on a very good finish there to get up over that Mossman crew. We're just going to see a bit of a replay on the screen here.
It looks like, you can see there, Tom, it was just on the surge. I think North Shore were coming through really hard, and I think at one stage in that last 50 metres or so, they were actually in the lead, so it really was very tight indeed.
That's right. I think that 0.9 of a split might be reduced a fraction. Yes, 0.2 of a separating those two crews, but it is, yes, the Mossman crew over North Shore by 0.2.
So North Shore have to settle for second, and they won't be in the running anymore for the prognostic-based trophy. Of course, as I've mentioned, this event is, I suppose the trophies for this event are going to be awarded based on prognostic time. So Mossman Rowing Club in lane 4, putting themselves in the running for that. We've got a start about to occur in the next division, and the final division of the Women's Masters 8. So I'll just run through the names quickly. We're going to have a start in just a short moment. So in lane 3 from North Shore, Sarah Dennis, Sasha Tchaikovsky, Sharon Livingston, Mary McCulley, Vicky Grundy, Emma Nicholas, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, and Jennifer Pollock. They are coached by Justin Peters. In lane 4, also from North Shore, Penny Morris, Elizabeth Lowe, Carolyn Reid, Julie Bohm, Catherine James, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, and Rhonda Decker. They are coxed by Abby Cox and coached by Richard Stacey. In lane 5, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Anne Potter, Colleen Chapman, Yasmin Finnegan, Julie Lau, Katrina Shanahan, Esther Tucker, and Bridget Austin. They are stroked by Sky Smith and coxed by Lily Smith. We've got a Leichhardt composite crew in lane 6. That's Deanna Fekete, Leslie Howard, Jane Millage, Anna Foley, Kathy Usich, Catherine Gleeson, Susan Huggett, and Angela Connery is their cox, and they are Angela Connery is their stroke, Jacqueline Marks is their cox, and their coach is Steve Sherry. Finally, in lane 7 is another North Shore composite boat. Carolyn Boyce, Sally Edwards, Virginia Fabro, Jane O'Hanlon, Catherine Sainty, Susan Wannon, Wendy Zamet, Julie Wass is in the stroke seat. Terry O'Hanlon is the cox. They are coached by Kim Rudder.
And this race is underway now. We do have the crews closer to the grandstand off go. The next 2 crews are North Shore and Drummoyne in lane 4 and 5 with a 6-second handicap, and then a further 4 seconds back with a 10-second handicap to North Shore over there in lane 3. It is looking like, as expected, just the crews with the fraction of a head start still holding the lead, but if anything the last race can show us is we need to wait right until the very finish to realise who might actually take out the winner. And as mentioned, you know, we do have this 150th anniversary cup celebrated by Sydney Rowing Club for the Women's Masters 8, and this is the fastest crew based on prognostic.
So, Division 1, Tom, was won in a time of 3 minutes 34.74 officially by Mossman. And it was just, as we mentioned, a very, very small margin back to North Shore, who miss out. So we'll be looking for that all-important time in this race 47.
Anyway, as we went through the 500 metre mark, it was the North Shore UTS crew in lane 7, which did have it go, was in the lead, but only 1.6 seconds back to the Leichhardt Newington Masters, and then back to North Shore, and then to Drummoyne. We didn't have we're missing a crew here, I think. But coming into the final 300 metres, it looks like that North Shore crew over there in lane 4, just second in from the far side, probably looking like they might be squeezing out into the lead. They did have a 6-second handicap off the start, so looking like they're getting up on top of their fellow crew members in club members in lane 7, closest to the grandstand, as we're now getting into probably about 200 metres to go. That North Shore crew starting to step up their rating. Maybe a bit of youth on their side as they're coming into the last 150 now. I feel like they've pulled into the lead over their fellow club members in lane 7 from North Shore Composite also. Yeah,
it's all North Shore Rowing Club in this race, Tom. It'll be a battle between lane 7 and lane 4. I think lane 7 just pushing up again, Tom.
Yeah, it is. They're not letting go very easily. They did have that handicap, and now they're trying just to hold on to what they did have from the start. But I still feel like that North Shore crew on the far side might just be starting to...
It's going to be very tight indeed.
Yeah, just waiting for the angle to help us out here. I'm going to say they're going to get it by probably about just over a canvas. That's lane 4 from North Shore. And then North Shore in lane 7 in second place. And then the Leichhardt crew in lane 6 in third, and Drummoyne in fourth place as we went across the line. That winning time there was 4 minutes flat, 0.26. We did just have a little visit with our timing officials. They're just going to work out who is the winner of the Women's Masters 8 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta Cup, which was being walked out onto the medal presentation right now. But the winning crews, which were North Shore and also Mossman, will receive a glass cup for winning their division, but it is all today about these 150 anniversary silver cups being walked out ever so gently to the medal presentation pontoon.
So Tom, just while we wait for confirmation of our winners for the Women's Masters 8, and that'll be based on a prognostic time, we'll just run through the competitors lining up down in the 2,000 metre starting blocks in race 48, which is the men's under 17 single scull. And they're not quite ready yet. So in lane 1, representing Nepean, Angus George, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2, from Nepean Rowing Club, Dhruv Patil, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3, we've got a scratching from Jay Taylor from representing St Augustine's. In lane 4, from St Augustine's, Miles Nicholas, he's coached by Bjarni Ungermark. In lane 5, from Nepean, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Dylan Lee, he's coached by Isaac Shepherd. Another scratching from St Augustine's in lane 7. So finally in lane 8, it's Carter Clifton, coached by Nicholas Galea. We should have a start any moment now.
You can see here the Division 1 of the men's under 17 single sculls just lining up. We do have a scratching from St Augustine's in lane 3 and also from St Augustine's in lane 7, but still looking like we're going to get almost a full complement here. We can see the kids just trying to get comfortable at the start, obviously. Pulling into the starting fingers here to get themselves lined up. It is a daunting view from down at the 2K start, as you were just saying, from the single. It's, you can definitely see every one of the 2,000 metres from down there. As you can see the view there.
Yeah, so spare a thought. The under 17 age category, I've said it before, it's the first time in your career that you will race 2,000 metres, and it's very intimidating down at the 2,000 metre starting block at the Olympic venue, so spare a thought.
And just as these under 17 boys are on the way, we'll turn our attention to the medal presentation pontoon, just as these women are getting out and congratulating each other. This crew was second on prognostic and will get the glasses. The winner of the Women's Masters 8 at this regatta was actually the Mossman crew from Division 1. But for the second place, for the Women's Masters 8 for the 150th year Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, from North Shore, we have Penny Morris. Elizabeth Lowe, Carolyn Reed, Julie Bohm, Catherine James, Annalise Appleton, Jo Hodgkinson, Rhonda Derrick, coxed by Abby Cox and coached by Richard Stacey. Congratulations, North Shore. We can see here just the boys, the under-17 boys Division 1 have gone through the 500 metres from Glebe. It was Carter Clifton in first. 2.2 seconds back to St Augustine's Miles Nicholas. In third place from Nepean, Eskel Pratt. And in fourth place from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. These boys almost coming up to the 1,000 metres here. This is Division 1. Oh, sorry, no, just one race for the under-17 single scull. No divisions.
That's right, Tom. So Miles Nicholas from St Augustine's in lane 4, commanding the lead at this stage in the race, and he's got a bit of a lead even at this stage. He's about to pass through the 1,000 metres. In fact, I might be eating my own words there. I think I just didn't see Carter Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club, who's actually in the lead. Yeah,
it's just maintaining that lead from the 500 metres into the 1,000. So Miles Nichols definitely got still halfway, has time on his hands to try and pull into a lead here for what is the men's under-17 single scull.
So the water really has flattened out quite nicely for us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Regatta Centre. Some fantastic vision coming through on the live stream.
Yeah, the flags definitely in front of the grandstand have dropped pretty much to no movement at all. And we can see a few little gusts of wind across the course, but really nothing to complain about here at all.
So fantastic conditions indeed for single sculling, and our men's under-17 single scullers here in race 48 being treated to some of the very best conditions for, I guess, what is very much a training race for many of these young men who I'm sure have illustrious careers ahead of them at the state and national level. But as we've said, under 17 age category, first time you'll race 2,000 metres. So really, many of these young athletes will have only raced a handful of times over 2,000 metres in the single, so very much a learning opportunity for them. But I think even at this stage, it remains Carter Clifton in the ascendancy. He's over here in lane 8 on the closest side to the grandstand. He's floating with the boys on his bow side just a little bit, just looking down the course. Miles Nicholas from St Augustine's in lane 4
Pulled ahead.
has actually taken the lead, Tom.
Yes. You were just anticipating the 1,500 metre position, not the 500 metre position, yes.
So at the 1,000 metres, Carter Clifton was, I think, about a second and a half in front, but Miles Nicholas has leapfrogged him. He's now about a boat length up on Carter Clifton, who has some work to do now in the final 500 metres if he's to reclaim this the lead off of Nicholas from St Augustine's.
As it was at the 1500 metres, it looks like Miles has possibly even pulled a little bit more of a lead out over Carter Clifton over here in lane 8. Miles, you could say, rowing what could be the perfect race. Just rowing his own race, knowing what he's got to do.
Trusting the process and letting it all unfold in the final 1,000 metres. And he's not without duress from Carter Clifton, who is mounting a late push. And question is whether it'll be enough. If I was a betting man, I think Miles Nicholas has done enough just to hang on, but he's certainly being pushed all the way. We've got a really late push coming from Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 5, who might even just be trying to dislodge Carter Clifton from that, I suppose, that second position at this stage. It will be Miles Nicholas who takes out the men's under-17 single scull, representing St Augustine's College. It'll be really close indeed for silver medal, but Carter Clifton hangs on. But he was pushed all the way by Ezekiel Pratt, representing Nepean. 4th place will again be close. It's going to be tight. I couldn't call that. That was between lane 6, Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, and lane 1, Angus George from Nepean. I'm not brave enough to call that one. I'll leave that one to the judges.
And that was then a winning time for Miles Nichols of 8 minutes and 2 seconds. Quite a swift time for under 17 single scull. We are seeing some very common coaching names from the Ugamarks there for the St Augustine's crew. So the pedigree in the coaching. We're just going to draw everyone's attention to the medal presentation pontoon for the trophy from the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, celebrating their 150th anniversary. This was actually in 2020, and due to reasons, obviously, it's now being hosted this year to celebrate with these cups. And as the winners of the Women's Masters 8 for the 150th anniversary of Sydney Rowing Club, we have Sarah Hill, Jenny Wilson, M. Barak, Tiffany Hutchinson, Kelly Ross, Alexandra Walding, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleeman, coxed by Liz Burrows and coached by James Taylor. And a team mascot of the poodle that we can see out there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just as we congratulate Mossman Rowing Club on their victory in the Women's Masters 8, we're going to turn our attention back to the competition lake now, which is in which race 49 is underway. It's Division 1 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull. So, just very quickly, because the athletes are bearing down upon us, in lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Grace Bennett. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Grace Connery. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Heidi Heap. And in lane 7 from Nepean, Jessica Harris.
And we can see there the Sydney sculler of Georgina Stevenson into a strong lead into the last 250 metres here. Again, lucky to get some good footage here from the BRO boat. Just on the immediately in front of you, you can see Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, and then in the distance, just ahead, you can see Georgina Stevenson, who I would say probably has about 4 lengths lead over her fellow club mate from Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd place. And then coming back to the Leichhardt sculler of Grace Conroy in lane 5. Looking like she's holding on to 3rd place. There is a bit of a battle back there between Sydney, Heidi Heap and Jessica Harris for the later placings. But coming into the last 100 metres now, it is definitely the Sydney sculler from of Georgina Stevenson. Just coming into a comfortable finish here, to be honest. Not really exercising the lungs too much.
Yeah, Georgina Stevenson not under much pressure at all. She's going to take out this first division of the women's under 17 single scull. She's coached by Felix Dio and Lachlan Carter from Sydney Rowing Club. Yeah, and a handy lead indeed for her. 2nd place is going to go the way of Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club, also coached by Felix Dio and Lachlan Carter. 3rd place will go to Grace Connery from Leichhardt, who's had a fantastic season, so remember that name, Grace Connery. She's coached by Isaac Shepherd. 4th place looks as though it'll go the way of Jessica Harris from Nepean, who's just pushed her nose in ahead of Heidi Heap from Sydney Rowing Club. And we'll just run through the roll call for the 2nd division of the women's under 17 single scull while we wait for our next presentation, Tom. So it's race 50 underway, the 2nd division of this event. So in lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Amelia de Villiers. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Maya Isbista. In lane 5 from Nepean, Emily Boys. In lane 6 from Sydney, Isabel Yardley. And in lane 7, representing Nepean, Vitty Young. Now sculls are just coming through the 1,000 metres now.
And just on the medal presentation pontoon, we do have Miles Nichols from St Augustine's, the winner of the men's under 17 single scull. These girls are coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. It does look like the Sydney sculler of Amelia de Villiers in commanding lead over there in lane 3. Then the Sydney sculler of Isabel Yardley in lane 6, probably in 2nd place, who's just in lane 6. And then closer to the grandstand from Nepean, Vitty Young in 3rd place as they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark here. This is Division 2 of the girls under 16 single scull. As mentioned, just going through the 1,500 metres there, it is Amelia de Villiers in a time of 6:36 through the 1,500 metres, 8.5 seconds back to Isabel Yardley. Vitty Young in 3rd place, but coming approximately 300 metres out, it is the Sydney sculler of Amelia over there in a strong lead, but it is her club member from Sydney, Isabel, who's still hunting for that 1st place off her fellow Sydney Rowing Club sculler, but I feel that Amelia has enough of a commanding lead and view over the course to be able to hold on to this first place, coming now into the 250 metre mark. Amelia definitely into a strong lead as she's coming into the final 100 metres. We can hear a bit of the cheering going on from down in the crowd, from some friends and family just cheering on. But what is a commanding lead from Amelia here is she's now well into the final 100 metres of Division 2 of the under-16 sculls here. Isabel Yardley in a second place, and then back to the Nepean sculler, Viti Young in a solid third place, looking like the Leichhardt sculler. Over there in lane 4, Maya Isbista in 4th place, and then the Nepean sculler, Emily Bowers, in 5th place. But crossing the line there was Amelia de Villiers in 1st place for Division 2 of the women's under-17 single scull in a time of 8:53. Crossing second was the other Sydney Rowing Club sculler, Isabel Yardley, in 2nd place. And then in 3rd place in lane 7, Viti Young from Nepean Rowing Club. And rounding out Division 2 of the women's under-17 single scull. In lane 5, it's Emily Boys from Nepean. Congratulations to the girls in the women's under-17 single scull. We're going from some single sculls now up to some Open 8 racing down at the start. This is the Open Women's 8. We have a few minutes until start, but over in lane 2, we have Sydney Rowing Club, lane 3, Sydney University Composite, lane 4, Pymble Ladies, lane 5, Queenwood, lane 6, Team Vietnam, and lane 7, Queenwood 2. The crew from Sydney over in lane 2 is Neve Tyranny and Lauren Moran, Eliza Dunlop, Eve Thompson, Megan Hadfield, Isabel Furrer, Lauren Graham, Lexi Northrup, Hannah Calipas-Cox, and coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check and Felix Dew. In lane 3, the Sydney University Composite is a Sydney University, Sydney UTS Haberfield crew, Liesl Page, Lily Gavin, Talisa Knockdriver, Sarah Ford, Freya Neville, Stephanie Prur, Olivia Natty, Tiffany Botha, and coxed by Mietta Jones and coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. In lane 4 from Pymble Ladies, Lydia Hazelwood Lee, Adie Hodder, Harriet McLean, Macy Lee, Lucy Miller, Olivia Kelly, Ella Jones, Sky Pockley, Carolina Yammer as Cox and coached by Ollie Titz, Eliza Entwistle and Ben Bucher. In lane 5, the Queenwood crew is Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Cuttance, Zoe James, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Imogen Gray, Alexandra O'Brien, Annie Sieve and Chloe Juretta as Cox and coached by Seren Glynn and Ray Boyle. From Team Vietnam, we have Hoi Thi Lai, Tran Thi Kiet, Pham Thi Hu, Din Thi Hoi, Pham Thi Gok An, and Lee Thi Hein, Hai Thi Vu, Du Thi Byong, Nguyen Lam Kiet Diem as Cox and coached by Joe Donnelly. And in lane 7, we have the Queenwood Crew 2, Greenwood Crew of Ella Hardy, Chloe Lamb, Natasha Hughes, Zara Taylor, Gemma Campbell, Madeline Walk, Addison Rolls, Eve Thompson, and Naomi Pieces. The coached by Ella Davidson and Alan Bennett. These girls just getting into the start line now, we can see there, and they're underway. And this is the Women's Open 8.
Thank you, Tom. We do have a start in the Women's Open 8, and this is a race that will, the winners will receive special Sydney Rowing Club 150-year commemorative trophies. And so we've got a really strong lineup, as Tom's just outlined, and that's just keep an eye, ladies and gentlemen, on that crew in lane 3, which is the Sydney University composite boat. I'm going to hazard a guess and say that is the working draft crew for the New South Wales Women's Youth 8.
Yeah, sometimes these composite crews do have a little bit more behind them, don't they?
Yeah, they're just on screen now in lane 3, so that's Liesl Page, Lily Gavin, Talisa Knocker-Driver, Sarah Fard, Fran Neville, Steph Preller, Olivia Natty, and Tiffany Botha. And the Cox is Mietta Jones. So, yeah, it's likely that crew will form, or the bulk of that crew will form the boat that represents New South Wales in the Interstate Regatta.
And it is great to see a combination here of some of the Pymble ladies and Queenwood, some of the schools going for another run down the track today, up against some of their competition, which is clearly of older age, probably more under 19s, under 21s, which would be the Sydney University and Team Vietnam crew. So it's great to see a bit of a blend of the juniors up and coming with some of the youth rowers, as you mentioned.
But not much doubt about the leaders, Tom. It's Team Vietnam in the lead. They've blistered out of the start, and they are through the 500-metre mark in a time of 1:37. Short margin back to the Sydney University Composite Draft Youth 8 crews, I shall dub them in this race. Sydney Composite in 3rd place at this stage, and I think we've had a late substitution. I think there was a UTS oarswoman in the bow seat of that boat, so that's why that'll be a composite crew. Queenwood were running 4th through the 500, followed by Pymble Ladies College, and then the second Queenwood crew. But certainly Team Vietnam in the lead at this stage. Yes. And look, I mean, relatively unsurprising that we've got a national team crew in the lead in this race. But don't write this Sydney University Composite Youth 8 crew off yet. That's a very kind of fiery crew of young athletes coming through. So let's just see what they can do. And I'm sure they will be spurred on by their Cox Mietta Jones to put some pressure on Team Vietnam for the entirety of this race. Tom, you can just see Team Vietnam on the screen, and we're just having a quick chat about them. They've been based here in Australia for a little while by the looks of things. They've competed at small boats, and they were here at state championships, and they're still here for the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. We'll query whether we'll see them over in Perth for the Australian National Championships, but at this stage they've extended their lead over that, I suppose that draft Youth 8 crew, as we'll call it. And but having said that, not a great distance back to the Sydney Rowing Club composite crew in lane 2, who are putting some pressure on that Youth 8 boat.
Just a few seconds behind, that's right, as they went through the 1,000 metres. And whilst the 8s are definitely moving faster, a few seconds is hard to make up in the final 1,000 metres of a race, even in the big boats. See on our screen there, the lane 7 Queenwood number 2 crew. And now we're just getting back onto the course where we can see that Team Vietnam, who are in lane 6, just 2 in from the grandstand. You can see them coming into our vision now from the grandstand. They do have that lead. It's possibly maybe a length over that youth crew over there in lane 3 from Sydney University and UTS and Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think they've probably opened up almost a boat length on that draft Youth 8 crew. You can see Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield in those upward and down stripy black, white and teal colours. And of course there is a Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Knocker-Driver and Liesl Page in there as well as Freya Neville. And then the remainder of those athletes are Lily Gavin from SUBC, alongside Steph Preller and Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha. They're alumni of the Queenwood School, so a really high quality Youth 8, draft Youth 8 crew, I should say.
Just through that 1,500 metres, it does look like Team Vietnam has pulled an extra 2 seconds, though, over that youth crew. As mentioned, though, this is a national team crew that's competing here today, so it's great to see the international competitors coming to these regattas and just having a crack down the course. Also looking very polished, as we would expect of a national crew. But they are looking like they're in a lead coming into the last 250 metres, but it'd be interesting to see what the youth girls over there on the far side and that Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 2 can do in the last few hundred metres of this race.
Yeah, that's right. They're not too far off the pace. Sydney Rowing Club, that Sydney Composite crew, I should say, in lane 2. And I wonder if they'll start to put some pressure on this Youth 8 draft crew. You can hear, Tom, some fairly aggressive coxing coming through from that Team Vietnam crew.
As we can see them probably responding here, really starting to lift it. As you can see the strength of the stroke into the finish there, really holding it on as they come into the last 100 metres here. Still holding on to that, lead that they had from the start of the race, really. They've just managed to lengthen out over the whole 2,000 metres, and probably will finish with a fraction of clear water over that Sydney University Sydney Composite crew. That's Team Vietnam in first place. Look at those girls celebrating. Great to see. And then the UTS Sydney University Composite crew in second place. Over there on the far side, we have the Composite UTS Sydney Rowing Club in third. And I think there's a Sydney University in there by the look of it as well in the 3 seat. And now Queenwood coming across the line in lane 5 will be in fourth place. Well done to them to stepping up into the open category. Also followed by their fellow schoolgirls will be Pymble Ladies in lane 4, which will cross in 5th place. And then Queenwood 2 will cross in 6th place, closest to the grandstand.
Thank you, Tom. So just recapping the results there, it was a win for Team Vietnam. 2nd place to Sydney University Composite. 3rd place to Sydney Rowing Club Composite. 4th place to Queenwood. 5th place to Pymble Ladies College. And 6th place to the 2nd Queenwood crew. And we're going to turn our attention very shortly now to the next race, which is already bearing down upon us. It is another big ticket event. There are 3 divisions, I should say, in this event. It's the Men's Open 8. And so the fastest crew overall will receive special commemorative Sydney Rowing Club trophies. So I'll just run through these names quickly. In lane 2 from Newington, Oscar Sutherland, Noah Tainch, Tom Chanter, Christian Biasotto, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, Jamie Dibotton, William Fuller. Their cox is Will Nicholas and they are coached by Blair Jenkins. In lane 3 from Shaw, Lawson Banks, Oscar Mulbauer, Hugo Patrick, Tom Galligan, Remy Cameron, Corey Sloan, Will Clubb, Thomas Waite and Mackenzie Fox is their cox. Their coach is David Jennings. In lane 4, representing UTS Haberfield, Harry Curtin, Charlie Jewell, Macca Thompson, Ryan Gibson, Torben Ungemark, Alexander Wood, Joshua Wilson and Nicholas Pender. Their cox is Bronte Blackmore-Cram and that crew is coached by Matt Ungemark. In lane 5 from St Ignatius Riverview is Jack Mackin, Edward Kelly, Ambrose Hennessy, Jack Power, Flynn English, Luca Malozzi, James O'Meara, Matt Collins. Their cox is Henry Burton and they are coached by Matthew Curtin. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, it's Torrin Olsen, William Downey, Declan Glendinning, Thomas Hart, Matthew Morgan, Harry Crouch, Bradley Graham, Tom Cregan. Their cox is Teresa Harris and they are coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 7 from Scots, Jack Pinn, William Dimitropoulos, Trifon Stamboli, Ned Houghton, Angus Tremlett, George Calageros, Henry Pursehouse, Iwo Ellis. Their cox is William Chang and they are coached by Jason Baker. And we've got a scratching from a Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 8, Tom.
Yeah, that's good. Rounding out 6 8s here coming down the course. Still in quite a good line. No real leaders. Through the 1,000 metres, it was the Sydney Rowing Club crew out in front, but just 1.5 seconds behind to St Ignatius and then 2 seconds back to the UTS combination in lane 4, 4th place was Shaw, 5th place was Newington 1 and 6th place was Scots. We would have seen some of these boys here row down also in the Schoolboy 8, which was earlier this morning.
I was going to make the point, Tom, that it's that I think the Newington crew in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, Iggy's in lane 5, and Scott's in lane 7. I think those are the first 8 crews from each of those schools. So
that would make sense, yes.
So we saw St Ignatius exercise or exert a huge lead in the first 8 race earlier on today, a full boat length over the rest of the field. They're up against it here. They've just been pipped, and they're in 3rd position currently behind Sydney Rowing Club and UTS. And so those are, of course, the two, I suppose, first 8 of those clubs. And so they're doing really well indeed to kind of keep up with those club crews.
Definitely, as the schoolboys would be pretty much an under-19s crew, really. And this would be open category, so we'll be having some of the guys would be a little bit older, a little bit stronger, a bit more experienced.
Yeah, and some Australian representatives in both of those UTS and Sydney Rowing Club boats. But Tom, let's not write off this Riverview crew. They're in the middle.
Yes,
they are between UTS and Sydney Rowing Club. This is going to be really tight. That UTS crew is lifting. Let's see what they can do in this final 100 metre mark. This 500 metres this race. Sydney Rowing Club looking really strong as well. But St Ignatius mounting an almighty push, and they're trying to dislodge Sydney Rowing Club for that silver medal position. I think UTS Haberfield are in the lead at this stage, and I think they're going to take out this men's Open 8 First Division at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. Second place is going to be really tight between St Ignatius and Sydney Rowing Club. St Ignatius takes second place. Third place to Sydney Rowing Club. And what a fantastic race that was. First, second and third, UTS, St Ignatius, Sydney Rowing Club. 4th to Newington. 5th goes to Shaw School. And 6th place to Scots.
That was close. An
amazing race. Tom.
An amazing race, St Ignatius there. I think we're probably going to see a little bit more of a refinement of the split. The 0.7, I think, will be a little bit shorter than that. An amazing race there from the Iggy's boys there to have already raced once today, and then to be able to have such amazing run home in that last 500 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your hats off to that St Ignatius crew. That is a school crew, and they've done really well in this event here in the Men's Open 8. Of course, this is only the first division, and we've got 2 more to come, but some really strong contenders.
Yeah, just as mentioned there, that Sydney crew was only 0.29 behind. So the winning time for UTS is a 5:53, margin of 2 seconds back to the Iggy's crew, and then 0.29 back to the Sydney Rowing Club crew in 3rd place. Just going to do a bit of calculations here and work out how that time compared for the Iggy's boys there.
So after the excitement of that first division of the Men's Open 8, Tom, we're going to move along now to the 2nd division, which is a race comprising entirely of entirely school crews, I should say. So in lane 3 from St Ignatius Riverview, I assume this is either their first, second or third 8, or I suppose their second, third or fourth 8 here. This is Alistair Brown, Jack McConnell, Oscar Bidcock, Judah White, Riley Burgess, Luca Laspino, Max Barnes, Thomas Harrop. Their cox is Will Brassington, and their coach is David Hogan. In lane 4 from Newington, Toby Cameron Tavendale, James Blakeman, Alexander Tetley, Mark Relakis, William Chandler, Anders Coxaler, Leo Grippy, and Finn Grove. They are coxed by Elvis Johnson and coached by Will Anders. In lane 5 from Scots, Mathis, Gizzard and Prado, Lachlan Moore, William Barr, Hugo Hart, Max Halliday, Noah Matani, Toby Linton, James Duffy. Their cox is Conrad Lowe, and they're coached by Richard Wern. In lane 6 from Shaw, Max McAlpine, Peter Bennett, Leah McFarlane, Harry Marshall, Ben Muffet, Tom Hebblewhite, Alex Smith, Ben Rowe. They are coxed by Hamish Longstaff and coached by Peter Costa. In lane 7 from St Ignatius, Willie Ryan, Harrison Loiterton, Angus McKinnon, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Phoenix Graham, Thomas Hartman, Sebastian Zuckerman, Connor Egger. Their cox is Edward Thorpe, and their coach is Gareth Deacon. So that's the St Ignatius second 8. And finally, in lane 8, St Ignatius 4, Hudson Alexander, Hugh Kennedy, Arthur Webb, Lachlan Thomas, William Matthey, Hugo Wrightson, Patrick Maguire, Thomas Shell, and their cox is Aladdin de Laquiere, and their coach is George Davis.
And that race just going through the 1,000 metres. We have the Newington 2 crew was just in the lead there, followed by St Ignatius 2, Shore 2, and then St Ignatius 3 and 4. Just back for anyone on that St Ignatius crew there in the previous race. They actually knocked 3 seconds off their Schoolboy 8 time, probably with a bit of pressure and a bit of excitement into the final few hundred metres there. Enables them to squeeze an extra few seconds out. But we can see here some great footage of what looks like lane 3, the St Ignatius 3 crew, coming down the course, just coming to the last 500 metres, looking into a commanding lead here. Maybe not so commanding, actually, just in the lead as we get into the last 500 metres. So just entering the last 400 metres now. We can see the St Ignatius 2 crew closer to the grandstand doing some in a bit of a contender for one of the first places, and it looks like it could be the Newington 2 crew over on the far side also in first place, and then Shore 2 just a few in from the grandstand side also in contention for a placement here. But I feel like it will be the St Ignatius 2 crew in lane 7. That's their second 8, we assume, coming into the last 200 metres of this race. They're getting some competition over there from Newington, but I think they've got enough on their side as they're now almost into the red boys of the last 100 metres here to hold on to this lead, which is the Division 2 of the men's Open 8. Lane 7, St Ignatius. That's the combination of Ryan, Loiterton, McKinnon, Edgerton, Warburton, Garnham, Hartman, Zuckerman, Egger, and Cox by Thorpe. That will be first place to St Ignatius 2. Looking like Shore 2 have crept up on second place there. Missed that with my view here. And then over there in lane 4, from the Newington 2 crew in third place, just crossing the line there. Now just coming back to over there in lane 3, we'll have the St Ignatius in fourth place. And then looking like St Ignatius 4 coming in just up in front of the grandstand now.
That's right, Tom. So it's another win for St Ignatius, and second place to Shore and third place to Newington in the second division of the men's Open 8. Fourth place also goes to St Ignatius 3. That's Brown, McConnell, Pidcock, White, Burgess, Laspina, Barnes, Harrop and Brassington. And finally, St Ignatius in lane 8. That's Alexander, Kennedy, Webb, Thomas, Maffey, Wrightson, Maguire, Shell and De Lachiere. They take out fifth place.
We're now just going to jump back down to the start, which is Division 3 of the men's Open 8. 6 crews, 5 from St Ignatius, 1 Sydney University composite crew. Over in lane 2, we have St Ignatius number 9 crew, showing some depth of this school here. William Dawes, Rory Parker, Samuel Brooks, Simon Brown, Patrick Kearney, Dominic Flynn, William Irwin, Thomas Norton, Riley Wallace as the Cox, and coached by Thomas Benson. St Ignatius number 5 crew, Christian Cummis, Matthew Bigg, William Patterson, Patrick Ryan, Darcy Hullman, Tana McCleary, Robert Boyd, Samuel Pollock, James Munro as Cox, and coached by Ned O'Rourke. In lane 4, St Ignatius 7 crew is Will Patterson, William Van Ryswick, Samuel O'Brien, George Tancreed, Alexander Forlico, Darcy McPherson, Maximilian Burke, George Field, and coxed by Michael Gordon and coached by Simon McKendries. In lane 5, a Sydney University composite crew of Anthony Ball, Frederick Leroyd, Harry O'Donnell, Flynn Wilkinson, Scott Purvis, Chris Burns, Jack Clements, Rosalind Johnson, Durav Kumar as Cox, and coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 6, we have the St Ignatius 6 crew of Campbell, Connor, Brandon Sullivan, Jack Ward, Angus McGrath, Montague Hales, Harris Davis, Thomas Johnson, Josh Delaney, James Stack as the cocks and coached by Ollie Smith. And in lane 7, we have St Ignatius 8, Xavier Anderson, William Wilkinson, Harry Kelly, Xavier Donahue, Lucas Gongratizik, Angus Nicole, Andrew Calvert, Jonas Mason, Darcy Burness, Cox, and coached by Sarah Dew. Going through the 1,000 metres, it was that Sydney University, Sydney Composite crew in a lead, quite up there with the St Ignatius 7 crew, just 0.4 of a second behind. And then it is definitely, we're going to have a split here with the 2 races, probably with St Ignatius 8, 17 seconds behind in third. And just drawing our attention while this third division of the men's 8s comes down, we have the presentation of the women's Open 8. And this women's Open 8 will receive a 150th anniversary regatta cup from Sydney Rowing Club. And the winners of the women's Open 8 is Team Vietnam with Hoi T Lee, Tran T Kiet, Pham T Hu, Duan T Ho, Pham T Gok, An, Lee T Hien, Hai T View, D.T. Bong and Nigel Lim Kien Diem as cocks and coached by Joe Donnelly. Congratulations, Team Vietnam.
Thanks, Tom. So we're in the final stages of race 54, the third division of the men's Open 8. So we're waiting just for this race to finish to finalise the results for the men's Open 8 event overall and the winners of the commemorative Sydney Rowing Club 150-year trophies. Looks as though that crew from the University of New South Wales composite crew, Anthony Ball, Frederick Leroyd, Harry O'Donnell, Flynn Wilkinson, Scott Purves, Chris Burns, Jack Clements, Rosyth Johnson, and Dhruv Kumar in the lead. And they've got a short advantage over St Ignatius in lane 4. That's Petterson, Van Ryswick, O'Brien, Tancred, Forlico, McPherson, Burkefield and Gordon. So UNSW looking pretty comfy, but then still under a bit of pressure at this stage. They've got 100 metres to row. And St Ignatius 7 really putting the pressure on them. Have they left it a bit late? Have they got a bit more in the tank? Let's see. Final 100 metres to go. I think the margin might be a little bit flattering for them, and they're not going to be able to knock off this UNSW composite boat, and I think they will take out this third and final division of the men's Open 8. It's a win for University of New South Wales. Second place will go to St Ignatius 7 in lane 4. Third place is going to go right back to St Ignatius in lane 6.
And that's just rounding out the Division 3 of the men's Open 8. It was University of New South Wales, Sydney in first, St Ignatius 7, followed by St Ignatius 8, followed by St Ignatius 5, followed by St Ignatius 9 in 5th place.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move shortly to the presentation of trophies for the men's Open 8. So we've received confirmation from our judges this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, that the winners of each division in the men's Open 8 will receive glasses, and the winner overall, based on time, will receive also the commemorative Sydney Rowing Club goblets as well.
Looks like we might just be waiting for another 8 to turn up. But on the course here we have race number 55, which is the men's open lightweight under 23 double scull. Over in lane 3 from UTS, we have Chris Thompson, Tate Van Hemst, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bernetti. In lane 4 from St George, we have Lachlan Dunn, Callum Dunn, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 5 from Nepean, we have Hugh Harold, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from UTS, we have Peter Waldersea, Mitch Blackmore, Cram, and Elliot Shackcloth Berretti. And in lane 7 from Glebe, we have Henry Leaf and Ben Nagapa. Coming into the last 250 metres.
So in the last 250 metres, Tom, we've got that both crews from UTS Haberfield kind of out in the lead, and they are going ding-dong racing here in the last 250. It is between Peter Waldersea and Mitch Blackmore, Cram, and also Chris Thompson and Tate Van Hemst, also from UTS, and it's going to go right down to the line by the looks of things in this Division 1 of the men's open lightweight under 23 double scull. Waldersea and Blackmore Cram are lifting it, but so are Van Hemst and Thompson. I can't call this one, Tom. It's going to go right down to the line. Peter Waldersea in the strokes, he's a seasoned athlete himself. Rowing a Mitch Blackmore Cram, I think they're going to just push out to snatch the victory off of Thompson and Van Hemst. What a fantastic race. Congratulations. Victory goes to Waldersea and Blackmore Cram from UTS Haberfield. Second place to Van Hemst and Thompson. And that's some, really good inter-club racing.
Hard to call a biased victory when it's 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Third place looks as though it'll go the way of Nepean Rowing Club.
And then back to the St George crew in lane 4, looking like they're in a 4th place. And then closer to the grandstand will be 5th place, the Glebe Rowing Club, combination of Leaf and Nagapa, coming into the final 100 metres now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move now to the presentation of trophies for the men's Open 8. So, winners of Division 1 and the fastest overall crew, UTS Haberfield. UTS Haberfield are represented by Harry Curtin, Charles Jewell, Macca Thompson, Ryan Gibson, Torben Ungemark, Alexander Wood, Joshua Wilson, and Nicholas Pender. Their cocks, Bronte Blackmore Cram, and their coach, Matthias Ungemark. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate the winners in the men's Open 8 UTS Haberfield.
On the course now, we do have race number 56, which is the men's open lightweight and under 23 combination race. The previous doubles that just came down, they were all men's open lightweight, probably. In this race, we do have some, just open double, sorry. This one does have two crews over in lane 3 and 4. They're lightweight crews. And then in lanes 5 and 6 are just under 23 crews. So over there on the far side from UTS, we have Zinc Bosco, Nick Mathar, coached by Elliot Shakloth Bernetti. In lane 4, a Canberra Composite with Black Mountain, we have Matt Rickard and Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeff Brown. In lane 5 from UTS, we have Henry Blackwell, Mitchell Canopanas, coached by Elliot Shakloth Bernetti. And in lane 6, closer to the grandstand, we have Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Canahan from Penrith Rowing Club. Coming into the final 400 metres or so, I would say it's probably the crew from UTS, the Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponanas combination in a lead. As we said, though, it is a combination race where the two crews on the far side are lightweight and the two crews close to the grandstand are just under 23s.
So turning now to the presentation of trophies for Division 2 of the Men's Open 8. And the winners were St Ignatius College Riverview. That crew is comprised of Willie Ryan, Harrison Loiterton, Angus McKinnon, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Phoenix Graham, Thomas Hartman, Sebastian Zuckerman, and Connor Edger. Their cox, Edward Thorpe, and their coach is Gareth Deacon. Won't you congratulate St Ignatius College Riverview, ladies and gentlemen.
And just quickly back to the course now, into the last 50 metres, we have that UTS combination of Blackwell Caponanas in first place, crossing as the under 23 winners of the race. We do have a really exciting race over on the far side, which was the lightweight race. But just between here, we have the Penrith combination versus Canberra.
Really tight. Can't call that, Tom.
I would like to call it one way, but I think I'll have to call it the other, which was probably third place goes to the Canberra Black Mountain combination of Tomanovitz and Rickard. But I think the Penrith combination of Moran and Taylor were in second place. According to the judges here, there was a 0.8 there between them. I think that was a bit unfortunate racing there, but difference between maybe the lightweights and the under 23s as well.
So moving now, ladies and gentlemen, to another trophy presentation, this time for Division 1 of the Men's Open Lightweight Under 23 Double Scull. And your winners for Division 1, UTS Haberfield. UTS are represented by Peter Waldersey and Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winners of Division 1.
On the course, we do have race number 57, which is the Women's Open Lightweight and Under 23 Double Scull. In lane 2 from University of New South Wales, we have Charlotte Stanwicks and Samantha Backler, coached by Chris Byrne. In lane 3 from UTS, we have Louisa Stocks and Tyler Karapanatis, coached by Katie Healy. We've had a scratch from Glebe in lane 4. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Nicola Greenland, Ella Mentenzis, coached by Thomas Lurick. In lane 6 from Sydney University, India Hobbs and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young. And from UTS, as a lightweight crew, we have Sophia Oguri and Amelia Cooper, coached by Katie Healy. So that is the 3 crews on the far side are open. 1 under 23 crew from Sydney University, and the UTS crew closest to the grandstand is a lightweight crew.
So Tom, just as we wait for that race just to come down to the business end of the course, we will present the glasses for the winners of Division 2 of the Men's Open Lightweight Under 23 Double Scull, and it was a win for UTS Haberfield, who are represented by Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis. The crew is coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti.
Just coming into our vision here, we do have the women's doubles coming down now. We just have one division of this race. We can see what looks like, I think, the Sydney University combination of Greenland and Mentzies in first place. They've been holding that first place from the 1500 metres. Back to the UTS combination in lane 7 in second place, and then Sydney University in third place. Definitely the girls here closest to the grandstand, the lightweights, holding their own with the under 23s in the open from UTS. But it does look like the other 2 Sydney University crews up there in the mix. But definitely lane 5, Sydney University, Nicola Greenland and Ella Menzies, coached by Thomas Lurick, in a commanding lead coming to the last 200 metres here.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. But they are being pushed all the way by that UTS Haberfield combination, that lightweight combination, I should say, Sophia Aguirre and Millie Cooper, who are both very talented young lightweight athletes. And they are really taking the fight to Hobbs and Turner from Sydney University Boat Club. Just query whether they've left a little bit late. They are lifting their rate of striking, but... oh, sorry, I should say it's lane 5, Sydney University. That's Nicola Greenland and Ella Mentzines.
They have held the lead for the majority of the race here, looking comfortable in the lead here, but as you mentioned, a really strong finish from that lightweight combination of Aguirre and Cooper in the last 500 metres to actually just close what was probably a few boat lengths down to just being 3/4 of a boat length as they crossed the line in second place with UTS.
Yeah, so confirming a win for Sydney University Boat Club's Nicola Greenland and Ella Mentzines, coached by Thomas Lorich. Second place goes to UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre and Millie Cooper, coached by Katie Healy. Third place to Sydney University Boat Club's India Hobbs and Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young. Fourth place will go the way of UTS Haberfield in lane 3. That's Louisa Stocks and Taylor Kerpeniotis, coached also by Katie Healy. And just to finalise this race, we'll have UNSW Charlotte Stanwicks and Samantha Backler cross the line in just a short moment.
Coming down the course now, we're going to move to what looks like some quad sculls and then some coxless fours. Right now on the track, though, we do have the men's under 19, under 21 quad scull. In lane 3, we have a UTS Lake Macquarie Corio Bay composite crew. Charles Radin from Corio Bay, Tane Potts from UTS, Kayleen Routley from Lake Macquarie, Oscar St. Pierre from UTS, and coached by Amos Noon and Lee Hall-Sullivan and Judith Ungermark. In lane 4 from the Armidale School, we have Toby Inglis, Kaylin Lawrence, Frederick Kearney, Wiley Wright, and coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 5 from the Armidale School, number 2 crew, we have Lennox Nielsen, Henry Curtin, Louis Ross, Jack McCook, coached by Martin Inglis. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Nicholas Wallen, Charlie Hine, Jack Gorossi, Maxim Maloney, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, we have Oscar Barreggi, Charlie Carr, Alexander Page, and William Gregory. Looking like the combination, the Sydney Rowing Club crew combination, is in the lead here through the 1,000 metres. They had 5.5 seconds almost over the UTS composite, and then 9 seconds back to the Sydney University. But we can see them as they're coming into the final 500 metres here. That Sydney Rowing Club crew looking like they've probably got about a length's lead over their competition over there on the far side, that UTS composite crew with Lake Macquarie and Corio Bay. We can see here the Sydney Rowing Club crew, as mentioned in lane 6. They have been leading since the 1,000 metres when we saw the timing there, as they're coming into the final 200 metres here, looking into a commanding lead over that UTS composite. This is the combination, the Sydney combination of Wallen, Hine, Gurusoy, Maloney, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney, in a really comfortable first place as they're just about to hit the red boys for that final 100 metres here. Sydney Rowing Club looking really confident out in front, quite clean, as you should be when you've got such a commanding position over the rest of the field. But in a comfortable win here, this is the Sydney Rowing Club crew of the men's under-19, under-21 in first place, crossing the line with a provisional time of 6 minutes 19. Over there in lane 3, we'll have the UTS combination with Lake Macquarie and Corio Bay in second place, crossing the line with a margin of 12 seconds. Then we're coming back over to this side for the Sydney University combination in third place, and then we'll be back to our school crews here from the Armidale School. I think we should acknowledge these school crews here who have been coming down with a Cox. Also, they've stepped up into the under-19, under-21 combinations here. So well done to the Armidale School with the Armidale 1 crew in lane 4. Just a fraction of a length of Clearwater, over their competition from Armidale 2. But again, well done, boys, for rowing up probably what is a grade or two and stepping up to the 2,000 metres open or the under-19 racing, and also taking a Cox for a ride down the course. We're now going to jump to the start of the women's under-19, under-21 quad sculls as well. Over in lane 2 from the Armidale School, we have Meg Keeley, Amelia Irby, Misha Milostic and Jenny Inglis, coached by Ben McDowell. In lane 3 from Pimble Ladies, we have Tilly Morgan, Megan Wood, Jessica Culbran, Mia Booth, coached by Ali Williams. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers, Isabella Yardley and Grace Bennett, coached by Felix Dewar and Lachlan Carter. In lane 5 from the Armidale School, we have Isabella Crawford, Ruby Hayland, Jemima Theobald, Matilda Cullen, and coached by Ben McDowell as well. In lane 6 from Sydney, we have Liesl Page, Neve Tierney, Lauren Moran, Lucy Searle, coached by Lachlan Carter, Adam Harrison, and Donovan Check. In lane 7 from Sydney University, we have Lily Garvin, Tiffany Botha, Stephanie Perella, Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. And from lane 8 from University of New South Wales, we have Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth, Annabelle Singh and Ashley Potter, and coached by Chris Burns. I feel like we might also have a few of the schoolgirls, maybe the Armidale and Pymble ladies might be having a Cox in their boat. Just trying to look on the screen. We do definitely have Coxes in the Armidale crews. I'm not quite sure about the Pymble ladies. They might be going Coxless for this event, but the Armidale school do definitely have the extra weight of the Cox. We're looking like we have a scratching from the Sydney University combination.
So I was going to say those under 21 crews probably wouldn't have a coxswain with them, but yeah, that UNSW crew is the only under 21 crew. So no start by the looks of things from Lane 7 Sydney Uni, but some coxswains, as you say, Tom, earlier on in the race.
Just drawing everyone's attention to the medal presentation, Pontoon. This is for the men's under 19, under 21 quad scull, and this is going to Sydney Rowing Club, a combination of Nicholas Wallen, Charlie Hine, Jack Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, and coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. Congratulations to the Sydney Rowing Club crew for the men's under 19, under 21 quad scull. Just a fraction of a delay here. Maybe we are expecting the Lane 7 Sydney University. Not sure if we have an official scratching yet, but we can see the girls just sitting here at the start. We do. We have Lane 7. Sydney University is actually turning up, which is Gavin Botha, Perella Bond, coached by Alfie Young crew, just getting into the start now. Some of these girls have just raced a few other races, so we can understand why they're a little bit tight on the turnaround here, but we are going to have a full complement. So a little fraction of a delay to the start of the women's under 19, under 21 quad sculls here.
Yeah, and that's a pretty handy crew there, Tom. Gavin, Botha, Perella and Bond. At least two of those young women will be in the, well, will likely represent New South Wales in the Youth 8.
That's correct. And we did see Zoe win her single scull earlier today. So some fine pedigree, but also maybe a few bits of tied legs out there as well. Just as we wait for this race to get underway, we can see perfectly just across the start there. Seven quads just lining up. You can see the starter probably getting close to a roll call here as the girls are about to get underway. Just as mentioned, the Armidale schools in those very iconic bright yellow hats look like they do have coxes coming down in this race. And we're underway. through the 500 metres there, we have had the Pymble Ladies crew in lane 3 on the far side come forward in first place, followed by Sydney University Bond combination, followed by Sydney crew of Searle, but just 0.04 behind. So definitely still quite close, only under 2 seconds for the first 3 crews through the 500 metres. I'm going to make the assumption that the Pymble Ladies crew is probably not a coxed boat, which is great to see. These girls might row as a schoolgirls quad, which would have a cox, but the under 19 girls are not coxed, so probably getting a bit of practice also for heading over to Perth shortly. It's about 4 weeks away.
Yeah, just under, I think.
Just under. Just as we're looking down the course now, we can see a little bit of wind has come across the course. Still pretty perfect conditions, nothing to complain about, but there are some gusts that we can see, especially around the 1,000 metres to the 250 metres, where there might be a little bit of just breeze for these girls to deal with in their quads as they're coming up to that almost 1,000 metres, probably about the 750 to the 1,250 mark now that I have a closer look. This is looking like a great race here between the Pymble Ladies and the Sydney University combination. Lucky the race was just held up a few minutes just for them to arrive, because it's looking like that Sydney University combination has caught up. It's just a fraction of a canvas behind the Pymble Ladies combination over there in lane 3, who was still in first place going through the 1,500 metres, but only half a second ahead of what is the Sydney University combination of Garvin, Botha, Perella and Bond. Those names and the coaching by Alfie Young probably will have it in them to maintain that speed that they've had over the last 500 metres to pull up and maintain the speed with Pymble Ladies and potentially get into first place over the Pymble Ladies over there on the far side. But I don't think the Pymble Ladies are going to give up in these next 300 metres here.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Pymble Ladies coming back really hard on that Sydney University Boat Club crew, comprised, as I said, predominantly of alumni from the Queenwood School. But as I said, they'll be difficult to dislodge. A number of them are contending selection in the New South Wales Women's Youth 8. But they're being chased down all the way, by the looks of things, the Sydney University crew by Pymble Ladies College. They're coming into the final 100 metres in any moment now.
As we're just about to hit the red boys here, it is still looking neck and neck between PLC and the Sydney University combination. Looking like the Sydney University combination possibly starting to get into a bit of a lead, stepping up the rating here.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to really move into the last 100 metres here, now into the last 50 metres. Looking like the Sydney University crew will probably just get into the lead here by half a length just over the Pymble Ladies combination over there in lane 1. So that's first to Sydney University, second to Pymble Ladies, and it will be third to Sydney Rowing Club. That's an amazing comeback from Sydney University, and well done by the Pymble Ladies over there on the far side to have maintained to be up there with the pack with what is some very experienced and mature rowers there as well.
Fourth place looks as though it'll go to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. That's Georgina Stevenson, Amelia de Villiers, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. That crew is coached by Felix Steele and Lachlan Carter. Fifth place,
as mentioned here, crossing the line, we have Armidale School 1 crew in lane 5. They're going to cross in what will be 5th place, as mentioned, with a Cox as well, and then back to the Sydney University combination of Webster, Hayworth, Singh and Potter, coached by Chris Burns, which will be in 6th place. And then 7th place, coming down over on the far side, will be Armidale School 2 of Meg Keeley, Amelia Irby, Misha Melostic, Jeannie Inglis, and coached by Ben McGoll. Well done to the schoolgirls who have stepped up into the under-19 quad race. We're going to bring the start back to the 1,000 metres now for the men's masters, Coxless 4. We have a broad range of age here from B category to I category. Over on the far side from Sydney University, we have Alexander Lazarou, James Halliday, Nicholas Lazarou and George Lazarou. Family boat there. In lane 2 from North Shore, we have Andy Jeffries, Jeffrey Burry, Kieran Skelhar, Tom Payton, coached by John Governet. In lane 3 from Mossman, Mark Lorraine, Michael Wenzel, Lachlan Evans, Josie Murray, Sagorola Origi. In lane 4 from Sydney, we have Stuart Cowap, Stephen Graham, David Gleenslade and Robert McNeil. In lane 5 from North Shore, Nick Johnston, Simon Van Rosbrick and Eric Luck, Chris Walsh, coached by Samantha Callahan. In lane 6 from Glebe, we have Mark McEwen, Robert Fendale, Richard Billard and Timothy Bland. In lane 7 from Abbotsford, we have Robert Kelsall, Charles McCaskill, Russell Smith and Michael Hayes. And in lane 8 from Mossman, John Hardy, John May, John Surik and Philip Titterton. The crews closest to the grandstand from Mossman are off go. 13 seconds later from the go, we'll have the Abbotsfield combination. 29 seconds later, we'll have the Glebe combination. And then 34 seconds later, we'll have North Shore 1 and Sydney. 38 seconds later, we'll have the Mossman D crew. 42 seconds later, we'll have the North Shore crew. And then University of New South Wales have a B crew, which will be 45 seconds off go. this men's Masters Coxless 4 is underway. We did have the Mossman crew off go, and then all the way back to 45 seconds later, University of New South Wales crew, which looks like a family crew with one addition of James Halliday to the Lazarau brothers. As expected, the crew closest to the grandstand from Mossman would be in the lead, as they did have 45 seconds on some of the crews from the far side. But as they start to close into the last 500 metres, we'd be expecting that the crews will start to chew through some of that handicap and start to get out into a competitive place for the final few hundred metres. Apologies, and just up on the medal presentation, we had the Pymble ladies of Tilly Morgan, Megan Wood, Jessica Culbrand, Mia Booth, coached by Ali Williams, as the winners of the under-19 women's quad scull. And just coming into the last 300 metres, as mentioned, the crews over there on the far side have managed to work through some of their handicaps, especially the Sydney University of New South Wales crew, a 45-second handicap. But it's looking like that Mossman crew in lane 3 is probably the one with the most boat speed right now, a little bit up over the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 4. That Mossman did start 4 seconds behind the Sydney Rowing Club crew, based on the timings here anyway, maybe not at the actual start. The breeze has started to come up here. It's looking like a bit of a head breeze, so making it a bit hard for the starters at the 1,000 metres to actually line the crews up.
Tom, this is going to be a really tight finish, actually, because we've got a very fast finishing Mossman crew over here in lane 8, and they started off go, but coming through really strongly is that crew from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. They're getting pushed all the way by Mossman in lane 3. That's a D&E crew, and it's going to be really tight for first, second and third. Sydney and Mossman over in lane 3 and 4 with the faster moving boat, but Mossman in lane 8 is finishing really fast. Are they going to hang on? It's too tight to call. I think Mossman in lane 8 is just going to hang on.
Ooh, yes,
by a very close margin. Mossman take the win. Sydney Rowing Club second. Mossman in lane 3 run third. Very tight indeed. Fourth place goes to the University of New South Wales. Fifth place to North Shore 1 in lane 5. Sixth place goes to Glebe in lane 6. And a bit of a distance now back to lane 2, which is North Shore, who will claim 7th place, ahead of Abbotsford Rowing Club in lane 7. Gee, so that was really tight, man, there, Tom.
That was great. That was some really good handicapping from the prognostics there, to have a crew that did start. Must have been about 34 seconds behind, actually, to be so close. To be 0.6 of a second behind.
Yeah,
there.
so
that's amazing.
Almost near perfect handicapping from our judges there, so fantastic effort. And what a really exciting Masters race that was. So race 61 is now assembling down on the start line for the 1,000 metres. It's the first division of the women's Masters pair. So in lane 2, representing Glebe Rowing Clubs, Gemma Bassett and Elizabeth Dorian. It's got a scratching from Glebe in lane 3. So lane 4 is Liz Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Their coach is Odin McIntosh. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club is Daniela Bulgett and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6 from Mossman, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman, coached by James Taylor. In lane 7 is North Shore Rowing Club's Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy, coached by Kim Rudder. And finally, representing Leichhardt, Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham.
These women's pairs are underway. The crew on the far side, the Glebe crew of Bassett and Dorian, are an A crew, so they're giving up a 5-second handicap to all the other crews, which are C grade, which went off go. So 5 seconds, not too bad of a handicap based on what we have seen here. These women's crews just coming down into the first 250 metres now. Let's see if that Glebe crew can churn back some of their 5-second handicap that they had to give to the other crews here. Just coming to the final 250 metres, it is that Lake Macquarie combination of Berry McDonald in lane 4, who were in the lead as they went through the 500 metre mark, but only 0.7 of a second behind back to Leichhardt combination of Burgert and Zongo in lane 5. These two women's crews, both C grade here, so went off go at the same time. Definitely going stroke for stroke as they're about to reach those red boys at the final 100 metres. It might actually be the Leichhardt crew who's starting to step it up now. Maybe that Lake Macquarie crew went a little bit too early for this 1,000 metre race here, but I think I'm actually going to say that maybe it is that Leichhardt crew that has started to get up over Lake Macquarie here in what is the Women's Masters pair race.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. Daniela Borgert and Jennifer Zonga from Leichhardt Rowing Club, they're really strong competitors, and multiple, each of them number of times have represented New South Wales in the Women's Masters 8. So unsurprisingly, they're going to come through and snatch victory off of Lake Macquarie. Daniela Borgert and Jennifer Zonga, it's a win for Leichhardt Rowing Club. Second place to Lake Macquarie. Third place is tight, but it'll go the way of Mossman in lane 6, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman. Fourth place goes to North Shore's Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy. Fifth place will go to Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison, also from Leichhardt. And sixth place goes to Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2. That's Gemma Bassett and Elizabeth Dorian.
Just quickly back to the medal presentation. Pontoon for the glasses for what is the men's Masters Coxless 4. We have in first place from Mossman, John Hardy, John May, John Streak and Philip Titterton. Congratulations for winning the men's Masters Coxless 4. Coming down the course now, we have Division 2 of the Women's Masters pair. This is Division 2 of 2. And over there in North Shore in lane 3, we have Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4 from Glebe, Jenny McKeown and Anne Skilton. In lane 5, we have a Balmain Drummoyne composite of Kathleen Hextel and Renate Impuma. And in lane 6, from St George composite with Mossman, we have Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. And from North Shore in lane 7, we have Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, coached by Kim Rudder. The two crews closest to the grandstand in lane 6 and 7 were off go. The Glebe and Balmain Drummoyne composite crew were off 7 seconds, and over on the far side, the North Shore combination of Byrne and Boland were giving up a 12-second handicap. But looking like the North Shore crew on the far side have chewed through their handicap and are back up with the pack. Just from this angle, the St George composite crew just had a bit of a steering issue, I think, there. The pairs are a little bit challenging sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the wind has whipped up a little bit, Tom, just down there in the 1,500-metre mark. Both those crews in lanes 7 and 6 just with a bit of steering difficulties. You can see that the trail in the water has just kind of shifted a little bit. But, look, hard to say who's in the lead at this stage with the angles and everything. But it would say it's between North Shore lane 3 and I think could be St George composite, Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready.
That's right. I think with the North Shore combination crew already making up that 12 seconds handicap, they might have a bit of boat speed on their side as they're now coming into the final 250 metres. The wind on the water seems to be dying down, just as they're getting a bit more protection, and maybe that'll also give them a little bit of an advantage. But as you mentioned, yes, the St George composite Mossman crew of Wilson and McCready are still holding on to a position potentially for first or second place here. Coming into the final 200 metres. The combination, the North Shore also just having a few steering woes there. The BRO umpires needing to get involved in the race just to make sure that they're keeping their line. But it's going to be a tight race here between the combination over there on the far side in lane 2 of Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland from North Shore, and the Balmain Drummoyne combination of Kathleen Huxtell and Renata Impuma in lane 5.
But lane 6 is St George composite. We'll just correct ourselves. Lane 6 St George composite. Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready. They're going toe-to-toe with Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland from North Shore. Have they done enough? The North Shore crew are pressing up, but I think they have done enough. Jenny Wilson in the stroke seat of that composite boat, just pushing themselves into the lead to claim the victory. Second place will go the way of North Shore's Catherine Byrne and Helen Byrne, I should say, and Catherine Boland. Third place to Kathleen Hextel and Renata Ipman. That's the Balmain composite boat. Fourth place to North Shore, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards. Fifth place will go the way of Jenny McKeon and Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club.
Coming onto the course, we will have two divisions of the women's C and D grade coxless quad. These C and D grade crews are graded based on their performance and speed, not based on age, like the Masters races that we've just had come down the track. Over in lane 4 from Penrith Rowing Club, we have Charlotte Murray, Elizabeth Drayton, Eloise McEwen, Zoe Wisner, coached by Daryl Young. From University of New South Wales, we have Charlotte Stanwicks, Samantha Backler, Anna Ristig, and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 6 from Nepean, Palmina Grady, Emily Boys, Vitty Young, Sienna Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell. And from UTS Haverfield, in lane 7, we have Louisa Stocks, Taylor Kerapanatis, Julia Ungamark, Aldi Waddington, coached by Katie Healy. These four crews are all C grade coming down the course now. some common names in the University of New South Wales crew that just raced in some of the 2,000 metre racing, as they just did a quick dash from the finish to the start on this side of the warm-up lake. Just a quick turnaround there as they're headed back now for the C&D grade Coxless women's quad. Just coming up to almost to the 500 metres, it looks like that University of New South Wales crew and the UTS Haberfield crew are probably up in first place, just getting out over Nepean and the Penrith Rowing Club crew on the far side. It'll be a tough race as the wind is now starting to have a little bit of an impact on the race, especially over on the greater lane side, closer to the grain stand. That's lane 6 and 7. So the UTS crew just starting to feel that breeze now. But as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, it is that UTS crew looking like they're out in front. That's the combination of Stocks, Kerapanatis, Ungermark and Waddington, coached by Katie Healy, who have opened up a clear lead over their rivalry from University of New South Wales. 3.8 seconds behind to the University of New South Wales crew. 1.24 back to Nepean and 6 seconds back to the local club of Penrith Rowing Club, as they're coming now into the final 400 metres of their women's C-grade Coxless quad. And just on the medal presentation pontoon, we do have the women's Masters pair Division 2 winners, the St George Mossman combination of Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready, collecting their cups in a very speedy fashion and getting pushed back off to get back around their boat back around to the training lake. Coming into the final 200 metres, we do now have the UTS crew, as mentioned, through the 1,000 metres, out in lead over the University of New South Wales crew. They did have some clear water through the 1,000 metres, looking like they've still held on to that as they're about to reach the final 100 metres of this race, as they're just hitting the red boys. Comfortable lead here from the crew from UTS Haberfield here in lane 7.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. UTS Haberfield in the lead. Louisa Stocks, Taylor Kerpeniotis, Julia Ungermark and Ali Waddington. Their coach is Katie Healy. Not under much pressure. They're going to take out this first division of the women's CD Coxless quad. And fantastic row from them. Second place is going to go the way of the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwix, Samantha Backler, Anna Ristich and Isabella Niven. Third place to Nepean Rowing Club, Paulmina Grady, Emily Boys, VT Young and Sienna Grady. Their coach, Daniel Waddell. And finally, just to finish off this race, in fourth place it will be Penrith Rowing Club, Charlotte Murray, Elizabeth Drayton, Eloise McEwen and Zoe Weissner. They coach Daryl Young.
We do have Division 2 of the women's CD Coxless quad, looking like they are underway on the course now. All of these crews are D grade. Over in lane 2 from Drummoyne, we have Marcella Cox, Jodie Panagonopoulos, Rowena Stewart, Wendy Ronicolato. In lane 3 from Abbotsford, we have Judith McDonald, Yvonne Connick, Catherine Nito and Adriana Guthrie. In lane 4 from University of New South Wales, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth, Annabelle Singh and Ashley Potter, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 5 from Nepean, we have the Nepean 2 crew of Giovanna Tobnag, Maya Edwards, Sophia Whitelaw, Jessica Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from Leichhardt 2, we have Catherine Head, Fiong Athar, Lisa Malinok, Chanel Stokes, coached by Karen Thorne. And in lane 7, also from Leichhardt, Maya Isbista, Grace Conray, Maya Zufolqua, Lily Bennett, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Looking like that Leichhardt crew, as they're coming up to the halfway mark, which is the 500 metres, could be in the lead of lane 7. Then just back over there on the far side, we do have what looks like the Drummoyne and University of New South Wales crew, just a second between them as they went through the 500 metre mark of the Division 2 of the women's D-grade Coxless quad. Some of the wind is now going down the course. We can see it from up here. We can see the gusts coming down right now. They're in a bit of clear water, but a bit of head breeze about to hit some of these girls' combinations here. But I think this Leichhardt crew has definitely kept their lead over the last 100 or so, 200 metres over that combination from University of New South Wales on the far side.
I think Pete should be.
Into the last 100 metres, we do have, as I mentioned, the Leichhardt crew in lane 7, just holding that lead that they did have it at the 500 metre mark. Then we're just stretching back over to lane 4, the University of New South Wales combination in second place. But it will be the Leichhardt crew of Maya, Grace, Milia and Lily in first place over the line, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Then it will be University of New South Wales in second place. Over there in lane 2, it'll be Drummoyne in third place and Nepean in fourth place. Just waiting then for some of the other combinations to come down, which is the Leichhardt 2 crew and Abbotsford in lane 3.
And on the podium now, we've got a presentation of trophies for the winners of the Women's CD Cox's Quad Division 1. The winners, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, represented by Louisa Stocks, Taylor Kepiniotis, Julia Ungemark and Ali Waddington. Congratulations also to their coach, Katie Healy.
We are heading back to the 2,000 metre start here for the men's open lightweight under 23 Coxless 4. We have 3 open crews and 1 under 23 crew. On lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have MacArthur Bucknell, Andy Hoffman, Angus Keaton, Thomas Hart, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, also from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Declan Glendinning, William Downey, Matthew Morgan, Tom Cregan, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 5, we have a Sydney University Swan River composite crew of Devlin Walsh, Marcus Britt, Miles McCullen, Lachlan Miles, coached by Thomas Lurick. And in lane 6 from UTS, we have Joshua Wilson, Alexander Wood, Nicholas Pender, Torben Ungemark, coached by Matthias Ungemark and Tim McLaren. As mentioned, the crew in lane 6 from UTS is an under-23 crew, and the other 3 crews from Sydney Rowing Club, 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Composite, are in the open category.
Thanks, Tom. We're about to have a start in race 65, and they are underway. So this should be a cracking race. We've got some very high-quality athletes in this race, so... just looking at across the field, we've got, particularly in the Sydney University composite boat, Devlin Walsh, Marcus Britt. Sorry, we'll just move down to the medal presentations. Tom.
So we do have, from the women's D-grade Coxless Quad from Leichhardt, we have Maya Ibista, Grace Conray, Milia Zofqua, Lily Bennett, and coached by Isaac Shepherd. Congratulations to the winners of the women's D-grade Coxless Quad from Leichhardt.
And we will resume now. Race 65 on the course. I was just saying that it's a very high quality of calibre of athlete having on the course now. Particularly Miles McQuillan from Swan River Rowing Club, subbing in to bolster that Sydney University composite crew. Of course, Australian team representatives in that UTS Haberfield boat as well. So, in fact, each of them are an Australian representative. Josh Wilson in the under-19 4, but then also Alexander Wood, Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermark in the under-23s. But of course, some strong athletes in the Sydney crews in lanes 3 and 4.
Through the 500 metres, it was that Sydney University Swan River composite crew in first place, but only 1.6 seconds behind to UTS, and then the two Sydney Rowing Club crews in third and fourth through that 500 metres. But only the first quarter of the race.
Yeah, that's right. So some very experienced oarsmen indeed in that Sydney University composite boat. So UTS Haberfield have their work cut out for them if they are to seize the lead off of them throughout this race. Yeah, some good footage from the perspective of the BRO launch. And of course, it is a very tight race indeed. Only a couple of seconds between first, second and third. And that's all to play for down towards the business end of the park.
It's looking like some of the breeze has probably left the course just for a fraction here. So it looks like these guys' crews are going to get a good almost 1,500 metres of racing without a bit of breeze. But there is a wall of wind just sitting there at the 1,500 metre mark. Probably light in the scheme of things, but still it might play against some of the crews as they reach that final 500 metre stretch in this race. You can see on the screen there that Sydney University Swan River composite crew holding a solid lead here over their fellow open division Sydney Rowing Club crews, and then the UTS crew closer to the grandstand up there with the open crew. Probably, I think it's still in touch there, but you know, it'll be see what happens over the next kilometre with that composite crew.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. That Sydney University crew is a very experienced boat, and they've opened up the lead a little bit more on the UTS crew of Wilson, Wood, Pender and Ungermark. And the Sydney Rowing Club in third place. I can't quite tell. I think it's the crew of Declan Glendinning, William Downey, Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan that are in third place at the moment. And then back a little bit to MacArthur Bucknell, Andy Hoffman, Angus Aitken and Thomas Hart. Back on the course now, Tom. It's competition's really heating up now between this UTS Haberfield boat and this Sydney Uni Swan River boat. Just 0.1 in it through the 1,500 metre mark. So get down to the grandstand, ladies and gentlemen. That one's going down to the wire by the looks of things. The lead that have been extended on Sydney Rowing Club now, 8 seconds back to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4. But it's certainly all to play for these for the UTS and Sydney Uni crews out the front.
Yeah, these young guys definitely showing that something to come, I think, from UTS, being a couple of years younger probably, but definitely playing it up with the big boys from Sydney University and Swan River as we're almost coming into the last 300 metres of this race. See what's happened here with the stretch of 0, .01 that the composite crew had over them.
It's an extremely tight margin, Tom, and really coming into the final 250 metres, it is a question of who wants it more. UTS Haberfield and the Sydney University composite crew are going toe-to-toe. It is ding-dong racing, and I would not be brave enough to call the winner at this stage. It's, as I said, it's an extremely experienced Sydney University crew, and up against the young guns from UTS. That's Josh Wilson, Alex Wood, Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermark. And Pender in the stroke seat is raising his rate of striking. And I think if I was to hazard a guess, they have got their ball in front. But Lockie Miles from Sydney University raising his rate of striking as well. And they are responding, but it's going to be really close. They go stroke for stroke down to the line. It's anyone's guess. I think UTS have got it on the surge, ladies and gentlemen. Very close indeed. UTS Haberfield take the lead over, and they take the win over the Sydney University composite crew, who will have to settle for second. But what a fantastic race. They pushed them all the way, Tom.
That was an amazing finish. Yeah, I think those boys will be very happy with a win over their fellow Sydney University composite crew. And I think, again, .4 was the split, but we might get a bit more of a closer timing once the official results come in. And then that was back to third place for the Sydney Rowing Club crew. And fourth place will also be Sydney Rowing Club over there in lane 3. Finishing out what is the men's open and under 23 coxless 4. You can see the replay on the screen there. You can see just on the surge there, that UTS crew just really stepping it up. And the last few hundred metres of that higher stroke rate as they come across the finish line. We can't quite see where the official finish line is, but I think far enough out to actually claim the victory of probably about half a canvas over that Sydney University, composite crew.
Yeah, it really is down to a battle of a will in those final couple of strokes there, Tom. And yeah, not much in it at all. So a fantastic race by both crews. Congratulations to both of them. And just receiving their glass trophies now is that crew from UTS Haberfield, winners in the men's open lightweight under 23 coxes for race 65, and congratulations to them. So Tom, on the course now is race 66. The women's open lightweight under 23 Cox's 4 in the dying stages now. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Farrar, Megan Hadfield, Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Nicola Greenwin, India Hobbs, Grace Turner and Ella Mencines. And lane 6 from UTS Hadfield, Holly Garner, Annabelle Fuller, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. In the final couple of strokes, it is Sydney University Boat Club in the lead, and they are going to take out this race 66 without much pressure at all. Sydney Rowing Club runs second in lane 4, and third place back to UTS Hadfield.
Well done to that Sydney University crew, winning there in a time of 7:21. Some ex-Canberra girls there of Nicola Greenland and Grace Turner. And Nicola Greenland actually going forward to race in the women's interstate single representing the ACT.
So just a change in the commentary tower, ladies and gentlemen, for the final stretch of the afternoon, where we've got about an hour left in the program. I'm joined by Peter Waldersee. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Not
Fantastic.
a problem. And race 67 is underway, sir. It's the men's under 19, under 21 pair, and this race contested by 4 crews. So in lane 2, representing St Augustine's College, is Tom McGee and Cody Carney, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 3, also from St Augustine's, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. Got a scratching from Sydney University in lane 4. So in lane 5, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 7, representing Sydney University as well, Hugo Hobbs and Sam Bristow.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And a good-looking race coming down here. It looks like it might be that St Augustine's crew just in the lead. That's the crew with Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. They're two of the junior world champion athletes, if I'm not mistaken, doing a bit of work out of UTS. So good to see them dominating here in the under-19 division. We then have the under-21 division, which will probably be graded separately, and it looks like that might be being led by Sydney Rowing Club at this point.
Coming into the final 250 metres now, Pete, and it is, or I should say it remains, the St Augustine's crew in lane 3, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. We've watched these two young gentlemen come through the junior age categories, and they're now contesting, well, they're an under-19 crew, and they are have, I suppose, a short advantage over the under-21 crew of Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies. So this is a junior crew.
Yeah, they are. They're rowing quite well for a junior crew, aren't they, Michael? And they've just raised their rate of striking there to take in that last 100 metres, indicated by those red buoys there that they can just see now as they're crossing that red buoy there. And they're looking very clean, very tidy, as are that Sydney University crew who are really pushing them. But at this point, it does look like it will be that St Augustine's crew, that very experienced crew. For such a young gentleman, they really do have a lot of experience under their belt. racing at most regattas really, just putting in their all. Sydney University crew also looking very competent as they just finalise that field, and that is that crew in lane 4. So that lane 4 crew, it did look like they had a scratching earlier, but they perhaps have withdrawn that.
Yeah, so that looks as though it was Hugo Hobbs and Hamish Danks. Well, that was the entered crew at least, but we'll wait confirmation on that one. And finally, Tom McGee and Cody Carney from St Augustine's will run 3rd place in lane 2.
Yep, and Hugo and Hamish also 2 very experienced athletes. So although that was an underage event, definitely a fast time for the underage event and some good experience under the belt for that under 19, under 21 pair.
So race 68 on the course now, Pete. It's the women's under 19, under 21 pair. And looks as though we've had a couple of scratchings in this race. So coming through the 1500 metre mark, it's just the Sydney Rowing Club crew and the Roseville College crew. So Sydney Rowing Club under 21 crew, that's Talisa Noak driver, and I think it's Isabella Scammell in lane 7 by the looks of things. And then over in lane 3, it's Sienna Meany and Hannah Alexander from Roseville, coached by Gonzalo Briones.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And again, some very competent rowers here. Definitely that Sydney Rowing Club crew have been doing a lot of good work over the last couple of years. Really, we've seen both those athletes racing and racing well for a number of years. So it's no surprise that they've got a little bit of a lead there.
Yeah, well, if it is indeed Bella Scammell in that boat, she's a junior world champion, so or it might be an under 23 world champion actually. One of those events in the 4. So she's indeed a very decorated oarswoman.
Yeah, and it really is shown there in the way they're rowing. You can see they're just getting a nice bit of length out there, taking a good amount of time at the front, just getting their blades in very cleanly together. And again, the pair is a very difficult discipline to get that sort of rowing correct, and any mistakes are amplified tenfold in the pair. So really good to see them just ticking along quite comfortably there as they come into that last 100. Not a frantic stroke, just a very nice, comfortable bit of rowing, and they will lead this race in lane 7 there. That's the Sydney Rowing Club under 21 pair. Talisa Knocker driver and Isabella Scammell. So they're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check.
So it's a win for Sydney Rowing Club in the women's under 19 21 pair. And Roseville College have to settle for 2nd place.
And it must be said by Roseville there, they're really pushing these girls quite well for a very decorated pair from Sydney Rowing Club. Very good from Roseville College. They should be very proud of that effort. As we move our attention to the podium, and this is the winners of race number 67, the men's under 19, under 21 pair, and it's St Augustine's 1, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark.
So race 69 now underway, Peter. It's the men's CD grade Cox 4. There are only 2 competitors in this race, so crews from UTS in lane 4 and Nepean in lane 5. UTS Haberfield is a C crew. That's James Scott Brown, Zachary Hyde, Nick Mather and Zinc Bosco. Their cox is Nicholas Rogers. Their coach is Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 5, and you can see them on the screen here, it's Dhruv Patil, Ezekiel Pratt, Paul Grady and Angus George. And their cox is Giovanna Tabanag and their coach, Daniel Waddell.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And a good bit of rowing here, and also some fantastic footage we're seeing. Just a nice little on-the-water shot, very much an action shot, Michael, as they're coming through the 1500. And that is the Nepean crew we're seeing on our screens there. Really rowing very well in this Cox 4, a very hard event. It does reward athletes that are quite strong. And of course, we do have some strength here in this leading crew with the big and brave Jimmy Scott Brown leading these boys, and coxed by Nicholas Rogers.
Yeah, just a shout out to Nicholas Rogers, a decorated coxswain, hailing originally from Western Australia, moved to Sydney a couple of years ago, just prior to the pandemic, to study at University of Technology Sydney, and is the incumbent coxswain of the Western Australian Queen's Cup, Peter. So a very, very good coxswain.
He sure is, very decorated coxswain, and some fantastic calls he makes. We've both been lucky enough to be coxed by the great man himself, as he leads this crew very bravely through to the 1750 as they approach this last 100 metres, Michael.
Thanks, Pete. We'll just go quickly to another medal presentation. It's for the women's under 21 pair.
And whilst we're waiting for those girls to approach the podium, we will just see the final bit of this race with that UTS crew just crossing the finish line in lane 4. They will take the win in the men's CD grade Cox 4. And we now move our attention to the medal presentation of the women's under 19-21 pair. And that is won by lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, Talise Knocker driver and Isabella Scammell, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. Congratulations, girls. And finalising the field here in race 69, the men's CD grade Cox 4, is that Nepean crew with a fantastic bucket hat there in 3-seat. They will come second in the men's CD Cox 4.
So, Peter, Division 1 of the men's Masters Single Scull is underway. It's race 70 on your programs, ladies and gentlemen. So in lane 1, representing Nepean Rowing Club, is Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Cowan Guayamarez, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, is Tom Cregan, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, is David Raymond. In lane 5, representing Black Mountain, is Stephen Merchant. Got a scratching from Leichhardt in lane 6, so lane 7 is also a sculler from Black Mountain, which is Ian Mongan. And in lane 8, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Andy Wigan.
Thanks, Michael. And with this very busy race, race 70, the men's Masters Single Scull, it is a little bit difficult to see who is in the lead. It looks at this point like it might be that Black Mountain sculler, but we'll probably get a bit of a better idea of this race once they come through the 1500, or in fact the maybe 1750. Although with the handicap racing, we do have a bit of a disparity at the earlier stages of the races, so even those times through the 1,000 don't tell us a huge amount. So we'll see as they come through the final stages of the race where everyone is ending up.
coming through the halfway mark, Pete. It is very tight indeed. Kawan Guayamares from Leichhardt Rowing Club only enjoying a very small margin over Ian Mongan from Black Mountain, Andy Wigan from Glebe, less than a second behind him, and then back Tom Cregan and Dave Raymond, all within a couple of seconds of each other. Jason Waddell from Nepean running 6th at this stage, and Stephen Merchant from Black Mountain just a little bit off the pace. But other than that, it's a very tight race indeed, Pete, in the first division of the men's Masters single scull.
Yeah, definitely, Michael. It looks like at that stage there, through the 500 metre mark, it would be the Leichhardt Sculler. Although we do look at athletes like Jason Waddell nominating for the Penrith Cup this year, I believe. Definitely someone to look out for, definitely a tough racer. And a couple there from Leichhardt. David Raymond we have seen multiple times before, so we'll see how this race ends up, as it does seem to be quite tight there through the 1750, or the 750, my apologies, as this is 1 kilometre racing. But as they cross the grandstand, we will get a better idea, a bit of a better picture of who is where. Definitely that Leichhardt Sculler really pushing right in the far end there, and that would be the Leichhardt 3 Sculler.
Yeah, that's Kawan Guayamares, and he is gone from strength to strength. He's a very competent master sculler, and he is pushing Tom Cregan from Sydney Rowing Club all the way. So Tom Cregan's regularly features in the Sydney Rowing Club 8s. We've seen him, he competed at the, today in the first 8, but also in the Gold Cup just a little while ago. We just might move to a presentation of medals quickly as this race finalises, Pete.
Yep, very nice. Thank you, Michael. So the presentation of the medals for the C/D grade Cox 4. In first place, lane 4, UTS, James Scott Brown, Zachary Hyde, Nick Mather, Zinc Bosco, and the ever-capable Nicholas Rogers. Congratulations, boys. We do move our attention back to that race. It looks like the men's Masters single was won there by Sydney Rowing Club, Tom Cregan. He was off 3 seconds in lane 3, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. Congratulations, everyone, in the race 70 men's Masters single scull, as well as race 69, the UTS 4.
And so just recapping the results from the men's Masters single scull Division 1. It was a win for Sydney Rowing Club's Tom Cregan, followed in second place by Kawan Guayamares from Leichhardt. Third place went to Ian Mongan from Black Mountain in the Australian Capital Territory. Fourth place to Nepean Rowing Club's Jason Waddell. Fifth place to Andy Wigan from Leichhardt. There was a photo finish, though, between Andy Wigan from Glebe and David Raymond from Leichhardt. Seventh place went to Stephen Merchant from Black Mountain.
And a very capable 2-seat there in that UTS 4. We see Nicholas Rogers deciding to roll the Zudi up and have a crack at being an oarsman, so we can all critique his technique on the way back to the pontoon.
So Division 2 of the men's Masters single scull is underway, Pete. It's race 71 in your programs, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 1, representing Manning River Rowing Club, Rhett Patterson. He's a C-grade sculler. I should say that there are 3 C-grade scullers in this race and 5 D-grade scullers. So in lane 2, representing Black Mountain, is Robert Curtin. In lane 3, from North Shore Rowing Club, Samuel Hay. In lane 4, from St George, Christopher Jones. In lane 5, from Glebe Rowing Club, Nicholas Galea. In lane 6, from the University of New South Wales, is Andrew McEnroe. In lane 7, from Black Mountain, is Jeff Howell. And in lane 8, representing Glebe Rowing Club, is Christopher Nietzsche.
Thanks, Michael. And a good race coming down here. It looks like it is that sculler just in the middle there. That would be, I believe, the St George sculler, Michael, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe University of New South Wales. Leading that, it would be University of New South Wales.
Yeah, so
seems to be in the lead.
Andrew McEnroe from UNSW, and he was off go, as was Christopher Jones, Nicholas Galea, Jeff Howell, and Christopher Nietzsche.
So definitely the people in the far end there. So maybe that lane 1 sculler, Manning River, Rhett Patterson, who would probably be someone to look out for, as he did start behind, and he does look like he's pressuring that University of New South Wales sculler. So as they're coming into the last 100, definitely that's going to be the race to watch, even though the Manning River Rowing Club sculler just got a little bit of dirty water there, Michael. I'm not sure if you saw that, so caught a little bit of a crab, and we'll see.
Yeah, so Rhett Patterson in lane 1 from Manning River, as you said, Pete, pushing up on Andrew McEnroe from the UNSW, and yeah, he did have a couple of dirty strokes there, but he's lifting his rate of striking again. I just wonder whether he's running out of time now to pinch the lead off of McEnroe from the University of New South, and I think that is the case. I think the win will go to the University of New South Wales, to Randwick this time. Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull, won by Andrew McEnroe from the University of New South Wales. Second place, Rhett Patterson from Manning River. Third place is going to be tight, but I think it'll go the way of Black Mountain, Jeff Howell. Fourth place to Samuel Hay of North Shore Rowing Club. Fifth place to Robert Curtin from Black Mountain. Sixth place to Christopher Jones from St George. Seventh place to Nicholas Galea from Glebe Rowing Club. And finally, Christopher Nietzsche from Glebe Rowing Club. Peter, race 72 is on the course now. It's the third division of the Men's Masters Single Scull. In lane 1, representing Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Stuart Boyd. In lane 2, from Drummoyne, Gary Foster. In lane 3, from Leichhardt, Richard Medway. In lane 4, from Glebe, is Kenny Major. In lane 5, from St George's, Ayrton Grania Ramos. In lane 6, from Lake Macquarie, is Jeremy Smith. In lane 7, from Sydney Rowing Club, is Carl Quitzow. In lane 8, from Glebe Rowing Club, Robert Fendel. And in lane 9, from St George, Glenn Shooter.
Thanks, Michael. And some good names there. Definitely we look at Glenn Shooter and Richard Medway, two fathers of athletes we've rode with, which is very nice to see it running in the family. The great James Shooter, as well as the fantastic James Medway. But definitely we'll see how their fathers compare to the sons as they face up against each other. But it looks at this point, Michael, like it might be a little bit too close to call, but maybe Richard Medway in lane 3, I think looks like he's having a pretty good crack at this race.
Yeah, well, that's right. Richard Medway is a very, very capable master sculler, and he's in the very distinctive colours of the Leichhardt chevron in lane 3. And we saw Richard Medway line up alongside Kawan Guaymares, Ayrton Grania Ramos, and the name of the final crew member escapes me, but they lined up in the Men's Masters quad earlier on today for qualification for the Men's New South Wales Masters quad. But having said that, Pete, it's very tight through the 500 metres. Only 0.96 back to Kenny Major from Glebe Rowing Club, and then 0.39 back to Carl Quitzow, followed by Ayrton Grania Ramos from St George, and then back to Robert Fendel from Glebe. And then it was Glenn Shooter, Stuart Boyd, and Gary Foster in that order. So that was how it was at the 500 metres, and it's all to play for in the final, probably 400 metres or so. Richard Medway being challenged all the way by Kenneth Major from Glebe Rowing Club, and also Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, some good racing there. And Kenneth Major, an old interstate rower from, I believe, the late 90s. And really doing a great job to keep in the sport and keep doing what he's doing, and definitely having a good crack there at Richard Medway, as they're coming into the last 250 metres. It looks like you could really throw a blanket over it. There's not a lot in it in this race. I would say probably between 1 to 2 seconds between most of the field. It looks still to be Richard Medway as he lengthens that lead from Kenny Major. In the last 250, maybe 200 metres of this race, they will be approaching those red boys, indicating the 100-metre mark to go. Definitely Richard Medway just raising his rate of striking to increase his lead from Ken Major. And it looks like Glenn Shooter there just having a little bit of a crack to try and get back up to them. I believe that's Glenn from St. George. No, that's my apologies. That's Aiton Granger Ramos, coached by Bruce Williams. He is going to be pushing, but not quite as much as Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, who's having a very good push towards Kenny Major. And it's going to be between the two for second place. Definitely Richard Medway for first.
But I think Jeremy Smith's going to take that. So Richard Medway runs first, and I think second's going to go the way of Jeremy Smith, who steals at the death from Kenny Major, who runs third. Fourth is to Aiton Granger Ramos from St. George. Fifth place goes the way of Carl Quitzow, Sydney Rowing Club. Sixth place will go to Robert Fendel from Glebe. Sixth will be tight, but it goes to Glenn Shooter from St. George, followed by Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie, and then finally to Gary Foster from Drummoyne.
Yeah, some great racing there, Michael. Really, really brave stuff in that last 100 metres and some very good finishes, very good times there in the men's Masters single Division 3.
Take your hat off, Jeremy Smith. That was a fantastic comeback. And just receiving his trophy glass on the medal pontoon now is Andrew McEnroe, who claimed a victory in Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull, and he was representing the University of New South Wales. So congratulations to you, Andrew McEnroe. Won't you join me in congratulating him? So race 73 on the course now, Pete. It's Division 4 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. In lane 1, representing St. George, is Paul Wilkinson. Lane 2 from Penrith Rowing Club is Steve Hill. Lane 3 from Drummoyne, Stephen Schneigel. Lane 4 from Glebe Rowing Club is Mark Tejan. In lane 5 from Penrith, Hugh McDonald. In lane 6 from Drummoyne is Richard Jones. In lane 7 from Glebe is Mark McKeon. And finally in lane 8, representing North Shore Rowing Club, is John James. Now, Pete, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 G-grade scullers and 1 L-grade sculler, who is John James from North Shore Rowing Club. He went off of go, and the remaining scullers had a 79-second handicap.
Yeah, quite a bit. Michael, I do just draw our attention very quickly here to a medal presentation just having been awarded to Leichhardt 4 Richard Medway, the E-grade sculler that just won Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scull, coached by Steve Sherry. So please join me in congratulating Richard Medway for his win in Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. Congratulations, Richard. I do draw our attention back now to race 73, Men's Masters Single Scull, Division 4. Michael, you have read out the names, and you did mention that we have most of our scullers off 79 seconds, G-grade. Then we have an L-grade sculler, John James, off go. So 79 seconds, Michael, a huge handicap. And it looks like we can see there the lead is still maintained by the L-grade sculler, John James, in the lane closest to us. Whether he will maintain that lead for the whole race is a different story, but it looks like he's plodding along trying to keep that lead. It is very beneficial, especially in the sport of rowing, where you're able to see your competitors and definitely see your competitors come back at you.
Yeah, well, that's right, Pete. John James is just going to be looking over the rest of the field and just trying to keep his command over things. And so he's certainly running in first place at this stage. I was saying to Tom Trobe just earlier on this afternoon that it's very much a game of cat and mouse in Masters rowing, particularly with such large handicaps. John James has competed several times today already in the Ancient Mariners 8 and the Ancient Mariners 4 earlier on, so this is his third race of the day, so it's a fantastic effort already, but it's just a question of whether he can hang on for the remaining 250 metres of this race. At the 500 metre mark, it was Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club in second. Now, we know Mark up here from the commentary tower, Pete, but he's an extremely experienced and competent single sculler, and he will be pushing hard on John James in these last 250 metres. Coming towards the red boys now is John James.
Yeah, Michael, well said. And Mark Tejan, as you said, a fantastic commentator, a fantastic bloke. Really doing very well to, I guess, lead this race bar John James. But it looks like John is just holding him off, and whether he's going to be able to hold him off for that final 100 metres now we're coming into. Mark Tejan definitely having a bit more pace than John James, but John really doing a great job. He's seen the danger. He's looking at Mark. He knows that he's coming, but he, I think, can hold him off, Michael.
Well, Hugh McDonald from Penrith Rowing Club, Pete, now just challenging Mark Tejan for that second place, but I think neither of them will have done enough to snatch victory off of John James, and I think he is going to take out this Division 4 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. He goes over the line in first place, ladies and gentlemen. John James, North Shore Rowing Club, a fantastic effort to him.
Yeah, some great racing there, and he looks like he's really exerted himself.
A couple of dirty strokes,
well.
And second place is close, but I think it was just Hugh McDonald from Penrith Rowing Club. Mark Tejan from Glebe runs third. Stephen Schneegel from Drummoyne in fourth. Fifth place goes the way of Penrith's Richard Jones, I should say, sorry, from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Seventh goes to Mark McKeon from Glebe. Eighth to Paul Wilkinson from St George. And then finally, we'll see Steve Hill from Penrith Rowing Club.
And a great race from John James there, really must be said. A fantastic bit of racing. He really exerted himself well to get out in front and get a good lead that he was able to maintain. So congratulations, John, a very good bit of racing from you.
So, Peter, moving now to Women's Masters Rowing, and it's race 74 that's on the course, Division 1 of the Women's Masters Coxless 4. So we've got a scratching from Leichhardt in lane 3, but in lane 4, representing North Shore Rowing Club, is a C-grade crew comprised of Elizabeth Lowe, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy, their coach Kim Rudder. In lane 5, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bourget, Jennifer Zonga, Nikki Lepresti and Annalise Armitage, and they're coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Kim Lowry, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman, coached by James Taylor. And finally, in lane 7 is a Lake Macquarie composite. That's Tiffany Hutchison, M. Barrack, Trudy McDonald and Kirsten Berry, my apologies.
Thanks, Michael. And at this point, it does look like Leichhardt, I believe, that lane 5-4 that might just be in the lead, but they are getting pushed by Mossman at this point. So it will definitely be between Leichhardt and Mossman. It looks like it's that North Shore crew just trailing just minorly as they come through into the last 250 or so metres. Definitely the point where all of these athletes will start to really put the hammer down. But that Mossman crew look like they might be retaining a little bit more speed than the Leichhardt crew, just keeping their nose a little bit ahead. So it'll be interesting seeing them come through this last 100, whether they're able to just pip that Leichhardt crew, which I think they might have, Michael. I don't know what it looks like to
so
you,
Mossman raising their rate of striking now, Pete. That's the crew of Kim Lowry, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman. The scratching, of course, from the late Macquarie crew in lane 7, so we're not going to see them coming down the course, but it's going to be tight now between Mossman Rowing Club and Leichhardt Rowing Club. Leichhardt just coming back really strongly. Daniela Borgert in the strokes. She's very experienced oarswoman herself, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There's a late charge there. But Mossman Rowing Club are going to hang on to claim this first division of the Women's Masters Coxless 4. So win for Mossman, I should say. Leichhardt have to settle for second place, and third is going to go the way of North Shore in lane 4.
And as race 75 lines up, I do move our attention to the medal presentation of the Women's Masters Coxless 4 as they come in. So congratulations to Mossman Rowing Club. And we now move our attention to the medal presentation for race 74, the Women's Masters Coxless 4. And in first place from Mossman Rowing Club, Kim Lowry, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross, Carissa Kleiman, and coached by James Taylor. Congratulations, Mossman Rowing Club.
So Peter, race 75 is underway. It's the second division of the Women's Masters Coxless 4. So in lane 3 from North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Their coach is Kim Rudder. In lane 4, it's a St George Composite crew, Kathleen Hextell, Renata Ipma, Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready. In lane 5 from North Shore, Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Wendy Zamet and Julie Wass. Their coach is Kim Rudder. In lane 6, also from North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles, coached by John Gouvernet. And finally, in lane 7, from North Shore Rowing Club as well, Caroline Boyce, Jane O'Hanlon, Virginia Fabro and Susan Wannon, their coach, Kim Rudder.
And we do pay our attention to lane 7 there, Michael, as they do seem to have a little bit of steering issues. They are coming off the course. They've gone from lane 7 into lane 8, lane 9, and now into lane 0, the transit lane. So we do hope that they're able to see that we've got the pontoon ahead of us, and hopefully they're able to avoid that as they just have a little bit of steering issues.
Yeah, we do hope it's just a boat breakage and nothing more serious, Pete. But they are trying to get back on course by the looks of things. But at this stage, Pete, I think it is that crew in lane 6, North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles in the lead.
And they're coming dangerously close to the medal presentation, so medal pontoon, my apologies. So hopefully they're able to avoid that. And the umpire, just on their case there, it looks like they've seen the danger and they're able to steer away.
Back on the course, I think I'm going to eat my own words. It's the North Shore Rowing Club crew in lane 3. So this is Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. And they're a very experienced combination, having rowed together for a number of years and over successive seasons. And this is the kind of, the kind of experience that you can kind of develop over a number of years of consecutive training. So congratulations. The win goes to North Shore Rowing Club. Second place will go to the St George Composite crew of Kath Hextell, Renata Ipma, Jenny Wilson and Christine McCready. Third place goes the way of North Shore in lane 6. That's Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles. Followed by, well, it'll be tight between lane 7 North Shore, who have now back on the course, thankfully, and also lane 5 North Shore. And they're going to take the win over their club mates in lane 7, and that'll finish this race.
Now we do have a bit of time before this next race comes down. This race is 4:03, my apologies. The Men's Open Lightweight Under 23 Quad Scull. I won't quite read the names out yet, but I do have to advise this will be probably one of the premier events of the day. We do have the great Patrick Burke racing here, along with some very competitive crews from UNSW as well as Team Vietnam. So if you are not at the grandstand already, please make your way over, as this will be a fantastic race to watch. And we can see on our screens there, Team Vietnam looking absolutely menacing, and they will be a very, very hard crew to beat. So do make your way over if you aren't already, as this will be a fantastic race, Michael, an absolute cracker.
Yeah, that's right, Pete. Well, this UTS crew has been training together for some time now. That's the crew angling to compete at the National Championships in Perth as the under-23, in the under-23 event, I should say, but they're going at some pretty stiff competition. Team Vietnam, of course, is a national crew, and so we'll just see how they fare against each other. But as you say, Pete, a couple of minutes yet, so we will call this race as and when it kicks off. So we're underway, Pete, in race 76, the men's open lightweight under 23 quad scull, and it's going to be a really good race by the looks of things between these two crews closest to the grandstand. Certainly UTS Haberfield, the crew contending for under 23 selection, and Team Vietnam, of course, a national team crew. And of course, let's not forget to mention these UNSW boats. So in lane 3, from the UNSW 1 crew, Anthony Ball, Fraser Wilson, Scott Perth and Harry O'Donnell. Their coach is Cameron Butler. In lane 4, it's the second University of New South Wales crew, Jack Clements, Rosyth Johnson, Chris Burns and Frederick Leroyd, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 5 from Team Vietnam is Nu Din Nam, Bui Van Hoan, Nguyen Van Ha, Nguyen Van Hugh. Their coach is Joe Donnelly. And finally from UTS Haberfield in lane 6, Patrick Burke, Henry Blackwell, Mitchell Caponis and Harry Curtin. Their coach is Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti.
Thanks, Michael, and some great racing here. We can look at this fantastic view, the action shot as we'll deem it, on the course. But we do move our attention to the medal presentation as we see this race coming down. The medal presentation for, I believe it's race number 75, the Women's Masters Coxless 4.
So in Division 2 of the Women's Masters Coxless 4, it was a win for North Shore Rowing Club. North Shore represented by Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Their coach, Kim Rudder.
Thanks, Michael. And as we move our attention back to race number 76, it looks like it's Team Vietnam in a time of 1 minute 29.22 over the first 500 metres. Then 1.18 seconds behind is UTS. Third place, 11 seconds behind them is University of New South Wales. And then 1.52 seconds behind them is the other University of New South Wales crew. So a fantastic start from Team Vietnam as they win that first 500 metres. Surely Paddy Burke will have seen that and see what he can do. But Team Vietnam, must be said, a very, very good start from them.
Yeah, well, that's right. Paddy Burke, the man with the longest shorts in New South Wales, looks over his left shoulder over Team Vietnam. And as you said, Pete, it's a really close race at this stage between UTS Haberfield and Team Vietnam. It's a long race, so we'll just wait and see what happens. And those University of New South Wales crews just kind of having a race of their own back in, just back off the pace a little bit. But it's all to play for up the front end of this field.
Yep, absolutely. And those long shorts and the very distinctive up-and-go bucket hat is how we spot him out from a crowd. But it looks coming into the 1750, Michael, like it will still be Team Vietnam having an absolutely cracker race. They're looking like they're rowing very, very well into, my apologies, the 1,000 in a time of 3 minutes flat. So some very quick quad.
Had a really strong day. Of course, we saw earlier on in the program their women's 8 take out the women's open 8. So as we've just been discussing, that the tactics they're from a strategy perspective, they're a crew that goes out very hard and very early in the race, and so perhaps that might give a chance for the local boys from UTS Haberfield just to eat away at them. But at this stage, it is still all Team Vietnam are looking very good indeed in that yellow M-Packer.
Yeah, Michael, and I think Team Vietnam first coming out to Australia to race around 2012, 2013, and they have come just spasmodically every now and then to race in our events here, and it's fantastic to have them involved and to have them race with us. It gives us a really good idea of how our crews are going against some really tough international competition. So this Team Vietnam crew really doing very well to hold off the fend from UTS Rowing Club, and the great Harry Curtin. Looks like they're just dropping a little bit behind that Team Vietnam crew, so
yeah,
that's gone
right.
from 0.88 to 1.67. So that Team Vietnam crew just having a good second win there after their strong start. Was they're just fending away the charge from the local boys from UTS.
And we saw, Pete, earlier in the day, we saw Harry Curtin and Henry Blackwell battle it out in the under 23 single scull, and Blackwell just getting the advantage over Curtin on that occasion. But then we saw just a short while ago Blackwell and Caponis team up in the double, which is an event in which they have performed very well recently. So certainly a very talented young crew from UTS Haberfield taking the fight to Team Vietnam, but at this stage Team Vietnam just in the lead, 1.67 through the 500 metre mark. Anything can happen though in the final 500 metres, and Harry Curtin in the stroke seat there looking to take the challenge to Team Vietnam in these, what is the final 200 metres or 150 metres, Pete.
And both crews have lifted there, Michael. Both crews definitely have lifted. It looks like Team Vietnam have lifted to meet that challenge from Harry Curtin. Harry Curtin just bringing his crew with him, absolutely going for it. Hell for leather. It looks like they're gaining a little bit. It's going to be a little too much, too little, too late, I think, Michael, as that Team Vietnam crew looks very strong. That UTS crew is gaining, but Team Vietnam has
huge
just
push
made...
from UTS Haberfield. I think they're going to run out
it?
of water, but it's really tight indeed. They're going stroke for stroke now, and a huge surge from UTS Haberfield will just be a little bit too late. Team Vietnam takes the win, and the local boys will have to settle for second, but a fantastic wind from those boys in black, white and teal at the end there. Just looking back now, we've got the two University of New South Wales crews to make up the rest of this field. The crew in lane 4, I should say, that's Jack Clements, Rosyth Johnson, Chris Burns and Frederick Leroyd, currently in 3rd position. And in 4th place at the moment, Anthony Ball, Fraser Wilson, Scott Purves and Harry O'Donnell. Those crews are both coached by Cameron Butler.
And congratulations to these two UNSW crews coming down, finalising this field. Lane 4 there from University of New South Wales in 3rd place, followed by lane 3 from University of New South Wales, just finalising that race.
Well, that's a really close race there, Pete. Certainly for 1 and 2, UTS Haberfield, a very late charge, taking the fight right back to Team Vietnam in the dying stages and putting the pressure on them, but it wasn't to be. The margin was 0.83 back to UTS Haberfield, but Team Vietnam takes the win. And race 77 is underway now. This is last couple of events to go on this afternoon's program, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance today at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta for 2023. It's a fantastic day and it's a really well put together program. So congratulations and thank you to all our volunteers and our staff out here for the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. So race 77, as I've mentioned, is underway. In lane 3, representing Sydney University, this is the Women's Open Lightweight Under 23 Quad Scull, and representing Sydney University in lane 3 is Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Grace Turner and Ella Metzinas, coached by Alfie Young and Thomas Lorridge. In lane 4, from the University of Sydney, the University of New South Wales, I should say, is Charlotte Stanwicks, Samantha Backler, Lily Senogles and Anna Ristich. Their coach is Chris Burns. Team Vietnam is also on the course there in lane 5. This is Bui T Tuan Hien, Nguyen T Zhang, Luong T Tao and Pham T Tao. And their coach is Joe Donnelly. UTS Haberfield are in lane 6. Sarah Berkery, Ali Waddington, Louisa Stocks and Taylor Kerpeniotis, coached by Katie Healy. And finally in lane 7, University of New South Wales. This is an under 23 crew. That's Annabelle Hayworth, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Singh and Isabella Niven. Their coach, Chris Burns.
Thanks, Michael. And it must be said, this Team Vietnam crew just looking quite dominant in this race. And we do have to mention this Team Vietnam crew, as well as the entire squad, really doing a fantastic job here at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta, as we see their distinctive blue boat just leading this field. So Team Vietnam, really a dominant squad here, and a good representation.
Yeah, and congratulations to Joe Donnelly, who has coached each Team Vietnam boat that we've seen here today. And we wish them all the best for the remainder of this season. We might even see them over in Perth for the National Championships. Who knows?
And into the last 200 metres or so, 150 metres, it will be Team Vietnam just retaining that lead that they made earlier in the race, really dominating this one over the Sydney University crew in lane 3. So that Sydney University crew, definitely quite a distinguished crew there. Ella Mencines, Grace Turner, India Hobbs and Nicola Greenland, as well as being coached by Alfie Young and Tom Lorich. But they just aren't able to get their nose ahead of that Team Vietnam crew. Boi Thoi Hun is the stroke there, I believe, in that crew. And that is a lightweight crew also. So very, very impressive from them to take out that race in race 77.
Thanks, Peyton. Yes, Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. They claim the win in the open category in that race. So that's Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Grace Turner and Ella Metzines. And they're, of course, a very distinguished crew as well, full of state and national representatives as well. University of New South Wales in lane 4. They claim, well, I suppose, second place in the open age category. That's the crew of Charlotte Stanwyck, Samantha Backler, Lily Snogles and Anna Ristich. Third place will go the way of the University of New South Wales in lane 7. That's Annabelle Hayworth, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Singh and Isabella Niven. Looks as though we've got a scratching from that UTS Haberfield crew.
And we now move our attention to race number 78, the men's under 19-21 double scull. In lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. In lane 2 from Corio Bay Composite, we have Kalen Routley, and he is from Lake Macquarie. And we have Charles Radin from Corio. In lane 3 from Sydney University, we have Alexander Page and Charlie Carr. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Alec Hoskin and Gordon Applecrin. In lane 5 from Sydney University, we have Oscar Burgee and William Gregory. In lane 6 from Canberra Composite, we have Matthew Ricard, and he is from Black Mountain Rowing Club, as well as Alex Tomonovitz, my apologies, from Canberra. There is a scratching in lane 7 from Will Fowler and Oliver Klotz. And through the 1,000 metre mark, it is the Sydney Rowing Club double that will be in the lead in a time of 3 minutes 22.32, then followed by Corio Bay Lake Macquarie. That second Sydney Rowing Club crew is in 3rd place. 4th place is Sydney University, 5th place Canberra Black Mountain, and 6th place Sydney University. So Sydney Rowing Club in the lead at the 1,000. It will be interesting to see how that develops as they are being chased there by Corio Bay and Lake Macquarie by 0.87 of a second. So really not much in it. But we do move our attention just in a short moment to the medal presentation for the crew from Team Vietnam, the women's quad scull.
So the final couple of races for this afternoon's program, ladies and gentlemen, are coming down the course. We've got race 78, which is underway, as we've said, and race 79, which is the final race of the program. It's the women's under 19, under 21 double scull. But we'll turn our attention now to the presentation podium. We will present Team Vietnam with their medals. So the winners of the women's open lightweight under 23 quad scull, Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam are represented by Bui T. Hue Tin, Nguyen T. Zhang, Luong T. Tao, and Pham T. Tao. Their coach, Joe Donnelly. And so, Peter, we are rapidly coming to the end of race 78, and it's a very close race between Corio Bay Composite, that's Kaylin Ratley and Charles Raden in lane 2, and Sydney Rowing Club's Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. But I think it's the crew in lane 2 that's going to take this race out. Just a very late charge from that crew, and they've lifted their rate of striking. They're going to take out this men's under 19 21 double scull. I mean, it's worth saying that's an under 19 crew, both of them in the lead, Pete, so 1 and 2.
Yeah, some great racing there from that composite crew. They really charged back. That Sydney Rowing Club crew from lane 1 was leading to the 1,000. So there must have been a good push there from Corio Bay Composite. In third place from lane 4, that's Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskin and Gordon Apicron. And then lane 5 from Sydney University is going to take 4th place.
And so, Pete, we come now to the final race of this afternoon, and it's race 79, the women's under 19, under 21 double scull. And just before we call this race, we'd like to thank everyone for their participation and contribution today for the 2023 Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. So we'd like to extend our thanks and gratitude to our hosts from Sydney Rowing Club, who've put on a fantastic event. Once again, it's a great regatta to bridge, I suppose, the gap between the state championships, the trials, and the national championships. I was talking this morning, Pete, with Lizzie Chapman. It's a really well-placed regatta for our New South Wales and indeed interstate athletes to get a chance to have one final hit out on the regatta course before nationals. So we look forward to seeing many of you over in Perth for the national championships at Champion Lakes in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, well said, Michael. It's also very good to see both schools and clubs here. It definitely is a very good lead up to that national championship race. So fantastic to see, very positive to see schools, clubs, and of course international crews here also. So a really good showing of some of the best rowing that we will see outside of World Cups and World Championship races. And so some great racing here at a fantastic venue here at Cirque. As we get a little bit of a tailwind here for this last race, Michael. So I will call this last race out, race 79, the women's under 19, under 21 double scull. In lane 1, Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Bennett and Amelia de Villiers, coached by Felix Yu and Lachlan Carter. In lane 2 from Sydney, we have Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney. In lane 3 from Penrith, we have Elizabeth Drayton and Zoe Weisner. In lane 4 from Pymble Ladies College, we have Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley. In lane 5 from Sydney, we have Georgia Stevenson and Isabella Yardley. In lane 6 from Sydney, we have Lizel Page and Lucy Searle. In lane 7 from Sydney University, we have a scratch of Madeline Nicol and Josephine Armstrong. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, finalising the field, Phoebe Teal and Lily Gavin, coached by Alfie Young.
Thank you, Pete. We'll just move to another medal presentation for the men's open lightweight under 23 quadruple scull. And the winners were Team Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen. And they are represented by New Din Nam, Bui Van Hoen, Nguyen Van Ha, and Nguyen Van Hugh, and their coach, Joe Donnelly. So turning our attention back to the competition, late Pete, and it is Sydney Rowing Club 1, Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney, who are in the lead at this stage. But we'll move just back for another medal presentation, Pete.
My apologies, Michael. We'll move back to the race, and it looks, as you said, Michael, like that Sydney Rowing Club crew in front at the 1500. 5:51.26 is their time there. And they have a good 1-2 finish there projected, although that Sydney University crew On the near side, the under-21 crew of Phoebe Teal and Lily Gavin are going to pressure them. So the only thing that will defeat that 1-2 Sydney Rowing Club finish is going to be that Sydney University crew on the near side. And it must be said also, Michael, in 4th place, that Pymble Ladies College crew, the under-19 double, really pushing it out there with the club crews. Definitely these 2 Sydney crews and that Sydney University crew, some seasoned veterans of the sport. So having a school crew in there pushing for that 3rd place, pushing for the medals is very impressive.
And just quickly, Pete, turning our attention to the medal presentation arena, Kaylin Ratley and Charles Ryden have just been presented with their glasses for the men's under-19 21 double scull. So congratulations to that Corio Bay composite crew.
Congratulations, boys, indeed. And looking back to our race, Lane 2 Sydney Rowing Club is going to take this out. That's the crew of Lauren Moran and Neve Tierney, seasoned veterans. But it won't be a Sydney 1-2, as the upset will come from Sydney University. In 2nd place, they will take out 2nd place, the silver medal, Phoebe Teal and Lily Gavin. Lane 1, Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Barnett and Amelia de Villas will be in 3rd place. And congratulations must be said for Lane 4, Pymble Ladies College.
Yeah, fantastic effort.
Pushing those club athletes, really, really good from them. That's Lucy Miller and Sky Pockley, definitely a crew to look out for in the future. As they were in the lead from lane 6 there. Lizel Page and Lucy Searle, 2 more veterans of the sport. My apologies, lane 5, Georgia Stevenson and Isabella Yardley. And it looks, Michael, like the final crew to come down there will be the crew from Penrith Rowing Club, Elizabeth Drayton and Zoe Wiesner. A little bit behind the field there, but definitely having a good crack as they come through the last 100 metres, and they will finalise this field. And, of course, the day for a fantastic Sydney Rowing Club regatta.
And with Elizabeth Drayton and Zoe Weissner across the line from Penrith Rowing Club, that concludes this afternoon's session of racing. So thank you, everyone, for your contribution and your participation in this regatta. Thank you on behalf of Rowing New South Wales, of course, and thank you to Sydney Rowing Club for putting on this event. Thank you to our boat race officials, our timing officials, and our judges. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks over in Champion Lakes for the National Championships. If I can just ask everyone to return their bow numbers to Boat Shed 1, and thank you, Pete, for your time this afternoon. We will see you all very shortly.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you everyone again. It's been an absolute pleasure to come out here and have a yarn with everyone. So we will see you shortly, perhaps at National Championships, if not at the Tricket Regatta.
Thank you, everyone. Safe drive home.